After 3 years of marriage, my celebrity wife secretly installed 101 cameras at home in order to participate in a TV show and started a global live broadcast to share my life. And I had no idea. Everyone in the live broadcast room thought I was a useless husband who was supported by my wife. Even my wife believed it. My wife is not at home. Come here quickly. As soon as this sentence came out, the live broadcast room exploded. Scumbag. Do you deserve such a beautiful wife? Just as everyone was cursing, the door opened, and in came a young lady delivering food. My wife was shocked. Who is my husband? They even used the military to investigate my true identity. Fortunately, they got the news that I was just an ordinary person. And I sighed, thinking to myself, the secret may soon no longer be hidden. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. My name is Lin Wuyue, a freelancer. In the eyes of outsiders, I am a nobody who stays at home and writes novels every day. In fact, these are just a disguise for my peaceful life. A few years ago, a huge change took place in my life. That was the day I got the sign-in system. The system allowed me to master countless skills: cooking, fighting, investing, programming, painting. I am proficient in all these fields. In just a few years, I stood at the pinnacle of life with wealth, power, and status at my fingertips. But the higher I stood, the more empty I felt. After I had everything that others dreamed of, I realized that simplicity is the real happiness. So, I retired, put down all the halos, and live an ordinary life. I married my childhood sweetheart, Sui Welling, and spent 3 years of ordinary and peaceful life with her. I did not tell her about my past, nor did I show her my shocking abilities. In her eyes, I was just an ordinary person who made a little money by writing novels. I felt that this kind of life was good, simple but warm. But I didn't expect that such a life would be broken by a reality show. The show is called Getting to Know Your Other Half, and the rules are simple and crude. Invite one party to participate, and then use a pinhole camera to broadcast the other party's daily life 360 degrees to the audience. It is said that it is to make each other understand each other better, but in my opinion, it is simply a game that will expose all secrets. Sui Welling was just picked to be the guest of this episode. She vaguely told me about this matter, but I didn't take it too seriously. It wasn't until the show started that I realized how serious the matter was. In the live broadcast, my life is presented bit by bit. At first, the audience thought I was an ordinary husband, and some even joked in the comments, "As a freelancer, you probably don't have much to do on weekdays, so you must be very bored." But as the camera goes deeper, those hidden details seem to begin to attract the audience's attention. Fuck, why is this study so tidy? These books don't look like they can be understood by ordinary people, someone asked. What's going on? The coffee he made casually actually seems a bit professional. The comments gradually increased, and the audience was obviously curious about everything in the camera. Things started to get out of control. When the camera cut to a dish I cooked, the comment section went viral. Isn't this Master Lin's craft? Imperial Chef Master Lin Wuyue. How come he is here? What are you talking about? How could Master Lin be a novelist? But then again, the knife skills are a bit excessive. Imperial Chef? You got the wrong person. Isn't Lin Wuyue a miracle doctor? He has superb medical skills and can even save dying patients. Don't argue. That's all wrong. He is the Soldier King Lin Wuyue. My friend mentioned this name in the International Military District. The so-called royal chef and divine doctor are all fake. He is the real Supreme Shura. Seeing these comments, my heart suddenly lifted. Although I have retired for many years, some people still remember my past identities. I thought that these secrets would never be dug up again after living an ordinary life. But at this moment, everything in the past seems to have resurfaced. Sui Welling, who was watching the discussion on the screen, looked confused and even puzzled. What are you talking about? My husband is just a novelist. He stays at home every day. How can there be any secrets? The host Bing Bing smiled and said, Miss Sue, men all have some secrets. Maybe your husband is not as simple as you think. And I could only sit in the study, looking at the camera and sighing in my heart. I knew that from this moment on, my hidden life might no longer be hidden. On the big screen behind him, the images gradually switched, and one shot after another showed the whole picture of the house from different angles. A house with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, 150 square meters, was considered very spacious in the eyes of ordinary people. I didn't know these cameras existed, and I didn't know that my every move was being broadcast live by millions of viewers on the internet. At this moment, Su Yueling was on the show, chatting with the host while watching the screen. That guy likes to stay up late, and he probably hasn't woken up yet. Su Yueling said with a smile. Her tone relaxed. Obviously, she didn't doubt me. Although she always thought she knew me well, women always have some curiosity, especially when this kind of opportunity is in front of them. Huh? Not in the bedroom either. The host Bing Bing looked at the screen and found that there was no trace of me in the camera at home. Just when everyone was confused, the bathroom door suddenly opened. I was wearing big shorts, with my wet hair casually draped over my forehead, and I was wearing slippers. I was humming a tune. I love taking a bath. My skin is so good. The howling voice of a ghost echoed in the camera. The whole audience burst into laughter. The comments also exploded. Haha, this guy is too real. But this figure is simply superb. Look at my husband's beer belly. It makes me cry. I didn't notice that I was under the spotlight at all. I slowly dried my hair and took a cucumber from the refrigerator to eat. While eating, I turned on the TV and sat on the sofa in a comfortable position. Seeing this, Su Yueling couldn't help but mutter. I left him money to buy breakfast before I left, but he just ate cucumbers? As soon as she said this, the barrage of comments immediately followed. This guy still needs his wife to pay for his meals. Haha. After eating the cucumber, I picked up the game console and started playing the game. The controller flew in my hand, and I was so excited that I even jumped up. In the camera, I was completely immersed in the world of the game and had no idea that I was being broadcast live. Didn't he say he had to finish the manuscript today? Su Yueling frowned. He also said that the readers were pushing him hard. How could he still have the mind to play games? She looked unhappy and obviously had some opinion about my laziness. The host Bing Bing comforted her. Maybe creators need inspiration and state of mind. Playing games is also a way to adjust. However, the comments were very lively. Men's mouths are deceiving. This guy plays games like a big child. I still didn't notice anything unusual and continued to play the game until I got a little bored. Then I picked up my phone and dialed a number. The scene changed, and the entire network of viewers immediately became excited. Something's going on. The wife is not at home, and the man starts making phone calls. This plot is so familiar. Su Yueling's face changed a little, and she felt a little uneasy. After the two got married, my social circle was actually very small, and I rarely contacted anyone. But just as she was thinking about it, her cell phone suddenly rang. She looked and saw that the caller ID showed it was me. Everyone at the scene fell silent instantly, and the host Bing Bing smiled and gestured to answer it. Su Yueling breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but wonder in her heart, so she answered the call. Hello. After the call was connected, I said lazily, Wife, it's 11:30 and you haven't come back yet? I'm hungry. Hungry? Su Yueling was stunned for a moment, then looked at the time. It was indeed 11:30. I'm not going back today. I have to work overtime. You can eat by yourself. The money I gave you in the morning should be enough for lunch. She pondered on the other end of the phone. Okay, are you sure you won't come back? My heart moved, and my tone sounded a little casual, but I asked tentatively. Su Yueling frowned, thinking that I was a little weird, and replied, Yes, I have to work overtime. I'm a little busy today. You can eat by yourself. Okay, then call me in advance when you come back. I said, and then hung up the phone. As soon as the call ended, I jumped up from the sofa, spun around happily, and sang a few lines of a song. Yes, my wife is not coming back. Su Yueling in front of the screen had a livid face, and the corners of her mouth twitched violently. The host Bing Bing had an embarrassed look on her face and didn't seem to know how to save the situation. Miss Su, the taste of your cooking, is it? Bing Bing hesitated and didn't say it out loud, but the meaning was very clear. Is it too unpalatable? The comments exploded. Look at how happy this kid is. He must have escaped a disaster. Su Yueling's eyes were almost bursting with fire. This bastard. I will definitely deal with him when I get back. She gritted her teeth secretly, holding back her anger, but she could only continue watching the live broadcast. I lay back on the sofa, picked up my phone, and made a call. Did you see the message I just sent you? My voice came through the live broadcast. See? Well, get ready and come over. My tone was filled with excitement. As soon as possible, I can't wait. Everyone in front of the screen held their breath, and Su Yueling's face instantly turned horribly ugly. The barrage of comments began to swipe across the screen. It's over. There's a ghost. Listen to his tone. He must have made an appointment with a girl. He's a scumbag. I thought he was handsome, but he turned out to be this kind of person. Soon, the doorbell rang. Everyone's eyes were focused on the screen, watching me jogging to the door in my shorts. The door opened, and a sweet-looking girl in casual clothes walked in. Su Yueling's head went blank. The barrage of comments instantly exploded. Dating a girl, completely exposed. But the next second, the young lady spoke up. Mr. Lin, this is the dish you ordered. Tofu, chicken breast, ham, and winter bamboo shoots are all ready. The total is 73 yuan. Okay, I'll scan the code for you. I took the black bag and completed the payment process skillfully. Mr. Lin, if you need other dishes, feel free to send me a WeChat message. The young lady left this message and turned to leave. The moment the door was closed, the live broadcast room was so quiet that even breathing could not be heard. Su Yueling breathed a sigh of relief, but then became confused again. Buying groceries? He can't even cook. So, your husband ordered the food on WeChat. Bing Bing smiled and tried to liven up the atmosphere, but the comments on the screen were full of awkward jokes. You guys were just yelling about cheating, but now the truth is out. It's just buying some groceries, and you're making such a fuss. Why is he buying groceries? Is he going to cook for himself? Didn't he say he can't cook? The discussion continued on the barrage, and Su Yueling was also confused at this time. I gave him 50 yuan this morning. Where did the 70 yuan for the food come from? He paid without even a frown. Did this bastard hide some private money? However, she did not delve into this trivial matter. She just continued watching the screen, wondering how he would solve the problem of lunch. Unexpectedly, I walked straight to the kitchen with a plastic bag of vegetables, set up the chopping board, rolled up my sleeves, and took a kitchen knife from the knife rack. The vegetables in the bag were also laid out. Tofu, winter bamboo shoots, chicken breast, ham, fresh mushrooms, lettuce. Simple ingredients, but very confusing. He's going to cook? Bing Bing asked Su Yueling in surprise. Can your husband cook? No way. We've been married for 3 years, and he can't even burn scrambled eggs. Su Yueling looked confused, staring at the screen, trying to figure out what I was doing. Maybe it was a sudden impulse. I wanted to try learning how to cook. Bing Bing guessed, and the barrage of comments also began to follow suit and analyze. Maybe he wanted to give his wife a surprise and practiced secretly. But these ingredients why do they look familiar to me? I was completely unaware that the scene was being watched by millions of eyes. I put on my apron, laid out all the ingredients, cleared my throat, and excitedly announced, "Ding, ding, ding, ding. The kitchen god Lin Wuyu is here. The dish I'm going to make today is Wincy tofu." The screen was instantly filled with comments. Ha, this drama queen, cooking is so formal, it makes me laugh to death. Wincy tofu? Is that the name of the dish? Su Yueling and Bing Bing looked at each other, completely confused, and had no idea what Wincy tofu was. At this time, some knowledgeable people began to speak up in the barrage. Wait, these ingredients? Now I remember. Aren't these the raw materials for the state banquet dish Wincy tofu? That's right. Wincy tofu is a Huaiyang dish, one of the top 10 famous dishes for state banquets. This dish requires extremely high knife skills, and it's not something that ordinary people can make. The backstage staff also quickly looked up the information and passed the detailed information of Wincy tofu to the host. When Bing Bing saw it, she exclaimed, "Miss Su, your husband is going to make Wincy tofu a national banquet dish." Wincy tofu? Su Yueling was shocked. He can even cut potatoes into French fries. How can he cook a state banquet dish? She couldn't understand me anymore. The discussion among the audience in the live broadcast room became louder and louder, and everyone's eyes were focused on the screen. At this moment, I wiped the knife rack with one hand and pulled out a kitchen knife. My movements were neat and smooth. My expression suddenly became calm and focused, completely different from the laughing expression just now. There seemed to be a hint of tension in the air. Millions of viewers stared at the screen, and even the comments gradually quieted down. It looks like he's really going to start cooking. Bing Bing teased with a smile, trying to ease the atmosphere. Miss Su, is this the first time you've seen your husband cook? Yeah, Su Yueling frowned. But he can even burn scrambled eggs. It's thoughtful, but his level... She didn't finish her words, but her eyes were always fixed on the screen. At this moment, the director suddenly arranged for the staff to bring a short and fat man to the stage. Bing Bing asked in confusion, "Who is this?" "This is Brother Liu, who is in charge of lighting. He used to be a chef for more than 20 years, but later changed his career because of a hand injury," explained the staff. "I see." Bing Bing nodded. "It looks like Brother Liu is going to help us explain Lin Wuyu's cooking skills," she said with a smile. Bing Bing, this is my first time on stage as a lighting technician. Please don't laugh at me if I don't speak well. Brother Lou sat down shyly and began to stare at the screen carefully. In the camera, I have already arranged the ingredients, spreading the mushrooms, tofu, winter bamboo shoots, chicken breast, and other materials neatly on the chopping board. And I'm ready to start. Brother Lou started to explain, the key to Wincy tofu is knife skills. All ingredients must be cut into thin strips. This guy boiled water and blanched tofu in the right order. It seems that he put in some effort beforehand. However, when I picked up the kitchen knife to cut the mushrooms, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly became tense. All I could hear was the rapid tapping sound of the knife hitting the chopping board, which continued in a line. This speed? Brother Lou's eyes widened. Everyone at the scene, including the netizens in front of the screen, was shocked by this scene. Quick, adjust the camera focus and zoom in. The director shouted hurriedly, but when the camera zoomed in, I had already finished. There weren't many mushrooms, but the speed was amazing. It was done in a few seconds. Everyone stared at the finished product on the chopping board with bated breath. This guy wouldn't cut randomly, right? Wincy tofu should be cut into shreds, not minced. Someone questioned in the barrage. When the camera zoomed in, the whole place was silent. The mushrooms had been cut into perfect hair-thin strips, so symmetrical that they looked as if they had been machine processed. Brother Lou took a deep breath and stared at the screen with complicated eyes. It's hard to cut mushrooms into shreds. To be able to cut to this degree, you need to have at least 10 years of knife skills. Su Yueling was completely stunned, staring at the screen in amazement, her mind in turmoil. Her husband, whom she had been married to for 3 years, actually had such knife skills? As thin as a hair, Bing Bing exclaimed. Miss Su, what kind of hidden ability does your husband have? How is this possible? Su Yueling murmured. How can he, who can even cut French fries into potato cubes, do this? Brother Lou went on to say, the most difficult part of slicing mushrooms is to be quick, accurate, and ruthless, but not to break them. This requires extremely skilled knife skills. 10 years of knife skills, or even more. At this time, I picked up a handful of mushroom shreds and looked at them carefully against the light. After the high-definition camera focused, the fineness of the mushroom shreds was fully exposed to everyone. They were indeed as thin as a hair. Brother Lou took a deep breath and said slowly, no, this is not 10 years of knife skills. This takes at least 20 years. And this is the level of a top chef. The whole place was in dead silence. Su Yueling's mind was in turmoil, and she felt that her worldview had been completely overturned. Well, not bad. My craftsmanship hasn't deteriorated. I nodded and commented on the work on the chopping board with a relaxed tone, completely unaware that my every move was being watched by millions of netizens. Bing Bing in front of the screen had a complicated expression on her face, while Su Yueling was stunned. Her mind was turned upside down, and she completely doubted her life because of my useless performance in the past 3 years. We've been married for 3 years, and she's been working hard to cook for 3 years, but I'm actually a hidden cooking god. This is a joke. Miss Su, maybe he's just lucky? Bing Bing tried to comfort Su Yueling. After all, you said that he can even burn scrambled eggs. Su Yueling felt that this statement was barely acceptable, but her doubts grew stronger. Keep watching, I want to see what else he can do. In the video, I put the shredded mushrooms aside, then peeled and cleaned the winter bamboo shoots, and used the knife again. The sound of da-da-da was fast and continuous, and the camera clearly captured the whole process. This time, everyone saw it clearly. The knife flashed, the speed was so fast that it was almost blurry. It was as fast as lightning. Lu Dong's eyes widened, his voice trembling. It's not easier to cut winter bamboo shoots like this than mushrooms. The fibers are distinct, and they will break if you're not careful. This knife skill really requires great skill. The barrage exploded. Is he really a cooking god? This can't be explained by luck. Who would believe that he is a kitchen novice? He hid the secret for 3 years just to be lazy and not cook. It's amazing. Su Yueling couldn't sit still anymore, with a complicated expression on her face. She had always thought that she was in control of everything in her life, but the scene before her completely shattered this perception. At this time, the water boiled. I took out a piece of tofu, carefully placed it on the chopping board, and started to use the knife again. Da-da-da-da! The speed of the knife was a little slower, but still jaw-droppingly fast. In less than 30 seconds, I had cut the entire block of tofu into a pool of fermented tofu, so finely chopped that it was unrecognizable. Lu Dong was stunned and speechless. This tofu was cut into this size. It needs to be put into water to see the effect. The next second, I put the cut tofu shreds into the water. Instantly, the tofu shreds spread out in the water like flowers scattered by fairies. Each strand was as thin as a hair and very symmetrical, just like a blooming chrysanthemum. Perfect! Lu Dong stood up suddenly, his tone excited. When I was a chef, I saw a national chef master making Wincy tofu, but the level of delicacy of this is even better than that one. Su Yueling swallowed her saliva, completely stunned. Her husband, whom she had been married to for 3 years and who could not even burn scrambled eggs, was actually better than a master chef. I continued to work busy. Lettuce, chicken breast, cooked ham, and other ingredients were processed one by one and all cut into even strips, so fine that each one was flawless. Finally, I simply changed the water, added all the ingredients, and added a little salt, and the state banquet dish, Wincy tofu, was officially ready. I took the bowl and sat down at the table with satisfaction, just about to enjoy my masterpiece. At this time, the phone rang. I looked down and saw that it was my wife calling. I was shocked, thinking, could it be that she was coming back? The camera cuts back to the stage, where Su Yueling is holding the phone, her face gloomy and her eyes almost spitting fire. After hesitating for a few seconds, I pressed the answer button. Honey, are you coming back? I asked tentatively, but I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. I'm not going back. I'm just reminding you not to forget to eat. On the other end of the phone, Su Yueling's tone sounded a little strange, especially when she deliberately emphasized the word eat. Oh, I'm eating. I breathed a sigh of relief. Really? What did you eat? She continued to ask. I ordered takeout. I replied casually, feeling suddenly a little uneasy. What takeaway? Tofu. What tofu? Her tone was obviously tentative. Home-cooked tofu. I added guiltily and even felt a little sweat on my forehead. I thought you were cooking at home by yourself. There was a hint of sarcasm in Su Yueling's words. I was so scared that I looked around quickly, fearing that she would suddenly pop out from behind the window. Wife, are you really in the company? Yes. She answered simply. Oh, that's good. Hey, what are you talking about? How can I cook? I don't know how to cook. I can't. As I said this, I quickly scooped up a spoonful of Wincy tofu and put it into my mouth as if nothing had happened. Are you sure you can't cook? Her tone suddenly became colder, which scared me so much that I almost jumped up from my chair. I couldn't help but run to the window and look outside. I was relieved after confirming that she was gone. The netizens in the live broadcast room all laughed when they saw my action. Ha ha, this kid really acts like a thief. When C has taken a bite of tofu, and he still dares to pretend. Awesome. Okay, I'll continue working. You can eat your takeout. Su Yueling hung up the phone, but I stood in front of the window for a long time, my mind full of confusion. She wouldn't really find out? Would she? I muttered to myself and sat back down at the table to eat, but I always felt like something was not right. After finishing a bowl of Wincy tofu, I still couldn't figure out what the problem was. I was so careful that I didn't leave any loopholes. But my intuition told me that some things were definitely not simple. I simply stood up and ran to the smallest bedroom in the house. The second bedroom has always been used as a warehouse, and usually no one comes in. But I have to make sure my secret is still safe. What is this guy doing? He's sneaky. Netizens in the live broadcast room were discussing the screen. Even Su Yueling was confused. Why is he going to the second bedroom? I pushed open the door and lifted up the bedboard. There was a small box hidden underneath, which was my most important safe. I opened the box and checked it carefully. After confirming that the items were still there, I felt relieved. No problem. It seems I was worrying too much. In the box, a thick stack of certificates lay quietly, and the top one clearly read, Certificate of Honor for the Bocuse d'Or World Cooking Competition Champion. And there is actually a whole stack of such certificates. Chapter 008, I will find out your secret tonight. After I covered the bed again, I clapped my hands, nodded, and said to myself, it's no problem. There's no way I'll be discovered. I'm worrying too much. I returned to the living room and started to clean up the mess. I washed the dishes thoroughly and did not throw the remaining ingredients into the trash can at home, but took them to the large trash can on the street. Actually, there wasn't much left after all. I bought it in single-serve quantities, and I controlled it precisely. This kind of thing is very simple for me. After I finished packing, I returned to the sofa, turned on the game console, and continued to play the game happily. The screen changed, and it was almost exactly the same as when I first got up in the morning. If it weren't for the pinhole camera of this program group, who would know that I secretly made a national banquet dish at noon? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile with some pride. However, Sue Welling in front of the screen was so angry that her face turned black. She stared at me in the camera and couldn't help cursing in her heart. Good fellow, you are a repeat offender. You actually hid from me for so many years. Miss Sue, are those red books your marriage certificates? Bing Bing asked. No, I kept the marriage certificate in the closet. Sue Welling shook her head, her face full of confusion. She had never seen the documents that Lin Wu hid under the bed. Although the camera had high-definition images, only the topmost document was visible from the stack, and the contents were not clearly visible. After get off work tonight, I must go see what he is up to, Sue Welling said through gritted teeth, her tone full of determination. I was totally unaware of these things at the moment. I was playing games and humming songs. After I got tired of playing games, I took a nap on the sofa. In the late afternoon, I slowly turned on my computer and prepared to write something. Although readers kept asking me to update, I thought that slow work produces fine results, so there was no need to rush. Sue Welling was staring at the screen at the show, and she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Even after all the hassles, this guy can still be so leisurely? She didn't drive home until it was almost time to get off work. The show continued to run, with the camera recording 24 hours a day until the camera in the bedroom automatically turned off at night. I'm back. Sue Welling pushed the door open and walked in, with a hint of suppressed anger in her tone. I walked out of the room in my shorts and greeted her with a smile. Honey, you're back? I'm a little hungry. What are you going to cook for dinner? As soon as these words came out, Sue Welling's anger rose. You dare to ask me to cook? Why didn't you think of me when you were eating the state banquet at noon? She almost blurted out, Eat your ass. But she swallowed the words back. She glanced at the small bedroom, her eyes revealing a meaningful look. Yes, she must find out this secret. Tonight. Hey, honey, why are you in a daze? Seeing that she didn't say anything, I smiled and added, How about we have braised pork tonight? I want to eat it. Sue Welling suppressed her anger, glanced at me coldly, and cursed in her heart. Eat shit. The secret is so deep. Do you really think you can hide it from the world? She glanced at the small bedroom again, with a look of mixed emotions in her eyes. The secret is right there. I must reveal it tonight. Chapter 009, Get Lin Wu out of the way first. Honey, what are you looking at? I asked her in confusion. Her reaction today was a little strange, and she had been acting a little abnormal since the phone call. However, I still didn't feel that I was exposed. If I was really discovered, given her personality, she would have come up to me and accused me. Nothing. I'm going to cook. She shook her head and turned into the kitchen. I glanced in the direction of the kitchen and felt a little relieved. I had cleaned the kitchen so thoroughly that even if she was extremely careful, she wouldn't be able to find any clues. I sat back on the sofa leisurely and turned on the TV to watch. Sue Welling didn't like me playing games, so when she was at home, I never touched the game console. After dinner, her behavior struck me as even more bizarre. She seemed to want to sneak into the small bedroom several times, but she gave up in the end. I pretended not to notice and fell asleep. I slept until dawn. I was particularly relaxed on a weekend morning. Honey, today is the weekend. Do you want to go out and play? I asked her while washing up. Usually we go out to relax on weekends. No, I'm a bit tired at work this week. Just as she answered, her cell phone rang. What? The investment was canceled? Why? She answered the phone, her tone clearly revealing anxiety. I frowned, and after she hung up the phone, I asked, Honey, what happened? Nothing. She shook her head, unwilling to say more. I know her character. She never tells me about her troubles at work, so as not to upset both of us. By the way, honey, I want to eat Shuji sugar cakes. She suddenly changed the subject, but her eyes seemed a little strange. Suji sugar cake? The one in West City? I was stunned. It's not close. It takes half an hour to go back and forth. Yes. She nodded, looking at me with burning eyes. I didn't think much about it for a moment, just thinking she was really greedy. Okay, I'll go buy it for you and bring back breakfast. How many sugar cookies do you want? 3, she answered simply. Okay, you take a rest. I'll be back soon. I quickly changed my clothes, took the car keys, and went out. She stood at the window and watched me drive out of the community. Only after she confirmed that I had left did she quickly walk towards the small bedroom. Pushing open the door, her eyes fell on the bed. The secret was hidden there. Chapter 10, The Secret, is completely exposed. The barrage of comments scrolled wildly, and all netizens' emotions were ignited by Sue Welling's actions. This operation is amazing. Send him out and then take a good look at the secrets. It's so exciting. Quick, quick, don't waste time. Just open the box. What if Lin Wuyu comes back halfway? I'm already nervous. At this time, I'd already driven out of the community and headed for Xiqing. On the way, I drove with one hand and dialed the phone with the other hand, saying in a cold tone, "Check who made my wife unhappy." At home, Su Yueling walked into the second bedroom carefully, skillfully lifted the mattress on the bed, then lifted the heavy bedboard, and finally took out the familiar small box. This guy's been hiding a secret for 4 or 5 years. I must find out the truth today. She muttered through gritted teeth and walked back to the living room, holding the box. Sitting on the sofa, she took a deep breath, put the box on the coffee table, and raised her hand to open it. With a click, the lid was opened, and the stack of red certificates inside was clearly visible. She casually picked up the top one and stared at the big words on the cover in amazement. Certificate of Honor for Champion of the Bocuse d'Or World Cooking Competition. The barrage exploded instantly. What? Champion of the Bocuse d'Or World Cooking Competition? Awesome. I know this competition. It's a top international competition and extremely difficult. This is confirmed. Lin Wuyu is a hidden cooking god. Su Yueling was holding the certificate in one hand and scrolling through the comments with the other. She was completely stunned. Yesterday, she had guessed that Lin Wuyu could cook, but she didn't expect that she would be so good. At this time, Bing Bing from the program team was also shocked. She hesitated and said, "Is it possible that this certificate is fake? Forged?" The director immediately notified through the headset. "We are checking the information. Please wait a moment." Soon, the official website of the Bocuse d'Or cooking competition popped up on the big screen, and the 3 words Lin Wuyu were clearly written on the list of winners. According to the official website, Lin Wuyu won the Bocuse d'Or cooking competition 6 years ago at the age of 19, making him the youngest champion in the history of the competition. Bing Bing's commentary stunned everyone. The screen also showed a photo of Lin Wuyu from that year. He was wearing a white chef uniform and a tall chef hat. He looked a little immature, but somewhat similar to him now. This guy is actually a national chef-level master? Su Yueling stared at the screen with her eyes wide open. For a moment, she couldn't even believe that this was really her husband. Don't just read this one. See what else is below. The barrage of comments was a timely reminder. Su Yueling quickly picked up the remaining certificates in the box and spread them out on the coffee table one by one. National First Class Chef Qualification Certificate. Michelin 3-Star Chef Qualification Certificate. Olympic International Cooking Competition Champion Certificate of Honor. Michelin Special Judge. Vice President of the Chinese Cooking Association. Global Youth Chef Challenge Champion Certificate of Honor. There was a row of certificates on the coffee table, dazzlingly red. The live broadcast room was boiling, and Su Yueling's mind was completely in a mess. Oh my God, is this guy my husband, or is he a culinary genius? She stared at the certificates and muttered to herself. Chapter 11, Su Yueling is extremely aggrieved. After reading them off, I felt that the names of the various certificates were a bit exaggerated. 13 honorary certificates, close to 10 top chef certifications. The host felt that it was a bit incredible. Su Yueling stood aside, completely stunned, muttering, "Michelin 3-Star Chef? National First Class Chef? Vice President of the National Culinary Association?" She glanced back and forth at the certificate, full of shock. Suddenly, she looked down and saw the 2 pieces of letter paper at the bottom and turned one of them in confusion. I took a glance, and my heart tightened instantly. It was an invitation letter for a state banquet. It clearly said, "Mr. Lin Wuyu is specially invited to serve as the chef of the state banquet." Su Yueling's throat moved, and she swallowed. At this moment, the live broadcast room seemed to have been paused. The barrage of comments instantly quieted down, and then exploded a moment later. "He's not just an ordinary chef, he's simply a god. I've been a chef for decades, but I didn't even know he was the vice president of the association. I just checked, and it's true. Oh my God, all these honors belong to him. Lin Wuyu is outrageous." I stood there, feeling a little awkward, and glanced secretly at Su Yueling. Her expression became complicated, as if she was in disbelief, yet she was suppressing her anger. Suddenly, the host Bing Bing received a message from the director. Her expression froze for a moment, and then she said with a trembling voice, "Just now, we received a call from the editor-in-chief of National Chef magazine. He confirmed that Mr. Lin Wu Yu had been inducted into the National Chef Hall of Fame 7 years ago and was one of the 12 top culinary masters. These words once again set off a wave of enthusiasm in the live broadcast room, and the audience was completely excited. However, Su Yueling seemed to be petrified, standing there in a daze, staring at the certificates. I could see her emotions, and I knew she must be very angry. For 3 years, she had been completely open with me, but I had kept such a big secret from her just to avoid the responsibility of cooking. Then, she silently put the certificate away and put it back into the box. Her expression made me feel guilty. She started to make excuses for me from the bottom of her heart, but she couldn't hide her inner grievance. When she put the box back under the bed, she accidentally pressed her finger and blood came out. Although the wound was not big, her tears could not stop flowing. I knew that this time, I owed her an explanation and an account. "Honey, I'm back." I pushed open the door and walked in with 5 freshly baked sugar cookies. I handed them over with a smile on my face. "These are the ones you like. They're still hot." Chapter 11. This is a truly gentle and kind man. As soon as I walked in, I felt that the atmosphere was a little off. The sugar cakes on the table were still hot, but Su Yueling was curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees with her head buried in them, looking like a wounded kitten. She has always been strong and rarely acts like this. I quickly moved over, carefully held her in my arms, and whispered, "Honey, what's wrong with you?" As soon as I finished speaking, I noticed that her fingers were bleeding. Although the wound was not big, blood was dripping down my finger. My heart tightened. "Wife, you are injured." After saying that, I quickly put her back on the sofa and rummaged through the drawers to find the medicine box. "Honey, don't move. The Band-Aid is nearby." I remember putting it here, but the more anxious I became, the harder it was to find it. I ran around scratching my head, sweating profusely. Her eyes changed, and the original grievance and anger seemed to slowly dissipate. Just when I was about to give up, I finally found the medicine box. "Found it!" I shouted and rushed back to her. Kneeling on one knee, I took out iodine, cotton swabs, hemostatic powder, and Band-Aids, carefully placed her fingers on my knee, and asked softly, "Does it hurt?" She lowered her head and said nothing, her eyes red. She nodded, then shook her head. I sighed. "You're already so old. Why are you still not careful?" I said as I cleaned her wound, sprinkled some powder on it, and put on a Band-Aid. "Okay, the wound is fine and will heal in 2 days. Don't be so careless in the future, okay?" I patted her hand, my tone gentle, but with a hint of blame. After saying that, I was about to get up and get a towel. "Your face is dirty from crying. I'll help you wipe it, and you can have some sugar cakes. They're still hot." But before I could stand up, she suddenly hugged my neck. "Hubby," she yelled, and then burst into tears, so loud that it scared me. I froze in place, not knowing what to do. She cried so hard, as if the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly burst out. At this time, she completely forgot that millions of netizens were watching in the live broadcast room. Chapter 13. Are you teasing my wife? Su Yueling suddenly hugged me and burst into tears, leaving me at a loss. I could only pat her on the back and coax her. "Don't cry. You shouldn't be so moved by buying a candy cake, right?" She was immediately amused by me, crying and laughing at the same time. Then she raised her head and glared at me. "I hate you so much. I finally got touched once, and now you won't let me cry." Okay. Cry if you want. But the sugar biscuit is still hot. It's not too late to cry later." I smiled and ran to get the sugar biscuit and handed it to her. She took a bite of the sugar cookie. Her expression was subtle, but there was a satisfied smile on her face. I knew she didn't particularly like sugar cookies. She suddenly came over and kissed me on the cheek, saying, "Honey, you eat too." I was stunned for a moment. My face suddenly felt a little hot, and I quickly pretended nothing had happened. "Oh, it's delicious." I took a bite and pulled her over to sit on the sofa to eat the sugar cookie with me. The atmosphere was so relaxed as if nothing had happened. After finishing the sugar cake, she suddenly whispered, "Honey, there is something to deal with at the company. I have to go out for a while and maybe back late." "Busy on weekends too?" I frowned. She nodded, then added, "But I want to eat something delicious." I understood what she meant and quickly patted my chest to assure her. "Okay, there will definitely be a surprise when you come back." She smiled and nodded, then went out. After seeing Su Yueling off, I sat back on the sofa, thinking about what to prepare for her. Just then, my cell phone rang suddenly, and I saw it was a call from an acquaintance. Have you found out? My tone suddenly became serious. After a few seconds, I stood up suddenly with my fists clenched. What? My wife's project investor ran away? How dare you play tricks on my wife? Tell me, how much money is still needed? When I heard the answer from the other end of the line, my face turned even colder. After I hung up the phone, I had already made a decision. Chapter 14. Is there another identity hidden? As soon as I hung up the phone, I was thinking about how to solve the problem while calling the supplier. Send some fresh vegetables over. I want to show off my skills tonight. Just as he finished speaking, Su Yueling's phone suddenly rang. She frowned, picked up the phone, and said, I know the situation is urgent. I'll go there right away. I'll definitely find a way to invest. Before she finished speaking, an excited voice from a colleague in the project department suddenly rang out from the other end of the line. Minister Su, you are so awesome. 3 investors have contacted us, and each is willing to pay 1 million. Su Yueling was stunned for a moment. Her expression changed from confusion to shock, and finally, she was completely stunned. She turned her head to look at me mechanically, unable to say a word. I laughed to myself and continued to dial the phone, pretending to be calm. Yes, I want the freshest food and a few bottles of red wine. After Su Yueling hung up the phone, she stared at me for a few seconds, her eyes full of confusion. Husband, who are you? She hesitated, but did not dare to continue asking. I glanced at her, patted her head, and said with a smile, What's wrong? Didn't you say you trust your husband? What's a mere 500,000 yuan? In the studio, host Bingbing was already dumbfounded. She turned to Su Yueling and asked, Miss Su, have you not yet understood all of your husband's secrets? Su Yueling opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but couldn't. She herself didn't know how many secrets I had hidden from her. At this time, the live broadcast room was already in an uproar. This is truly a great husband, helping his wife solve a big problem without any hesitation. He called 500,000 yuan just a few cents. It really refreshed my cognition. What exactly is the identity of Master Lin Wuyu? Don't tell me he is a hidden rich man. I ignored the comments, turned to the kitchen, and started to prepare the recipe. I had to show off my cooking skills tonight to make my wife happy. Su Yueling sat on the sofa in a daze, with mixed feelings. She felt grateful, surprised, and a little curious. I knew she must have a lot of questions in her mind. However, I don't plan to tell her the truth now. Let's wait a little longer. She will know it sooner or later anyway. I smiled, closed the kitchen door, and began to concentrate on cooking. Chapter 15, Crazy Investors. Not long after I hung up the phone, I heard Su Yueling's phone ring. She picked up the phone with a puzzled look on her face, but she didn't expect the first sentence she heard was, Minister Su, 3 investors have agreed to invest. The total amount is 3 million. I stood in the kitchen, listening to the speakerphone on the phone, and couldn't help but raise the corners of my mouth slightly. Su Yueling was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked, What did you say? 3 million. The person from the project department continued, Yes, Minister Su, they directly mentioned that it was your project and agreed to invest without even asking for the details. Su Yueling looked back at me, her eyes full of mixed emotions, as if she was trying to confirm whether this matter had anything to do with me. I smiled without saying anything and continued to fiddle with the ingredients. The 4th company called as well. New information came from the other end of the line. They are also willing to invest 1 million and want to sign a contract immediately. Even Su Yueling was a little dumbfounded. She mechanically responded, Okay, let's arrange to start the project first. Then she added, Send the name of the company. After hanging up the phone, Su Yueling sat on the sofa and didn't speak for a long time. I know she is digesting this information. In just 10 minutes, 5 million funds were in place, which is really unbelievable. In the live broadcast room, netizens were already going wild. What kind of power does this require to solve the problem of 5 million with just one phone call? Lin Wuyu is definitely not a simple person. There must be a bigger secret behind him. The host Bingbing was also shocked. She obviously didn't expect the show to develop like this. After hesitating for a moment, she asked Su Yueling, Do you want to check these companies? Su Yueling nodded, raised her phone, and said, Here is the list of companies sent. I want to see what the background of these companies is. The director team quickly called in financial expert Jing Goen. He was operating the computer and said, Personal relationships are usually not available, but basic company information can be checked. A few minutes later, he suddenly stopped, looked up, and said, I found out. The whole audience fell silent instantly, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the next revelation. Chapter 16, The Giant in the Investment World. Wu Yu Capital. Jing Goen was operating the computer in the studio with a sullen face. When he was checking the company background, he suddenly paused and said, I found out that these 5 companies all belong to the same parent company, called Wu Yu Capital. When I heard this name, I couldn't help but curl my lips. It seemed that I had finally discovered some clues. On the other side of the screen, Su Yueling stared blankly at the screen, with a complex emotion written all over her face. Wu Yu Capital. Jing Goen whispered the name, as if digesting the information. He pushed his glasses and continued. According to gossip, the legal representative of Wu Yu Capital may be called. The voice on the other end of the phone was low, but clear. Call Lin Wu Yu. These words were like a thunderclap, instantly plunging the entire studio into deathly silence. I was sitting on the sofa flipping through a recipe on the screen, seemingly knowing nothing about these things. But the comments in the live broadcast room had completely exploded. Wu Yu Capital? Lin Wu Yu? Damn, this name is too direct. Master Lin Wu Yu, who are you? Capital Tycoon plus National Chef Master? The host, Bing Bing swallowed, turned to look at Su Yueling, and asked, Miss Su, is this really your husband? Su Yueling came back to her senses, looked at me on the screen with a complicated expression, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Jing Goen was obviously also shocked, and couldn't help but ask, Wu Yu Capital is the parent company? Giants like Sequoia Capital and World Bank Investment are just its subsidiaries. The voice on the other end of the phone continued. Yes, Wu Yu Capital's existence is very low-key, with almost no public activities, and all operations are completed through subsidiaries. I walked out of the kitchen, put the menu I had just prepared on the table, and calmly glanced at the screen. The comments were filled with speculations about me. He saw the 5 million investment with just one phone call, and his own company is behind it. This is amazing. He must be the legendary invisible boss, right? He can cook and is a capital giant. Su Yueling's eyes were fixed on me, as if she wanted to ask something, but she didn't say it. She lowered her head, as if trying to sort out the confusion in her mind. Millions of netizens in the live broadcast room pricked up their ears at the same time. Chapter 17, Let the Military Investigate Directly. Lin Wu Yu. The other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, Yes, that's the name. The legal representative of the company is Lin Wu Yu, the same as the company's name. I was flipping through the menu on the sofa and vaguely heard someone mention my name, but I still calmly waited for dinner to be delivered, pretending that I heard nothing. Everyone in the studio was stunned, and the air seemed to freeze. After Jing Goen hung up the phone, he said softly, Miss Su, if this is really your husband, then he is really hiding it well enough. Su Yueling was obviously confused. She looked at the screen with a complicated expression and whispered, No, that's impossible. Maybe they just have the same name? But there was some uncertainty in her tone. The barrage exploded. Hidden boss. Who would have thought that this kind of person is Miss Su's husband? I knew that a man like Lin Wu Yu could not be just a chef. Just when the atmosphere was tense, the director team brought in another girl. She was young and beautifully dressed. As soon as she came on stage, she introduced herself. I am Wang Yujiao. I just watched the live broadcast and thought that maybe I could help. She looked around and said, My family has some connections in the military. I can contact someone and retrieve anyone's detailed information. These words made everyone hold their breath. Hearing her words, I couldn't help but smile and thought to myself, it seems like these people really can't sit still anymore. However, I still remained silent and didn't plan to stop them. Okay, call now? The host urged excitedly, and even the barrage of comments began to swipe the screen frantically. Quick, check it out. Lin Wu Yu's secret will be revealed soon. Wang Yujiao took out her cell phone, dialed the number, and turned on the speakerphone. After a few seconds, the call was connected, and she said, Help me check someone. His name is Lin Wu Yu. Chapter 18, Secretly Eating All the State Banquet Dishes. The person on the other end of the phone joked, Jiao Jiao, why do you suddenly want to check on someone? Who do you like? Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. This was quite interesting. Wang Yujiao responded seriously, It's not like that. Please let me check first. Her name is Lin Wu Yu. Her information must be in your system. The other party agreed without hesitation. No problem. As long as the person is alive, even if he's a member of the secret forces, I can find him. Just wait. Then the phone was hung up. The atmosphere in the studio was tense again, and everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Yujiao. I was still busy in the kitchen, with only the squirrel mandarin fish in my eyes. Su Yueling suddenly said, I know what he's going to make. It's squirrel mandarin fish, my favorite dish. There was some certainty in her tone. Are you sure? Asked the host Bing Bing, with a puzzled look on her face. Su Yueling nodded. The delicious dishes he brought back before. Now that I think about it, they should have been made by him. Hearing this, I smiled and kept cutting the fish fillets, but in my heart, I was thinking that tonight's dish must be more exquisite. After all, this is prepared for her. Lu Dong on the stage suddenly stood up and said excitedly, Squirrel mandarin fish? This is a state banquet dish. A classic of state banquets, he explained while sighing. Squirrel mandarin fish is not difficult to cook, but to reach the state banquet standard, the technical requirements are very high. Lin Wuyu is the state banquet chef, so this dish is of course easy for him to make. Su Yueling continued to recall. In fact, he has cooked many dishes such as osmanthus duck, five-spice smoked fish, peach kernel mushrooms. I have eaten all of these many times. Lu Dong's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, These are all state banquet dishes. Your husband has made you eat all the state banquets. Do you know how rare this is? My wife originally thought that those were all brought back from the hotel, but I didn't expect that I made them all by myself. At this moment, her heart felt warm, and it still didn't matter what I hid. Just at this moment, Wang Yujiao's phone rang. The entire program team and millions of netizens instantly got into the mood and quieted down. Is my secret about to be completely exposed? Chapter 19. Lin Wuyue, an ordinary person. A relaxed voice came from the other end of the phone. I found out, this Lin Wuyu is just an ordinary person. I thought you wanted me to check some big shot. Hearing this, I couldn't help but curl the corners of my mouth. As the knife moved smoothly, I laughed secretly. It seems this guy hasn't seen through it yet. There was an uproar in the studio. Wang Yujiao asked doubtfully, An ordinary person? That's not right. Is there any special information in his profile? The other party smiled and added, Oh, I almost forgot he studied at the International Finance Institute. This is a highlight. Hearing this, I continued to put the black chicken on the chopping board and started chopping with a knife, thinking to myself, these people are really persistent and they're determined to dig up all my secrets. In the studio, Bing Bing tentatively guessed. Maybe he is not the manager of Wuyue Capital, but just a nominal legal representative. Many companies do this. The comments became active again. It's amazing to be a nominal legal person, to be able to be affiliated with Wuyue Capital. The relationship must be extraordinary. But the tone of his call, does it sound like a nominal legal person? At this time, the screen turned back to me. I used funny movements to deal with the black chicken and hummed, wash, wash, wash left, right? Su Yueling couldn't help laughing when she saw this scene in the live broadcast room, and the comments also became lively. Haha, it's really good to have such a husband. He's like a happy fruit every day. I didn't expect Lin Wuyu to be so funny, and he's a far cry from the domineering CEO. Suddenly, Lu Dong stood up, pointed at the chicken on the screen, and said tremblingly, This is not an ordinary black-boned chicken. This is an Indonesian metal chicken. Indonesian metal chicken? Bing Bing was puzzled. What is that? How is it different from a black-boned chicken? Lu Dong quickly explained. This is the most expensive chicken in the world, and the price is as high as 6 million. There was an uproar at the scene, and the comments were even more explosive. Fuck, a chicken worth 6 million? Being a prostitute to this extent is simply against the will of heaven. I weigh 200 kilograms, but I can't even compare to this chicken. It's so heartbreaking. The best chicken. Where did Lin Wuyu get such expensive chicken? Yes, could it be that Lin Wuyu still has some private money? Chapter 20. This is the real state banquet. After cutting the chicken, I took out a piece of pink pork from the bag and began to process it skillfully. The kitchen knife was like a part of my body in my hand, and each piece of meat was cut as thin as paper. Then use a straight knife to cut the pork into pomegranate-sized cubes, roughly cut into strips, and finely cut into cubes, with each cut being precise and orderly. This method preserves the taste and tenderness of the meat to the greatest extent. It seems that you are planning to make Yangzhou Lionhead. Lu Dong looked at the screen and nodded, as if he had guessed my intention, and praised my knife skills again and again. Meanwhile, the discussion in the live broadcast room has not stopped, especially about the Indonesian metal chicken. Bing Bing also asked Su Yueling, How much money did you give him for the food today? Just 200 yuan. Su Yueling hesitated for a moment before saying it, with a complicated expression on her face. Obviously, she also felt that it was not possible to buy such expensive chicken at this price. 200? The price of chicken is not something that can be bought for 200. Lu Dong sighed. The market price of Indonesian metal chicken is 20,000 to 30,000. Even if the price drops, it will still be 20,000. Hearing this, the live broadcast room exploded. This must be private money. It's hidden deep enough. Don't even mention 20,000. Even if it's 10,000, the 200 yuan Su Yueling gave is not enough. Don't get excited, Lu Dong continued. Although this kind of chicken is expensive, he may have bought it through some special channels, such as knowing the owner of the farm. Boss Zhang at the side stood up and added, "Actually, I have eaten this kind of chicken. It is really difficult for ordinary people to buy it." He explained the difference between the two types of Indonesian metal chicken. Indonesian metal chickens used as pets are indeed very expensive, but broiler chickens used as food are much cheaper, about 30,000 to 40,000 yuan each, he said. Although the price has dropped a lot, it is still far more than 200 yuan. The host Bing Bing seized this point and said, "It seems that Lin Wuyue does have some private money hidden." However, I was too lazy to pay attention to their speculations. I heated the pan and turned the ingredients around, and then I did a 360-degree rotation inside the pan, which caused a lot of cheers from the comments. "Fuck, this skill is worthy of being a state banquet chef." I just tried to turn the pan, but it spilled all over the floor. "I admire you. What kind of state banquet skill are you learning? This is not a skill that a human can learn." I smiled, put the pot steady, and said to the screen, "Don't worry, the dish will be ready soon. The best part is yet to come." The state banquet. Perfectly cooked. As I was turning the pot, my cell phone suddenly rang. I put the pot down, answered the call, and said to the person on the other end, "How do you do your job? All your investments are in trouble. Are you pigs?" The person on the other end of the line was obviously startled and responded cautiously. I snorted and continued, "Handle it yourself. I have to cook here and don't have time to take care of you." After hanging up the phone, I wondered why these people were becoming less and less reliable. I reopened WeChat and sent another voice message. Did the delivery person make a mistake? This chicken is not the black-bone chicken I ordered. The other side quickly replied, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, it was our mistake. We sent Indonesian broiler chickens instead. Do you want us to send black-bone chickens instead now?" I frowned, glanced at the chicken on the table, and said casually, "Forget it. Let's just use this chicken today. Be more careful next time you serve food." After the voice chat ended, the audience in the live broadcast room had already exploded. "You can't even use a 20,000 yuan chicken? This is the difference in life." "Haha, is Lin Wuyu pretending?" "I don't think so." Lu Dong then explained, "Lin Wuyu's attitude is not fake. The state banquet has very high requirements for ingredients. If it is not a special local ingredient, the taste will be much worse." I glanced at the time and continued working, thinking about tonight's dishes. 2 hours of ingredient preparation and half an hour of cooking was just the right amount of time. When Su Yueling came home from get off work, she saw a table full of dishes on the dining table, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Mao's braised pork, braised lion's head, fresh soup, blackbone chicken. These are all state banquet dishes. Hearing her exclamation, I couldn't help but laugh. "Come and eat. You've worked hard all day. Make up for today." After hearing this, she smiled, sat down, and started eating. Bing Bing asked in the studio with a smile, "Miss Su, these dishes are of state banquet standard. Are your cooking skills also very good?" Su Yueling scratched her head a little embarrassedly. "My cooking skills are average. He eats whatever I cook and is never picky." "It seems that Lin Wuyu really loves you." Bing Bing smiled and blessed her. But Su Yueling shook her head gently. "No, he is just too lazy to cook as long as it can be eaten." Hearing her say that, I smiled secretly and focused on picking up a piece of lion head for her. It doesn't matter whether you are lazy or not, as long as you enjoy the meal. Chapter 0022, Who Hasn't Gotten Drunk? Real? Even though Bing Bing is knowledgeable and a supporter of the program crew, she is also eager to make some moves. That is a state banquet, specially used to entertain foreign dignitaries or heroes who have made great contributions to the country. Although the atmosphere of a state banquet is missing, it is a blessing to be able to taste the food of the state banquet. Of course it's true. When the time comes, just say you're a colleague in my company, and my husband won't doubt it. Su Yueling smiled and said that it was not too much to invite Bing Bing. Although she had few friends over the years, there were still one or two who visited her home. "Okay, everyone, then I will go to Miss Su's house and enjoy the state banquet treatment." After trying to refuse twice, Bing Bing put on a generous smile and spoke to the millions of viewers who were watching the live broadcast. "Fuck, I suddenly feel like Bing Bing is greedy. It looks just like me receiving New Year's money during the Spring Festival. I don't want it, I don't want it. Give it to me. Give it to me. It's a state banquet. If I'm invited, I'll definitely go. Don't even mention inviting me. As long as I know Su Yueling and Lin Wuyu a little bit, I will run into them at their mealtime at this time. The audience in the live broadcast room were filled with emotion. If they could taste a state banquet once in their life, they would be able to brag about it for the rest of their lives. Let's talk about Lin Wuyu here. After preparing all the meals, he cleaned up all traces of cooking. I also went out to throw away the garbage and bought a bottle of white wine in a white erguota bottle. Take out 2 antique yellow cups from the cabinet. Pour in a little erguota. How many times can one be sad in life? It is better to drink a glass of strong wine and let it flow eastward. Smelling the aroma of wine in the glass, Lin Wuyu showed a strange smile on his face. Why does this smile look a bit vulgar? Shocked, the national chef actually did this kind of thing at home. Thank for the title above. My new media just needs this kind of material. Take it. Thank you. Could it be that there are staff from the UC Shock department in the live broadcast room? Isn't it working hours now? The main job of our Shock department is to find all kinds of materials and deliver them to you through packaging and big data. A strong man does this at home. People's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be. This is something that only happens once in 1,000 years. In fact, 3 out of 10 people in the live broadcast room are office workers who take a break from their busy schedules and occasionally watch Understanding for some fun. According to statistics from the program team, 6/10 of the people in the live broadcast room are over 30 years old. Only 4/10 are under 30 years old. This gap is related to the nature of the program Understanding, which is mainly for the daily life of couples. Compared with those exciting variety shows with young and handsome men, it has a larger audience among married people. In a taxi on the way home, Su Yueling and Bingbing were also watching the live broadcast. Seeing Lin Wuyu obsessively smelling the aroma of the wine in the glass, Bingbing couldn't help but ask, "Miss Su, does Lin Wuyu rarely drink at home?" He rarely drinks because every time he gets drunk he talks a lot, so I forbid him to drink." Su Yueling stared at the screen intently, knowing that Lin Wuyu would take advantage of this feast to have a good drink. She still remembers vividly the last time Lin Wuyu got drunk. "What does Lin Wuyu say when he gets drunk?" Bingbing asked with some amusement, knowing that some people looked funny when they were drunk. He would shout that the president was his younger brother, serve him tea and water, and also say that he was the living Hua Ta, the richest man in the world, etc. Recalling Lin Wuyu's drunken appearance, Su Yueling also smiled. When others get drunk, they imagine that their god is Ultraman, but Lin Wuyu is more amazing. He directly imagines himself to be the richest man in the world, the living Hua Tua, and other lofty identities pop up. It seems that Lin Wuyu is really interesting. Without suspecting anything, Bingbing covered her mouth and smiled secretly. As for whether Lin Wuyu is really the president's elder brother, the living Hua Tua, and the richest man in the world, Bingbing would never believe it even if she were beaten to death. How is this possible? What would you think if your neighbor, who sleeps in every day and seems to have accomplished nothing, told you that he is actually the richest man in the world? Bragging. It's still the kind of awesomeness without any level. The plot in the movie is not reality. The real Lin Wuyu may have some money, but he is far from being the richest man in the world. There are many rich people in this world, and their wealth is unimaginable. They chatted all the way, and the relationship between Bingbing and Su Yueling, who were very good at conversation, gradually warmed up and became much more harmonious. Through communication with Su Yueling, Bingbing also learned some things about Lin Wuyu. 10 minutes later, the car was parked at the gate of the community, and Su Yueling's cell phone rang at this time. "Wife, when will you come back? The food from the restaurant has been delivered." Lin Wuyu in the room was extremely anxious. He calculated that he would finish the get-off work just in time to get off work. If you wait for more than half an hour, the taste of the food will be greatly reduced. Coupled with the constant smell of ergotu, the alcohol bug in his stomach was about to come out. "We've reached the gate of the community. Why don't I see anyone from the hotel?" Intently teasing Lin Wuyu, Su Yueling spoke in a tone that was half joking and half questioning. Lin Wuyu was stunned for a moment, holding the phone nervously. They were all wearing casual clothes. It's normal that you didn't see them. Come back quickly to eat. Without waiting for Su Yueling's response on the other end of the phone, Lin Wuyu hung up the phone in a hurry and left home in an extremely fast time. What is he trying to do? Are you looking for someone to play the role of a hotel staff member? That was a close call. I was almost caught by my wife. I have worked so hard for so many years to maintain my inability to cook. I must not expose it. Although Lin Wuyu has already exposed it, In order to avoid cooking, the kitchen god hid his identity for many years. But he didn't expect that his identity would be exposed because of... The audience in the live broadcast room laughed loudly. It feels really good to know other people's secrets. At the entrance of the community, after hanging up the phone, Su Yueling snorted coldly and walked quickly towards home with Bing Bing. She wanted to get back before Lin Wuyu to see what he was up to. It takes about 5 minutes to get from the community gate to the residence. If Su Yueling quickened her pace, it would only take 2 minutes to arrive. When she suddenly opened the door of her house, she had already anticipated Lin Wuyu's panic-stricken look. However, when the door was opened, Lin Wuyu was sitting on the sofa watching TV and looked up with surprise. This surprise was expressed just right. He didn't expect Su Yueling to come back so soon. Chapter 0023, I'll buy you the same one. Wife, didn't you say you were at the gate of the community? Why are you back so suddenly? Seeing that there was someone following Su Yueling, Lin Wuyu took out a cup from the cabinet and poured white wine into it, while saying with a hint of blame, "Why didn't you tell me that a friend was coming? What if I treat him with disrespect?" Laughing like crazy. In the live broadcast room, many people had smiles on their faces, and some people with low sense of humor even laughed out loud. Su Yueling and Bing Bing did not see what was happening in the live broadcast room, but they saw it clearly. Just 2 minutes, Lin Wuyu ran downstairs and bought many lunchboxes. He poured some soup into each dish to create traces of his visit to the restaurant. The speed of reaction and the quick switch to normal emotions at the last second is amazing. Touch Lin Wuyu's forehead, there will definitely be sweat. Panic. Lin Wuyu is panicking. Fuck, no wonder they say that having a wife makes one's acting skills so good. Yesterday, I went to the bathroom to smoke, and when I came back my wife asked me if I had smoked. I suddenly had an idea and said no without changing my expression, and she even stood on the moral high ground and pointed fingers at me. And then, brother, did it succeed? I succeeded. Now I don't have to go to work, and my wife cooks for me every day. I live a carefree life. The only drawback is that the wards in this hospital are not very comfortable. Zhuizhuizi, what? Did I scare you by coming back suddenly? Su Yueling put down her backpack with a smile and sat down at the dining table. Smelling the tempting aroma, she said with a little surprise, "The food prepared by the restaurant today is very good. The color is so good. How about we eat the food in the restaurant from now on?" Stop, wife. When Lin Wuyu heard that Su Yuling was going to eat in restaurants in the future, she immediately panicked. It's okay to eat food in restaurants occasionally, but the price is expensive and it's not as delicious and nutritious as what you cook. Eating too much is not good for your health. Just kidding, if he eats in a restaurant every day, then sooner or later, Chef Lin Wuyu's identity will be exposed, and then he will definitely be the one cooking every day. It's okay to cook occasionally, but cooking every day makes Lin Wuyu terrified. You can't understand your hatred for cooking unless you experience it frequently. Cooking occasionally is called cultivating your sentiments, while cooking every day is called your job. When something you love becomes your job, you will get tired of it no matter how good you are at it. I'm just saying, Bing Bing, come and sit down. You've been busy all day, and have a good meal. Su Yueling stopped at that point. Her purpose was to see Lin Wuyu's panicked expression. After achieving her goal, she felt a little hungry. It was lunchtime, the time to eat as usual. Okay, thank you, Sister Yueling. Bing Bing, who was standing aside, pretended to be very familiar with the situation and sat next to Su Yueling. She had been watching the couple's conversation just now and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Bing Bing, are you a colleague from Yueling Company? Nice to meet you. When Bing Bing was mentioned, Lin Wuyu looked at the other person seriously. On the surface, he said that he was happy to meet her, but from his expression, he didn't seem that happy. Since when did Su Yueling have a friend named Bing Bing? Lin Wuyu had never heard of it before. Bing Bing is a new employee in my company. She has helped me solve many problems. Seeing Lin Wuyu asking, Su Yuling immediately spoke up to smooth things over. Today we are working on the project investment together, so I invited her to come over for dinner. Is that so? Lin Wuyu nodded thoughtfully, and his attitude towards Bing Bing became much better. Yueling thanks you for your help in the company. Since everyone is hungry, let's eat first. After being busy for such a long time, I can finally enjoy the meal. The temperature was still there, and because Lin Wuyu covered it with a lid, not much heat was lost. After opening the lid, 9 delicious dishes appeared in front of the two. It's really a state banquet. The presentation is different. Looking at the 9 beautifully presented dishes on the table, host Bing Bing felt deeply moved. My stomach, which wasn't that hungry at first, suddenly started growling. Eat, eat. Lin Wu Yu, holding a wine glass in one hand and chopsticks in the other, spoke with a smile. No more nonsense. The three of them picked up their chopsticks and devoted themselves to eating. Oh my God! Suddenly, Bing Bing raised her head and sighed, causing Lin Wu Yu and Su Yu Ling, who were eating seriously, to look at her blankly. As if she realized that her performance was a bit too exaggerated, Bing Bing said a little embarrassedly, "It's delicious. I have never eaten such delicious food." You scared me. Lin Wu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and thought that he had found something unclean in the food. The two of them often eat dishes of this flavor, so they didn't feel it was that exaggerated. But it was different for Bing Bing when she tasted the state banquet for the first time. Her mouth was completely filled with the taste of the food, which went straight to her stomach. The food in this restaurant is pretty good. Yu Ling and I both like it very much. Yes, Su Yueling also agreed. Let's go to the restaurant to eat together someday. Then the experience will be even better. Lin Wuyu's expression suddenly slowed down, but he quickly adjusted himself and didn't show any sign of abnormality. Okay, we'll eat there next time. Do you think you can stump him just by showing up at the scene? There will naturally be a clever way to resolve the difficulties when the time comes. Looking at this makes me hungry. Even though I just finished a pot of braised pork, Miss Su has maintained such a good figure. It seems that it is natural. If I had a husband like Lin Wuyu, I guarantee that I would gain 10 pounds a month. No more talking, brothers. Let's go eat. Watching the live broadcast while eating gives me an immersive feeling. People who work hard to eat have a strong spirit of eating, and those who don't work hard are not human beings. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room decreased by as much as 1 million. Most of them were so greedy that they went out to eat. Raise a toast to celebrate my wife's successful bidding for her project. On the other side, Lin Wuyu finally found an excuse to drink and raised the glass in his hand. According to the company's regulations, Su Yueling, who is responsible for this bidding, can get a lot of bonuses, at least tens of thousands of yuan. The most important thing is that this has greatly increased Su Yueling's weight in the company. It is possible that Su Yueling will be the next manager. Okay, let's celebrate. Bing Bing, who was eating the food in big mouthfuls, hurriedly picked up the cup, but she didn't expect that she was too nervous. The cup suddenly fell to the ground. Bang! The khaki cup fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. Chapter 002, 4 National Collection? Sorry, I didn't mean it. The cup broke, and Bing Bing hurriedly got up from her seat and looked around for a broom to clean the room. It's okay. It's just a cup. It's broken. Honey, go get another one from the cupboard. Su Yueling comforted her, saying that it was just a cup and was not worth much. Okay. After hearing Su Yueling's arrangement, Lin Wuyu got up to clean the room and took out another cup from the cabinet. But this time the cup is no longer khaki, but pure white. There is a red dragon carved on the top of the cup, which looks as real as ever. I'm sorry. Where did you buy this cup? I'll buy 2 next time I come. Bing Bing was still embarrassed after breaking the cup. After all, this is someone else's home, and she must compensate for breaking someone else's cup. It would be inappropriate to talk about giving money. Su Yueling would definitely not take it. It would be better to buy a cup. I can understand why Bing Bing broke the cup. I often break cups and bowls. My mom scolded me many times. I am very careful every time I eat. I can tell from the looks of it that you guys played too much with morning glories when you were little. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Morning glory? That's just something adults use to trick children. How many people's childhoods were tortured by the thought of breaking bowls while picking morning glories? I was one of those who was deeply affected by this. It's so embarrassing. I've experienced Bing Bing's embarrassment. I think I can dig out a Thompson first floor building with my toes. I did something similar decades ago. I was so embarrassed that I dug a hole in the ground. I didn't expect to become the subject of research by scientists. You are so naughty. Come here, bring me my Fong Tianhua Ji, and peel some grapes for you. Please take a seat, my friend. Let me show you how to eat abalone raw. JPG. The audience in the live broadcast room started driving, which made the director of the program team nervous for a moment, and he stopped the increasingly serious wind direction. He also told the audience in the live broadcast room that they needed to vent their emotions rationally, and they must vent their emotions rationally. What does Mr. Lee's venting have to do with me, Mr. Wong? I just can't let off steam rationally. I'll do it 100 times today. I won't stop until my kidneys fail. Where is the applause of the leather friends? You all have talked so much. I just passed out while playing Thunder Fighter, and I just woke up now. There are so many pictures. I instantly became energetic. Fuck, the live broadcast room has been polluted by you men. If you want to go somewhere else, remember to tell me the group number. Got it, miss. Would you like to exchange resources? Omega. Seeing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was about to be polluted, the director quickly turned the camera to the situation at Lin Wu-yu's home. At this time, Lin Wu-yu said that he wanted to laugh. That cup cannot be bought. I have to say that Bing Bing cannot afford to pay for it. Forget it, forget it. I bought that cup at a street stall for $1. It's not worth much. Don't break this again. It's $5 each. To adjust the atmosphere, Lin Wu-yu turned around and picked up the broken cups on the ground. The cup was broken, so be it. What made him sad was that the ergo-2 inside had all spilled on the ground. I'm really sorry. I broke a cup while coming here to eat. Seeing that Lin Wu-yu and Su Yu-ling were so generous, Bing Bing no longer insisted. She also thinks the cup is not worth much, so she has this attitude. If the cup was replaced with something like a mobile phone, I would probably have to pay some compensation. It's okay. This cup is so ugly. I'll be happy if I break it. Su Yuling glanced at the khaki cup with disgust. Hearing this, Lin Wu-yu, who was carrying the tools, was stunned for a moment. Ugly? This cup is actually very pretty. The scene of the program crew. Due to Bing Bing's temporary departure, the person responsible for the program explanation is now a new host. Host Jiang Yu is also the host of an episode of Learning, but because her speaking level and the popularity of her live broadcast were not as high as Bing Bing's, she was transferred to other programs. She was wearing a light yellow dress and had a sweet smile on her face. She said, "A broken cup can reveal a lot of information." Lin Wu-yu and Su Yu-ling are both generous people, and the table shows a person's character. There is a kind of etiquette in the table culture. That is, when eating, you must keep the surroundings clean, and when toasting, you can't turn the dishes around in the plate. This new host is a bit boring. Who told you that you can tell a person's character by looking at the dining table? These are all feudal superstitions. Do I need to be careful about eating with my family? I'm here to watch the show, not to listen to your lectures. Bing Bing, come back soon. The audience in the live broadcast room was very emotional and did not like Jiang Yu's speech. They were just looking for some fun out of boredom, and they must have felt uncomfortable when they were taught such things, especially such wrong remarks. The director on the side shouted directly to the audience, asking Jiang Yu to leave temporarily, and planned to call Bing Bing and ask her to come back to continue working. However, before Jiang Yu could step down from the stage, a staff member from the program team volunteered to go up and explain. Director, I usually collect things, and that khaki cup seems unusual. Since it was a live broadcast, the staff's words could be heard directly by all the audience. What's unusual? A khaki cup. Could it be a valuable work of art? Don't be ridiculous. If it's a real work of art, who would drink with it? If it's accidentally broken, it would be a huge loss. Let's see what this staff member says. Maybe it really is a good thing. That's possible. After all, he's a former state banquet attendee, so it's normal to give him 3 cups. The cup may actually have some collectible value. The director took a look at the user's comments and asked the staff to explain. He also thought that the khaki cup was very ordinary and there was nothing much to explain. But it's better than netizens driving, right? If we continue to drive on, the loss of audience is one thing, but being warned of program blocking is a serious problem. After straightening their clothes, the staff member stood on the podium somewhat nervously. He is a middle-aged man with average looks. He is responsible for adjusting the picture clarity in the program team. It was because of this job that he was able to see the full appearance of the khaki cup. After calming down a bit, the staff member said, "The khaki cup you see is probably a set of cups issued by the state. It was first released in 1952. Because of its special craftsmanship and master-level design, it has become a favorite of many collectors. It is called the Yin Huang Porcelain Cup. Chapter 0025. Accidentally broke tens of thousands of dollars? Yin Huang Porcelain Cup. This cup is a well-known collection among cup collectors. At an auction held by an antique lover, a single Yin Huang porcelain cup was sold for 77,777 yuan. Why did these 777 appear? We need to ask the auctioneer. Fuck. Does that mean this shit yellow cup is a collector's item issued by the state? This is the first time I've heard that cups have Chinese editions. Logically, shouldn't there only be commemorative coins? There are so many things you don't know. If you're not involved in a circle, of course you don't know what is going on in that circle. It seems that Bing Bing is in trouble. She broke the cup that Lin Wu had collected. What's important is the meaning given by the cup. I finally understand why Lin Wu showed that expression. Lin Wu, okay, buy me a cup. No way, The cup issued by the state is so ugly. Most of the audience still couldn't understand it because there was really nothing special about the cup. It was khaki inside and out and looked ordinary. If you sell it on the street, the price of a cup would be at most 10 yuan. The design of the yin huang porcelain cup is mainly on its interior. The staff member continued to explain. Seeing the broken cup on the ground, his heart suddenly ached for no reason. Look inside. Did you find some small golden particles? They are broken gold. The manufacturing process of this cup is the best in the country, and the flag of the dragon country is left inside. The appearance of the yin huang porcelain cup is really ordinary. But those who know the industry know that its manufacturing process is exquisite. It is fired layer by layer, purely handmade, and the dragon country flag icon left inside is something that ordinary people really cannot achieve. The implication of the yin huang porcelain cup is to conceal one's true beauty, which is in line with the Dragon Kingdom's philosophy of not being arrogant or impatient, and having gold and jade within, which has been passed down for thousands of years. I didn't expect that an ordinary cup could have so many details. I'm really ignorant after all. It's a pity that such a collectible cup was broken by Bing Bing. Strange. How can Lin Wuyue's family use such a cup as a wine glass? Don't they know the price? It's normal. My chopsticks are made of pure gold. Did I say anything? My toilet is made of jade because it keeps my butt from sweating when I sit on it in the summer. Netizens in the live broadcast room were discussing the matter. Half joking, half curious. If a normal person knew the origin of the cup, he would not use it for daily use. It would break if you were not careful. How regrettable would that be? Unless Lin Wuyu is a wealthy man. But from what I've learned these days, Lin Wuyu doesn't seem to be a wealthy man. A single cup like this costs 77,000 yuan. The current market price is 70,000 yuan. If 3 are sold together, it will probably be 250,000 yuan. The staff member assessed. He is a senior collector of cups and is very familiar with the prices of yin huang porcelain cups. There are a total of 100 authentic yin huang porcelain cups on the market, most of which are in the hands of wealthy businessmen and politicians. Ordinary collectors basically have no chance of getting them. It's such a pity that a yin huang porcelain cup disappeared from the world just like that. The staff decided in their hearts that after get off work, they would go to the trash can downstairs of Lin Wuyu's house and wait to pick up the fragments of the yin huang porcelain cup. There might still be a chance to make amends. He just happened to know someone who specialized in repairing this kind of porcelain, and the damage to the surface of the yin huang porcelain cup didn't seem that serious, so there was still time to repair it. 250,000? If one is broken, we will lose 80,000. I really can't afford to pay for this cup. It's not that I can't afford it, but I just didn't expect the cup to be so expensive. Explain the new cup quickly. It doesn't look like an ordinary cup. Yes, that long red dragon on it looks very nice. Much better than the yin huang porcelain cup. Everyone in the live broadcast room suddenly became excited, and their curiosity about antiques swelled at this moment. Who doesn't want to get rich overnight? What if they also have such antique cups at home, and they take them out and sell them for hundreds of thousands of dollars? Wouldn't that mean they have earned hundreds of thousands of dollars for free? Seeing the high demand from the audience, the production crew rushed to the stage and asked the staff to explain the new cup. What is displayed on the screen at this moment is the scene on the dining table. After learning that the cup was just a cheap product, Bing Bing continued to eat and drink as a matter of course. It is hard to imagine that a beautiful host who seems to be very concerned about her image would turn into a foodie anchor on the platform and finish many meals in a short time. On the contrary, Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling didn't eat much. Just taste it briefly and finish it quickly. Eat slowly. Eat slowly. There are many dishes to cook. Su Yuling greeted Bing Bing with a smile and scooped a bowl of rich chicken soup from the pot and placed it in front of Bing Bing. Tasty. After taking a sip of the chicken soup, Bing Bing was immediately addicted to it. She didn't care about her image at all and drank the bowl in one gulp. Nima, is this still my goddess, Bing Bing? The milky white soup flows down the neck to the chest. Is it really that delicious? No one can resist delicious food. The way Bing Bing drinks soup looks just like 200 yuan worth of love. The camera was focused on the wine glass on the table. The white ceramic glass had a red dragon wrapped around it, and it didn't look like a street stall item. This cup should be a red dragon porcelain jade cup. I heard from an expert in the antique collection circle that the red dragon porcelain jade cup was the last masterpiece of a master. He passed away after making 3 red dragon porcelain jade cups, and the whereabouts of the 3 cups are unknown. There are rumors that the cup was passed on to the master's descendants, and some say that the master gave it to a few people. I didn't expect that one of them was actually here with Lin Wuyu. The staff were amazed. The Red Dragon Porcelain Jade Cup is the pinnacle of modern porcelain production. The top master left after completing the last piece. For this final masterpiece, he held on for more than a year and was not willing to leave until he saw the Red Dragon Porcelain Jade Cup with his own eyes. How much is this cup? It's no use talking so much, which master? I'm more curious about how much it's worth. Compared to the master's deeds, the audience is more curious about the price of the cup. Who cares what master he is? Only those who make expensive things are masters. Someone once offered 330,000 yuan to buy the Red Dragon Porcelain Jade Cup, but no one was willing to buy it. The staff sighed and spoke slowly. 330,000? Fuck, this master is quite powerful. A cup is worth 330,000? Where did Lin Wuyu get the cup? Lin Wuyu is one of the winners of the cup? Then what is the relationship between him and a master? Chapter 0026. Take a look at the novel you wrote. Let's talk about Lin Wuyu. After eating and drinking, the three of them sat on the sofa and chatted, eating fruit and talking about company matters. Most of the time, it was Bing Bing who explained to Lin Wuyu. After all, Bing Bing was just an imposter and would make mistakes if she spoke too much. It's really strange today. Suddenly, many people want to invest in our project, and they are all big companies. Su Yueling intentionally or unintentionally brought the topic to the project, because she also wanted to know the answer. When did Lin Wuyu and Wuyu Capital become involved? Lin Wuyu studied at the International Finance Institute, and Su Yueling had heard him talk about it. However, according to Lin Wuyu's story, the School of Finance felt that he was too obsessed with material things, so he dropped out after only 1 year of study. This is just good luck. My wife, you work so hard. Good things will never go unnoticed. Good projects will never be buried. Lin Wuyu said while chewing an apple, his eyes fixed on the screen. Really? Su Yueling curled her lips. Then why did I find that these companies are subsidiaries of Wuyu Capital? Puff! Lin Wuyu, who was watching TV, spat out the apple and was extremely panicked. Looking at Su Yueling and Bing Bing, who were staring at him, Lin Wuyu exhaled slowly twice and decided that it was time to reveal some of the secret. He spoke in a serious tone and slowly said, Wuyu Capital was founded by a friend of mine at the International Finance Institute. He admired me very much and thought that I would be a dragon among men in the future. I didn't expect that this guy would name his company directly after me. Worship you. Su Yueling looked Lin Wuyu up and down and didn't think she was that dazzling. Of course, you don't know how powerful I am. The reason why this kid has achieved what he has today is because of my guidance. Crossing his legs, Lin Wuyu spoke confidently. That arrogant expression almost made the audience in the live broadcast room believe it. I don't believe you. The lecturer at the International Finance Institute is at least the president of a billionaire group. Could it be that the president of Chinny Group can't give a better lecture than Lin Wuyu? Anyway, I don't believe it. I searched online and found that there are only 2 people in China who have given lectures at the International Finance Institute. One is Mr. Li from the real estate company, and the other is Jack Ma. Poochie, Lin Wuyu is quite cute when she's pretending to be cool. You little rascal, you're quite naughty. To be honest, I have taught Lin Wuyu cooking skills. The reason why he became a national chef was because of my casual advice that day. Well, I'll reveal my true colors. I'm from the year 2077. If you want to know tomorrow's lottery numbers, just give me $1,000. The audience in the live broadcast room imitated Lin Wuyu's tone, which was completely teasing. It is outrageous that Lin Wuyu guided the boss of Wuyu Capital to start a business. Not to mention that the audience in the live broadcast room didn't believe it. Su Yueling and Bing Bing didn't believe a word of it. Bing Bing couldn't help but expose it. Then why is it that according to Tian Yanka, the legal representative of Wuyu Capital is Lin Wuyu? Brother-in-law, you're a little dishonest. Lin Wuyu's brain was spinning rapidly, and he said, I once registered a company for him, and he owns 1% of the shares in Wuyu Capital. I don't know what the current market value of Wuyu Capital is. I'll sell the shares when I'm short of money. 1% of the shares may seem like a piece of $100, but when converted to large companies and large groups, it represents more than just $1. You really own 1%? Until now, Su Yueling really believed it a little. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Lin Wuyu could attract investors in droves just by making a phone call. How much would a 1% stake cost if sold? Is there any expert who can explain this to me? I checked the total market value of Wuyu Capital, and it's over 300 billion, which is about 1 billion. Fuck, so awesome. Was your elementary school math taught by your physical education teacher? If you convert a market value of 300 billion, wouldn't that be more than 3 billion? More than 3 billion? That's awesome. Lin Wuyu is so rich. If I had so much money, why would I work or write novels? I can't spend more than 3 billion in my lifetime, right? You're exaggerating. The market value and share price fluctuate a lot. The actual amount that can be converted is at most a few hundred million. You're overestimating. A person with a finance certification and his title analyzed. However, for ordinary people, a few hundred million is really enough for a lifetime. They can buy a house worth several million, a car worth hundreds of thousands, and the remaining money can be used for frequent travel. But playing stocks is not like being a retail investor. Even if they use the dividends from their monthly investments, it is enough to cover their daily expenses. Most people invest to get a wave of dividends. If you can get 1% of Wuyu Capital shares, the annual dividend will be at least hundreds of thousands. Therefore, selling shares is not cost-effective. When you are really short of money, you can distribute some shares, but selling all of them is a stupid act. Fuck, this isn't just hidden money. This is a hidden rich man. No wonder the Yin Huang porcelain cup broke. Lin Wuyu didn't have any serious emotions because he is not short of money. It's possible that Lin Wuyu has forgotten about this 1% of shares. I think it's very likely. I kind of agree with this analysis. Several hundred million was really shocking. They thought that Lin Wuyu's private money would not exceed 1 million. But who knew that the unit would be directly 100 million? If an ordinary person works hard all his life but does not encounter any opportunities, his lifetime wealth will only be a few million. At this moment, Su Yueling and Lin Wuyu became nouveau riche. How many other things have you done behind my back? Let me see that share. Su Yueling was also overwhelmed by the 1% stake. If she had known that there were shares worth hundreds of millions, why would she go out to work? I gave that 1% of shares to others, namely the subsidiaries of Wuyu Capital. Looking at the furious Su Yueling, Lin Wuyu rubbed against her side and spoke softly. Oh my God! Bing Bing, who was standing by, was so angry that her blood was boiling and she almost died of anger in Lin Wuyu's house. How much of a spendthrift must one be to be able to give away shares worth hundreds of millions of yuan? Fortunately, this is not her husband. Fortunately, I have nothing to say. I had an opportunity to get rich, but I gave it to someone else. Chapter 0027 just gave you this garbage? Su Yueling wanted to cry, but had no tears. She didn't know what to say. That's several hundred million. If Lin Wuyu gave less, the remaining would be enough for them to use in the future. Unfortunately, Lin Wuyu gave the shares to them before, and the two of them had not met each other yet. What is missed can only be missed. Are we really going to force those investment companies to pay it back? Don't be ridiculous. Who would be willing to give back something they have already obtained? What's more, the shares of Wuyu Capital are worth hundreds of millions. If this was my husband, I really couldn't help but do it. Is Miss Sue's heart okay? I hope nothing will happen to her. Looking at the situation, I won't do anything. Even if I do, I won't be able to recover those hundreds of millions. It can only be said that Lin Wuyu and the billions of dollars were not destined to be together, so they had to miss it. If something does not belong to you, it will be useless to force it to stay. The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly realized. Finally, Lin Wuyu called, and those investment companies invested in the project. How can we not do something with the hundreds of millions of dollars? The money they invested was probably tens of millions at most, but the money they got back was dozens of times their investment. Sister Yueling, don't be angry. Aren't you living well now? Bing Bing stroked Su Yueling's back, feeling lucky that she didn't have such good luck. Otherwise, it would be really sad. Watching billions of dollars slip away from one's side, something that was sent away with one's own hands. Anyone except Lin Wuyu would be heartbroken. I'm not angry. I only get really worried when I think about how many billions I have. I'm always worried that Wuyu Capital will collapse, and I'm worried that the bank will collapse. I'm almost depressed. It's okay to work in an ordinary job and earn money with your own hands. Su Yueling exhaled twice and comforted herself. She is not someone who loves money so much, and she will return to normal as long as she calms down. Anyway, her current job is pretty good. Lin Wuyu earns around 10,000 yuan a month from writing books, which is enough for their lives. Brother Lin, you gave them shares. Didn't they give you something in return? Bing Bing on the side asked curiously. If Lin Wuyu gave hundreds of millions of shares to those people but got nothing in return, it would be really painful. After being asked this question, everyone pricked up their ears. wanting to know what other silly behaviors Lin Wu might have. Even Sui Welling, who said she didn't care, took it seriously and listened quietly. After thinking for a while, Lin Wu replied, "They sent a lot of things. The yellow drinking cup was given by Xiao Wang, the kitchen knife was given by Xiao Zhang, and the pickle jar was given by Xiao Li. Just give these scraps of copper and iron?" Su Yueling stood up suddenly. Giving away a few hundred million was fine, but after those people got the benefits, they actually gave away kitchen knives and cups? Isn't it obvious that Lin Wuyu is being bullied, as if she were a fool? Yes, this is enough. Lin Wuyu nodded without noticing anything was wrong. Is that cup the one I broke before? Bing Bing was also confused. She originally thought that he would give her some money, or a house, or a car. As a result, they just gave away some cups and kitchen knives. What the hell is this? 1% of Wii U Capital's shares and assets worth hundreds of millions in value, just in exchange for some kitchen utensils? She originally thought that the cup Lin Wii U was talking about was an antique, but after thinking about the appearance of the previously broken cup, she really didn't think it was an antique. Bing Bing doesn't know the price of the cup yet. If Bing Bing knew that the cup she broke was worth tens of thousands of dollars, she would probably want to vomit blood. A cup worth tens of thousands of yuan is quite expensive. 3 cups are worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, and there is also the red dragon porcelain jade cup worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. I feel that the gift is still valuable. It's a pity that Lin Wuyu squandered the gift by using a cup worth tens of thousands of dollars as an everyday cup. It turns out that this wasn't a state banquet gift, but a gift in exchange for hundreds of millions of shares. The live broadcast became more and more interesting as the stories intertwined with each other. How bold was Lin Wuyu back then to do such things? Just this kitchen knife? Just this vegetable jar? Sui Welling ran to the kitchen and took out a kitchen knife and a vegetable jar. Her face was frozen, and she didn't know how to express herself. She uses this kitchen knife frequently. It is much easier to use than other kitchen knives on the market and is very convenient for chopping bones and cutting meat. The vegetable jar is not bad, but it is a bit small and can't hold much sauerkraut. Who would have thought that the things I use every day actually cost hundreds of millions? So, this kitchen knife and jar are worth tens of millions. Ha! The metaphor above is very vivid. Can one describe one's worth like this? Staff, come and analyze whether this kitchen knife is an antique. And that vegetable jar, maybe it's an antique too? At the scene of the program, after Sui Welling took out the kitchen knife and the vegetable jar, the director immediately focused the camera on the two objects. The kitchen knife is silver in color and looks extremely sharp due to frequent use. The things engraved on the surface have lost their original appearance due to long-term use, and a claw can be vaguely seen. There is a round seal on the handle of the knife. It seems that Lin Wuyu is written on it. As for the jar, its surface was covered with a layer of smooth glaze that was red in color, but was covered with a lot of dust. The volume is about the same as a bucket of pure water, with a round lid on the top that provides a very good seal. There were no patterns on the surface of the jar, but there was also an inconspicuous seal, which seemed to be Wuyu. I'm sure this vegetable jar and kitchen knife are not antiques issued by the state. I'm sure this vegetable jar is not the emperor's urinal. I'm sure this kitchen knife is really a kitchen knife. It's confirmed. The value of these things is not as high as that of the cup. Xiao Wang, who gave the cup, still has some conscience. At least the cup he gave is quite valuable. He is not like Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li, who found a cheap product, printed the words Wu Yu on it, and gave it to Lin Wu Yu as a gift. The staff looked left and right, but could not connect the kitchen knife and jar in front of them with the antiques in their memory. Besides, he only knew a little about cups and had only a vague understanding of other antiques. I can't tell. If there is a gentleman who knows the subject, please analyze it. I really can't do anything. He shook his head and thought to himself that they were just an ordinary kitchen knife and jar. Putting down the microphone, the staff member turned around and left. Chapter 0028, I am good at writing healing novels. This is the production crew scene of the show Understanding, where the capable are on top and the incompetent are demoted. Anyone who knows these things, go up and tell us about them, and your salary will be increased by 20% at the end of the month. The director looked around at the staff behind the scenes and made a harsh statement. In his opinion, the vegetable jar must be more than just a vegetable jar, and as for the kitchen knife, it should be an ordinary kitchen knife. I haven't heard of any particular requirements for kitchen knives. Could it be the legendary divine weapon? One that can recognize its master with a drop of blood and kill immortals in the sky? In the real world, there are no demons, ghosts, monsters, or monsters. The staff behind the scenes looked at each other, but no one stood up. None of them are professional antique appraisers. If they had the abilities of antique appraisers, they would not have to work as employees in the program crew. Dear viewers, we need to connect with an antique appraiser to appraise the antiques. Please wait patiently for a moment. Seeing that it was impossible to use personnel for free, the director had to go on stage himself and planned to connect with a master of antique appraisal. Host Jiang Yu once again took the podium. It was obvious that she had been severely warned by the director. This time she did not say much. Dear audience, the appraisal expert we are connecting with is one of the best antique appraisers in the country. He is very well known in the industry. Video connection starts. Master Wang is connected. A small chat box appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room, and an old man wearing a black Zhongshan suit and glasses was seen sitting at a red and black table. This is the antique appraisal expert that the program team spent tens of thousands of dollars to invite. Wang Yin is known as Wang Jinyan in the antique world. The reason for this nickname is that Wang Yin has a unique vision and can tell whether many antiques are real or fake before he even handles them. Hello everyone in the live broadcast room. The screen was linked successfully. Wang Yin waved at the camera, and the smile on his face was as bright as a flower. Isn't it brilliant? Just by taking a look and appearing on camera for a few minutes, you can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you can also increase your own popularity. It's absolutely cost-effective. This old man is quite easygoing. They actually invited Wang Jinyan. The production team really spent a lot of money. Who is Wang Jinyan? Is he very powerful? I don't know if it's amazing or not. But anyway, the old man can tell at a glance whether your breasts are real or not. Fuck, so awesome. Master Wang, come and analyze what kind of antique this vegetable jar is. Many netizens have heard of the name Wang Jinyan. This old man is no ordinary person. Although he looks like a man in his 70s, it is actually just an appearance. His real age is less than 60 years old. When Wang Jinyan's name became known, there was another key thing. That was a hot internet meme that was widely circulated some time ago. Someone brought an antique from a museum to Wang Jinyan and asked him about it. Wang Jinyan replied, "My dear, you will be sentenced to 15 years in prison for this." Then Wang Jinyan became popular for no apparent reason. The outbursts on the internet are sometimes really speechless. Even a fart can become a hot topic. There are also many strange routines, such as human oil, live broadcast proposal, etc. There are too many routines. First, let's take a look at the appearance of the jar. Since he took money from others, Wang Jinyan naturally had to make some presence felt. He casually glanced at the vegetable jar in the picture and just opened his mouth to say something, when his whole body seemed to be struck by lightning, and he stood there in a daze. This thing must be a fake. Without waiting for the audience to react, Wang Jinyan shouted loudly, "Fake!" Everyone's expression froze. Could it be that the vegetable jar is really some kind of precious antique, or just a fake? Is this expert reliable? I can do that too. This person must be a human. What is a fake? Are there fake and real vegetable jars? Then Master Wang, come and take a look and see if the one in my house is a fake. As soon as the master opens his mouth, we know whether there is any or not. Everyone was laughing and no one was serious. However, Wang Jinyan, who was on the line, was very emotional, and his chest kept rising and falling. Master Wang, please explain this to the audience in detail. Jiang Yu tilted her head and spoke. The production team had spent a lot of money to invite Wang Jinyan to come out. They wanted to solve the problem just by saying it was a fake. How could it be so easy? Then it would be too easy to get these hundreds of thousands. I said it was a fake because I have seen this jar and knife before. After calming down a bit, Wang Jinyan realized that they were still in the middle of recording the show and needed to explain. The jar and knife were given to a chef by a royal family 1,000 years ago. You may not understand why the emperor gave a kitchen knife and a vegetable jar to a chef, but it seems to have no effect, right? But this jar is different. The chef was the most famous chef in ancient times. The ceramic industry at that time reached the peak of Dragon Country, and he created many brilliant things such as this jar. It can be used to make soup and vegetables more flavorful. The kitchen knife is made of meteorite iron from outer space, and it is extremely sharp. When my master explained it to me, he said that the jar and the knife had long been lost, and it was impossible to get them. If they still existed in this world, the value of the two would be at least 3 million. In front of millions of viewers in front of the camera, Wang Jinyan spoke slowly. His master is a legendary treasure appraiser in the country. And what he says is absolutely true. So, this is why Wang Jinyan said it was a fake as soon as he saw it. With the passage of time and the change of dynasties, the chef's family might have lost these two things long ago, and Lin Wuyu would not have been able to obtain them. I see. So it must be a fake. I told you. How could Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li be so kind as to give Lin Wuyu something worth 3 million? Lin Wuyu is so miserable. Don't make a fuss. At least one of the things is real, and it's worth hundreds of thousands. Ha ha ha. There were originally several 100 million left. After the analysis, Wang Jinyan hung up the video call with a heavy heart. The vegetable jar and kitchen knife he saw today reminded him of an old memory about his master who had disappeared for a long time. Wang Jinyan believes that he would not have achieved what he has today without the guidance of his master. The other side. Several people in Lin Wuyu's family turned on their computers because Bing Bing kept clamoring to read the novel written by Lin Wuyu. Lin Wuyu had no choice but to turn on the computer at the request of Su Yueling and Bing Bing. Brother Lin, what type of novels do you write? I like reading urban romance novels. While watching Lin Wuyu turn on the computer, Bing Bing also said that she knew the novel. At least you understand a classification. I write healing novels specifically designed to heal people's hearts. Lin Wuyu said seriously. Chapter 0029, is this the cure you mentioned? Healing novel? Honey, I remember it's not a healing novel. Su Yueling was at a loss. She had once taken a quick glance at Lin Wuyu's writings, and they seemed to be some of the best novels that were very popular with readers. She once clicked on the comments on the novel and found that many people gave it 5-star ratings and were happy to give rewards. However, the online novels involved Su Yueling's blind spots and knowledge, and she didn't know whether Lin Wuyu's data was good or bad. At first, they regarded the reward points as money and believed that Lin Wuyu lived on rewards, with millions of rewards. Later, I found out that $1 can be exchanged for 100 reward points, and millions is only about 10,000 yuan. The plot is mainly a healing plot, allowing readers to find the value of their own existence from the novel and be full of hope for life. Lin Wuyu said clearly while opening the writer's backstage. I saw a lot of information piled up in the background. Dear author Yu Epuji, your novel will receive a monthly ticket. Dear author Yu Epuji, your novel received 1,000 reward points. Dear author Yu Epuji, you have updated for 11 consecutive days. Good updates can stabilize the readers. Only updated for 11 consecutive days? Bing Bing spotted the key news with her sharp eyes and saw those dazzling 11 days at a glance. She also read some novels, but unfortunately, the authors updated more and more slowly later on, so she lost interest. It seems that Lin Wuyu is also a student of the Gugu class and has received professional training. Well, sometimes I lack the plot in my mind. You can't understand the difficulties of online writers. Lin Wuyu paused and explained seriously. These words were greatly recognized by the netizens in the live broadcast room. Among the millions of viewers, there are naturally people who specialize in online writing. Yes, Lin Wuyu is right. It's not that we don't want to update. We have to think about the plot every day. We don't have that much time. A cup of tea, a pack of cigarettes, and writing on and off all day long. Looking back, I only wrote 2,500 words a day. Little author, if you don't update your article, keep your ears erect, spank your butt, and pick your ears. Write 55,000 words today. So it's you pigeons. We're planning to eat squab today. I'm curious about the novel written by Lin Wuyu. It received so many monthly votes. The performance of the novel should be quite good. Yes, I think there are at least thousands of subscriptions. I didn't expect that Lin Wuyu is on the same website as me. People who work in the online literature field curiously observe Lin Wuyu's author ID. The name of the ID is Yu Epuji, and after searching on the browser, a work actually appeared. Piracy is everywhere. Pirated websites have become legitimate websites and have to protect the interests of readers. As a result, the authors who have worked hard to write their works have become tools to work for them for free. The great author Chun, she also visited the live broadcast room in his spare time. He is an author of a website and has written many top-notch novels, becoming a god-level writer on the largest domestic novel platform. Moreover, he is also called one of the 5 whites of Central Plains by netizens. Chun-Shi is now getting older, and his physical strength and endurance are no longer what they used to be. It is not easy to keep updating 6,000 words a day. Yu Epuji? I seem to have seen this ID somewhere. Muttering to himself, Chun-Shi opened the reading app on the official website and searched for the author's name Lin Wuyu curiously. After such a search, I actually found a novel. There are only 200,000 words at the moment, and it will be on the shelves soon. Even though this novel only has 200,000 words, the data is very high, and the various rewards and comments are almost as good as the performance of his first book. You have to know that he is using his own famous account to publish the book, so naturally there will be many fans joining him. Many fans who like his novels will give him a lot of rewards in the early stage. As a result, Yia launched a new author account, which had hundreds of thousands of fans with only 200,000 words. Fuck, isn't this the novel we were discussing in the group? It was not until this time that Chun-Shi suddenly remembered where he had seen this novel. Great author chat group. This group is full of great writers from various websites. How do you describe a great writer? It means that the copyright of a novel can be sold for tens of millions, and all of them are great writers with a net worth of tens of millions. There are only 8 people in the entire group chat, including outside websites and great writers from the same website. Occasionally, they would exchange information in the group and learn from each other. In the book, A Little Healing Trick Every Day, written by Yaya Pujia. It is the new work that they discussed heatedly some time ago. The author of this work is a complete newcomer, but he gained a large number of readers after the first recommendation, and then the data began to soar. Opening the chat history of the group chat, Chun-Shi wanted to see the comments from group members. The great horror author. I was fascinated by it. This is definitely not a novice author. Urban god author. He writes love stories much better than I do. The great author of urban heterogeneity. Wow, this plot is too attractive. No wonder the data is so high. Shinsha novel author. When it comes to novels, I only admire Yaya Puja now. I don't know which great god pseudonym this is. Who among you has become so awesome? After feeling depressed for a long time, Chun-Shi slowly typed out a line of words. Is this novel really that good? Didi. The message was replied instantly. But he's a great urban author. This guy wrote nearly 10 million words in a novel, turning it from urban to fantasy. Of course it looks good. Lao Chen, I highly recommend you go see it. It's very healing. Not only did the urban master author recommend it, other online master authors also responded, and they all highly praised the daily healing trick. This is too exaggerated. Chun-Shi was dumbfounded. You know, everyone in the group is a great writer, and they are masters of many subjects. It is very difficult to achieve consistent likes. What's more, they are great authors themselves, and it's normal for them to be a little arrogant. Those who actively say that others are great rarely agree with them from the bottom of their hearts. Out of curiosity, Chun-Shi opened the novel written by Lin Wuyu. He was confused at first, but then he was completely immersed in reading the novel. Some words can touch everyone's heart. There is no doubt that this magic power exists in Lin Wuyu's novels. Chapter 0030 Reveal the Moon Goddess's Disguise. Half an hour later, Chun-Shi exited the novel interface with reluctance, having already read the last chapter. He couldn't define the subject matter of the novel. He said it was an urban story, but it had a weird vibe to it. He said it was a fantasy story, but it clearly had an urban background. The interlocking stories and the enlightenment to people make people unconsciously put themselves into the roles of the novel and experience a different life. It's really a very good work. Switching to the live broadcast room of understanding, Chun-Shi looked at Lin Wuyu's young face and felt that the young man in front of him had become unfathomable. Your novel is quite interesting. He is a funny guy, and the plots he writes are also funny. In front of the computer, Bing Bing and Su Yueling, who didn't know about one healing tip every day, were still discussing it foolishly. They only read it for about 10 minutes and found the plot of the novel very funny. Funny, right? What I want is the healing effect. Lin Wuyu had a smile on his face. However, in the eyes of the live audience, this novel is not that funny. They found the name of the novel, searched for it on the website, and read it with great interest. After a long time, someone finished reading the novel first and left a comment in the live broadcast room. This novel is really good. It has a lot of funny plots and it relieved my mood. Why do you think this novel is funny? Why do I see so much sadness when I read it? My feeling when watching the novel is different from yours. When I watched it, I only felt a deep melancholy. It takes a very melancholy person to write such a novel. I don't like it because the novel speaks too directly about the shortcomings of human nature. The only bright spots are those glorious ones. I suspect we are not reading the same novel. No wonder the data is so good. Lin Wuyu's level is no different from that of the masters. What great god! I feel like this is 100 times better than the novel written by third young master. After different opinions were expressed, the audience suddenly discovered a strange phenomenon. That is, everyone's reading experience was somewhat different. Some people thought the novel was very funny. Some thought it was a pure and refreshing novel. And occasionally there would be a few toxic points that could be ignored. Some people even think that this is a modern masterpiece that directly dissects human nature and lays it out before our eyes in a bloody manner. Dee Dee Dee. An abrupt and continuous reminder sound rang out. A lot of new information has appeared in the writer's backstage. Monthly ticket plus one. Monthly ticket plus one. Monthly ticket plus 10,086. Tip plus 100. Plus 1,000. Plus 10,000. The number of fans increased by 10,000. The number of fans increased by 100,000. The number of fans increased by 500,000. Fuck. Lin Wuyu stared dumbfounded at the pieces of news that shocked his vision. It's not because the data is too explosive, but because we haven't figured out where these people come from. Logically speaking, the number of fans will only increase dramatically when a novel is recommended, but now the authorities basically control whether a novel can make money. As long as we use big data to push it up, no matter how bad the novel is, it won't have too bad performance. That shouldn't be the case. This is my small account, no one will find out. Lin Wuyu muttered to herself, unaware that Bing Bing and Su Yuling beside her were rewarding the novel. One gave a reward of 100 yuan, and the other gave a reward of 1,400 yuan. The one who gave the 100 yuan tip was naturally Bing Bing. Using this method to repay the money for the cup can be considered a clever way. Little did she know that Lin Wuyu didn't care about the 100 yuan she gave him at all. After dividing the profits, I only got 50 yuan. Compensation for the cup? This amount of money is really not enough. Su Yuling was very smart with the reward money. The Chinese Valentine's Day was approaching, and she knew that the reward amount would be split in half. Out of a reward of 1,400 yuan, Lin Wuyu would get 520 yuan. It just reads out what I wanted to say. Wow, honey, your novel has suddenly become popular. Please update more today. Su Yuling naturally also saw the messages that appeared one after another. Looking at Lin Wuyu's puzzled expression, he couldn't help but laugh secretly. She and Bing Bing both knew that it must be the viewers in the live broadcast room who searched for the novel, which was why such a result was achieved. It can also be considered as a disguised way of helping Lin Wuyu's novels make money. Lin Wuyu. God help me. This novel is really good. I feel healed. This is the first time I've read such a good novel. Fuck. Chunxi's account has received 10,000 yuan in rewards. Other great players have also given rewards. I didn't realize that Lin Wuyu is such a great writer. His writing is simply amazing. He describes the parts that should be emphasized and uses a simple writing style for the parts that shouldn't be emphasized. Why do I feel like this writing style is a bit familiar? Some readers smell the same scent. They had read a novel which was also a masterpiece from a few years ago and was regarded as a classic by many people. Unfortunately, after the author of that novel finished one, he quietly stopped writing new novels. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. The novel is still ranked on the bestseller list. Brothers, have you ever seen I Came from the Underworld? Of course I have. Almost all old bookworms have read this novel. Yes, it was a masterpiece. It's a pity that the author didn't continue writing books. We can't see such a masterpiece again. I probably earned hundreds of millions from one book, and I achieved financial freedom. That's not what I want to say. What I want to say is, do you feel that Yuxin's writing style is a little similar to Yu Yu Pu Jie? After being enlightened by readers, some people went out of their way to find that novel for comparison. And after such a comparison, they really are somewhat similar. As we all know, when most online writers write novels, their habitual narrative style is very obvious. Especially those great authors with new ideas, you can see their differences more intuitively. There are many similarities in the writing styles between Yu Yu Epug and Yuexin. No way, Lin Wuyu is the moon god. The moon goddess is like a god in my heart. Please don't scare me. Excuse me, who is Lin Wuyu? Since the audience of the live broadcast room posted on the Shuhan District Forum, most readers do not know about the Understanding program. There's no point in saying more. I'll just give you a link. Once you go in, you'll know what's going on. Chapter 0031 Lin Wuyu is the moon god. The loyal fans of A Healing Tip Every Day who got the link opened it and entered it immediately. When they saw Lin Wuyu logging into the writer's backstage and chatting happily in the picture, they were all shocked. The person who wrote this masterpiece of online literature is actually the young man in front of me. Lin Wuyu's appearance can definitely be described as young, at most in his 20s. He is handsome, and his every move is full of confidence. Moreover, Lin Wuyu is very likely the moon god himself. This shocked everyone even more. If what happened is true, then how evil is Lin Wuyu? You have to know that when that masterpiece began to appear, Lin Wuyu was at most in his teens, less than 20 years old. He is so powerful at such a young age, he is truly a monster. I have reservations. It is possible that Lin Wuyu is the moon goddess, but it is also possible that she is not, because this is really beyond my understanding. I don't think a young person can have those rich life experiences and understanding of the world. At the very least, they can only be middle-aged people in their 30s. That's not necessarily true. There are also online novels with authors who became famous at the age of 18. They are very powerful and talented. It doesn't matter if Lin Wuyu is the moon god or not. As long as he finishes writing this novel, it's fine. If you keep going on like this, what if you don't see any new novels? Some people reminded us not to disrupt the life of the creator, otherwise a good work would be lost. The best audience is not to understand the creator himself, but to focus on the work. Suddenly, the reader's movements became much quieter. Even though Yushin's novel had become a legend and was frequently discussed in various forums over the years, they still restrained themselves in the end. Some people also stayed in the live broadcast room, full of curiosity about Lin Wuyu. I'm going home now. My workday is over. Thank you for your hospitality. Inside the residential complex, Bingbing stood at the gate and said goodbye to Lin Wuyu and his wife with a beautiful smile. Today's experience was great. I completed the requirements of the program team, found the name of Lin Wuyu's novel, and tasted the delicious food of the state banquet. The only flaw was that he accidentally broke a cup in Lin Wuyu's house, which made Bing Bing a little embarrassed. Fortunately, she also gave some money as a reward, which was considered as compensation. Take care on your journey. We'll talk about work in detail tomorrow. Sui Welling waved with a smile and watched Bing Bing get into the car and leave. Afterwards, she and Lin Wuyu strolled in the green belt of the community, feeling the cool evening breeze and the scent of everyday life. Hubby, are you hiding something from me? No, honey, I do have some little secrets, but I hide them for a reason. Lin Wuyu's heart was struck by lightning. He glanced at the beautiful Su Yuling beside him and said in a serious tone, "If you really want to know, honey, I can tell you." "It's okay." Su Yuling shook her head. She felt that she was thinking too much. No matter what secrets Lin Wuyu was hiding, it could not change how good Lin Wuyu was to her. Why do you still think about so many things? It only adds to your sadness and is meaningless. They walked for a long time. It had been a long time since they had felt the evening breeze and were busy with their lives. The live broadcast room on the other side was in a very uncomfortable situation. They haven't seen Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling for a long time, which makes them a little bored. "Everyone come drive, I'll go first." Okay, driving is a human pleasure. Driving for one day is driving. Driving for 2 days is driving. What's the point of driving? I advise you to take care of yourself. In fact, the root of driving comes from your desires. Mastering your own desires is the standard for those who can achieve great things. Bah! If a person who achieves great things doesn't have desires, then he won't achieve great things, and he will be as carefree as an old, bald donkey like you. Entrepreneurs want to make money. Isn't that a desire? Celebrities want to be famous. Isn't that a desire? As long as everyone has desires, you actually tell people not to have desires. This is anti-human. Donor. Haha. Why did an old bald donkey suddenly appear in the live broadcast room? I really don't like monks. In troubled times, Taoists go down the mountain and monks go into seclusion. In prosperous times, Taoists go into seclusion and monks go down the mountain. Those who understand will understand. Don't be so extreme. There are good and bad in everything. My young master is just extreme. Every time when the show gets quiet like this, the production crew feels powerless. The netizens of this generation are really good at making trouble. Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling did not appear in just a few minutes. They openly drove in the live broadcast room, and some people started fighting over words. It greatly affects the environment of the live broadcast room. Jiang Yu, let's insert 2 commercials. It will be ready in a few minutes. There was no other choice but for the director to let Jiang Yu insert 2 commercials. The Understanding program has a lot of funding, and the main source is investors and sponsors. They will also insert advertisements when necessary. Dear audience, in this hot summer, what would it feel like to drink milk tea with the person you love? Evening breeze, milk tea. You and me. Maybe without me. There would be no evening breeze, but milk tea is easy to get. Michelle Ice City. A cup of milk tea is only 6 or 7 yuan, delicious and affordable. New customers can get a free meal if they place an order. Holding up a cup of Michelle Ice City milk tea, Jiangyu, who was wearing a light yellow dress, smiled and spoke. Insert an advertisement in a stiff yet not stiff way. At the last moment, Michelle Ice City's theme sounded in the live broadcast room. You love me, I love you, Michelle Ice City is sweet. Audience, you're trying to trick me into drinking Michelle Ice City again. Host, you're so mean. To be honest, I am Yin Shuyi, and Michelle Bingcheng is the best. What's so sweet? I don't have a girlfriend. If Miss Jiangyu is willing to be my girlfriend, I will buy you Michelle Ice City milk tea every day. Wherever you desire, you will definitely. Jiangyu, who was hosting the show, inserted a milk commercial and then picked up her phone to observe the effect of the commercial. When she saw the audience in the live broadcast room actually started driving at her, she felt terrible. Will Miss Jiangyu lick the lid when drinking yogurt? How to lick it? Show me upstairs. I'll let Yaya show you when we get home. It's this unhealthy picture cannot be displayed. Fuck, this move is pretty cool. Little tongue is pretty sexy. This live broadcast room is completely useless. They drive away as soon as they disagree with something. I am a girl, and I really like watching the driving part, but sometimes I don't understand what they are saying. Chapter 032 Acting. It's all acting. After walking for more than half an hour, Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling returned home. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. After they finished washing up, they returned to the bedroom, and the live broadcast was interrupted. The bored netizens dispersed one after another, and some began to read Lin Wuyu's novel out of curiosity. At first, I thought it was recommended by others, and I would just give it a try, but I became addicted to it as soon as I saw it. 8 p.m. Something appeared on the internet, and what you thought was not what you thought. While you were laughing and sighing, those who planned it were sitting there counting money. As soon as the post was published, the number of clicks immediately reached thousands. It's amazing that someone found the post, and it seems to be talking about a current show. That is understanding. The poster of the post believes that understanding is wasting people's time and selling entertainment to the public. The first episode of the program team chose a rural couple, and the selling point is that their life is lower than that of city people. It seriously affects people's values. It is discrimination against rural people. The second episode chose an ordinary urban couple, and the effect was pretty good. But things got outrageous by the third episode. The production team openly began to insult the audience's IQ. They said that the content of the live broadcast was very real, but in fact it was all a scripted interpretation. Lin Wuyu is not a national chef. Lin Wuyu is not the author of the novel. In the post, this person used many facts to prove his point, and what he said really made sense. Shit, could this be true? No way. I watch this show every day, and I think it's pretty good. It shouldn't be a script. The production team is pretty good. At least I didn't see any scripted performances. Everything was live broadcast. This person is just making false accusations. If Lin Wuyu and his wife are acting as the script requires, then I will eat shit live on the spot. That's not necessary. Some loyal fans of the show, understanding, have great faith in the program team. They are all old viewers and know the style of this program. The most important thing is authenticity, and the second is to satisfy the audience's curiosity. The original purpose was to observe the little secrets between couples and enhance the understanding between them. In a dark room, a thin man sat in front of the computer, looking at the large number of righteous comments under the post, and snorted coldly. His hands tapped on the keyboard, like a feast for his fingertips, and the keyboard made a nonstop clicking sound. In just over 10 minutes, the man wrote and revised an article and published it again. How could there be a fool in the world who would give away hundreds of millions of shares? Everyone, think carefully. Don't you think this statement is a little false? Besides, Lin Wuyu is just an ordinary person. The dishes he makes are actually very ordinary. You haven't tasted them. If they say it is at the top level of a state banquet, then it must be a state banquet. After the post was published, the audience in the live broadcast room, who had been steadfast in their belief, also began to waver. Could it be that Lin Wuyu is really an actor invited by the program team? How do you explain Lin Wuyu's superb knife skills and the chef certification hidden in his home? It shouldn't be like this. But what the poster of this post said is also very good. There are indeed many doubts in many places. Giving away hundreds of millions of shares to others. Maybe Lin Wuyu is really a fool. But can a fool write a novel of that level? There are so many doubts that some radical people directly thought it was a script by the program team and immediately ran to the live broadcast room to make a lot of remarks. Boycott the understanding program team for treating millions of viewers as a fool's entertainment. This is a rubbish show. It's all scripted. I live in the same neighborhood as Lin Wu-yu. Every day, I see many production crew members walking around downstairs. Isn't this a script? I am Lin Wu-yu. I swear here that all the plots of the program team are fake. I am not a cooking god. I am not a great author. And I don't have a fortune of hundreds of millions. I'm Lin Wu-yu's cousin. We grew up together. In the past few days, Lin Wu-yu told me that he was going to act in a play. I didn't know what kind of play he was going to act in. So many people who know Lin Wu-yu suddenly appeared. You Black fans are really awesome. The tempo was set, and the entire live broadcast room was filled with scripted programs, consuming the words of the masses. On site of the understanding program crew, the director's head was covered in sweat, and he was holding the phone and talking to people everywhere. In just a few minutes, he had received calls from 4 or 5 partners asking for a solution. If the rumor-mongering led to a loss of traffic and a decrease in their revenue, Zhang would have to intervene. Director, that post has been reposted more and more often, and a staff member trotted to the director's side and spoke intermittently. What else? The director couldn't help but raise his voice. He was not angry at the staff, but was annoyed by the partners behind the scenes. These people were happy when he collected the money, but he would hold them accountable once problems occurred. There are also people from media companies involved in this and are leading the trend. The staff took out their mobile phones and searched for Lin Wu-yu on the largest short video software in the country, and many anti-counterfeiting videos appeared. That's cruel. It seems like we have touched many people's cakes. Do you really think there is no one standing behind understanding? The director laughed out of anger. He looked at the chaotic production crew and suddenly shouted for everyone to quiet down. Everyone stood in front of the director in an orderly manner, including Bing Bing, who had just returned from Lin Wu-yu's house. After she came back, she realized that she had made a big mistake. She actually broke a cup worth 70 or 80,000 yuan in Lin Wu-yu's house. But before they could pay compensation, the program crew suddenly fell into chaos. Bing Bing, go and maintain order in the live broadcast room. Master Liu and Xiao Wang went to connect with Mr. Zhang and said we needed help to suppress the power of the media. Xiao Li, go ask for public relations and issue an official announcement. We will file a lawsuit and hold those who spread the rumors accountable to the end. Jiang Yu, come here for a moment and call Mr. Dong. I'll teach you how to talk. At this moment, the director resumed his normal methods, calmly and methodically explaining the various arrangements. Since someone wants to shake the interests of their program team, then let's take advantage of this outburst of public opinion and bring the show's audience to an unprecedented peak. They didn't use a script anyway. Aren't those variety shows that use scripts still watched by a large audience? But when they didn't use scripts and were falsely accused of using scripts, they encountered this problem. Someone is causing trouble. Chapter 033, you're telling me you're acting at this level? Early the next morning, Su Yueling received a notification from the program team. Bing Bing sounded anxious during the chat, and it was obvious that something serious had happened. Ms. Su, please quietly bring your husband's chef certificate here tomorrow. Our production team is in trouble. Thank you very much. Need a chef certificate? Su Yueling was at a loss. She turned on her mobile phone while in the toilet. When she watched the live broadcast room of the program team, she realized how serious the problem was. There are actually people who doubt that Lin Wu-yu is not a national chef. Just kidding. If you want to say whether Lin Wu-yu's level is that of a national chef, then Su Yueling and Bing Bing are both witnesses. His skills are more than enough to make him a world-class chef, let alone a national chef. Good. She typed her answer briefly in the chat box. Then he opened the bathroom door and walked out. Lin Wu-yu happened to meet him and looked at Su Yueling with curiosity, saying, "Wife, why did you get up so early today?" Quietly turning off the phone screen, Su Yueling coughed and said, "The company project is completed, but there is still a handover ceremony to participate in, so I have to get up early." "Is that so?" Lin Wu-yu nodded thoughtfully. "Then I'll go make breakfast for you?" "Okay." Subconsciously, Su Yueling answered. But he soon found himself exposed, because Lin Wu-yu once said that she couldn't cook and her cooking skills were very poor. Doesn't this mean that he knew that Lin Wu-yu's cooking was delicious? After thinking for a while, Su Yueling added, "Is the breakfast you made edible? If not, I'd better go out and buy 2 buns." "It's okay. I learned how to make breakfast online." I promise it will be delicious. Lin Wuyu patted his chest and made the promise solemnly. He knew that Su Yueling's least favorite food was steamed buns, and she said that she would feel uncomfortable in her stomach if she ate too many buns. How can I let Su Yueling eat something she doesn't like? Hubby, you're so nice. I'm going to change my clothes now. After giving Lin Wuyu a light kiss on the cheek, Su Yueling walked towards the bedroom with joy. Looking at her back, Lin Wuyu's mouth curled up slightly, and he decided to make a delicious and stomach-nourishing Yangchun noodles for his wife. Good morning, everyone. Into the live broadcast room, some viewers entered one after another. It couldn't be said that there were many people online, only about tens of thousands. It seems like you're all-night owls. Did you not sleep all night? Oh my God! I was tortured by the post last night. As soon as I closed my eyes, I thought of Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling as a script. I couldn't fall asleep at all. Me too. If I don't understand this matter clearly, I really can't accept it in my heart. Look at you guys. Aren't you going to see Lin Wuyu cooking again? We'll know the real situation soon. Yes, we didn't record the video before, so that person took advantage of it. This time we will record the video completely to let him know the level of the god of cooking. Screen recording has started. Everyone please stop driving. In order to prove that Lin Wuyu is not a fake, this time the program crew plans to broadcast the entire process of Lin Wuyu cooking live. Let those haters see whether the program production team has faked the program or not. Hello everyone, the program team is currently handling what happened last night. For those who maliciously spread rumors and caused losses to us, we will take legal action and let the law punish them. Host Bingbing stood on the podium with dark circles under her eyes. What happened yesterday was the first serious doubt that Understanding has encountered since its launch. It is not ruled out that the other party has the help of a team and intends to reduce the popularity of the Understanding program team. Isn't it? It is said that people in the same industry are enemies. In the past few days, the popularity of the Lin Wuyu couple has been increasing. The number of online viewers has reached millions every day, taking away a lot of traffic. In such a situation, it is inevitable that some jealous people will appear. The slander they encountered this time must have been organized by someone. Perhaps it was a rival variety show. In order to alleviate the loss of traffic caused by the rumor-mongering incident, the staff of the program team worked overtime last night and did not have time to rest until late at night. As the main host of the show, Bingbing is naturally one of the participants. Ms. Bingbing, we trust the production team. I'm speechless to those who maliciously spread rumors. If they can't stand seeing other people's programs doing well, why don't they just make a program of their own? Why hide behind and spread rumors? Someone bring me my 100,000 gene sledgehammer so I can give the haters a thump on the back. Brother Black Fan, please take a seat. I have prepared 10 ruhua for you. Please enjoy them slowly. Ruhua is really cruel. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room gradually increased. Most of the people who showed up at this point were loyal fans, so there was no chaos. Seeing Lin Wuyu in the picture starting to cook, everyone became curious. Some of them were new viewers who came yesterday, who came for Lin Wuyu's novel and wanted to see the real person. Lin Wuyu first heated up the oil in a pan. Then the eggshell broke with a light tap, and then he put the egg into the pan and fried it into a sizzling egg. The whole process takes no more than 30 seconds. With a slight exertion of the arm, the egg in the pan will roll over. A national chef is a national chef. Even frying an egg is so beautiful. That's right. You didn't see the video of the state banquet yesterday. I was completely confused by it. After watching Lin Wuyu's cooking video, I realized that I had been a chef for nothing all these years. Those haters have no basis at all. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Lin Wuyu's cooking skills are very good. It can't be fake. You can't fake your cooking skills, but what about other things? You won't tell me that Lin Wuyu is not only an excellent cook, but also a great author. Black fans are black fans. They can make arguments on many grounds. Just as everyone was discussing heatedly, another scene appeared in the live broadcast room. But it was Su Yueling who secretly poked her head out of the bedroom to observe Lin Wuyu's movements. Miss Su, what are you doing? Something. Beautiful Lady Bingbing. Why don't you come out and explain it quickly? When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. I feel like this scene is familiar. The host Bingbing smiled and directly showed her chat record. In order to prove whether Lin Wuyu's chef certificate is authentic, we asked Miss Su to bring the state banquet invitation certificate and invite a national chef participant to the scene to judge whether it is authentic. At that moment, Bing Bing directly released the cruel information. Chapter 0034, A Legendary Man. So you want to steal the chef's certificate? The production team must have been pushed into a corner. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done this. It's all the fault of those haters. They really have nothing better to do. If they don't like something, then they don't like it. Why come here to slander me? You don't understand this, right? The production team did something wrong. They said they wanted to give everyone the most realistic program effect and show the little secrets between couples. But in the end, they secretly made up a script? If you were the audience, do you think this was right? How much money did those people give you? If you have a way, please lead us. Money is not important. I just want to join your army. Brothers, I have lurked in the group chat of the Black fans. These people are paid to do things. They can get $1 for replying to the post, $1.50 for actively posting, and $3 for stirring up trouble in the live broadcast room. Here are the screenshots I took in the group chat. Send it to everyone to see. Someone with nothing to do lurked in the group chat of Black fans and indeed found some people who were instigating trouble. Even in the chat logs, these people directly said that they wanted to design flawless traces, making the audience believe what they said. Once the photo was released, the number of online trolls decreased significantly. It is obvious that the person in charge is checking out the undercover agents in the group. Magic City. Inside Jiangbei Building. Some of the country's top media companies are established here. At this time, in a luxuriously decorated room, a young man with a feminine appearance was sitting on a leather sofa. The young man held a mobile phone in his hand, smiling as if he was chatting with someone. They want to fight against counterfeiting? Then let them expose the fakery. Even if it's not the program team's fault, there must be something wrong with this family. The young man had a confident smile on his face and was extremely confident in his speculation. How could there be such a brilliant person in the world who could bring two completely unrelated professions to perfection? Anyway, young people don't believe it. If Lin Wuyu is really a national chef and also a great author, how could he possibly hide? There is only one statement that can stand up. That is, Lin Wuyu or the program team is putting on a show. The other side. Lin Wuyu operated very smoothly in the kitchen and completed all the preparations easily. 2 bowls of yanchun noodles with scallion oil floating on them are ready. The soup is light but has a strong scallion aroma. Wife, it's time to eat. Lin Wuyu walked out carrying 2 bowls of plain noodles with a smug smile on his face. He really looked like someone who had just learned how to cook. Okay, Su Yueling, who had come out of the storage room a long time ago, pretended nothing had happened and sat at the table to eat noodles naturally. The aroma of onions filled her mouth. How about it? Looking at Su Yueling taking 2 big bites in a row, Lin Wuyu asked curiously. Su Yueling nodded. It's delicious. I'll just let you cook from now on. What? This is not the answer Lin Wuyu wanted. It's not good to cook every day. I will learn how to make this dish now. You know the other dishes, wife. Lin Wuyu scratched his head in embarrassment. It's okay. I think you have a good talent for cooking. You will be able to do it if you learn more, Su Yueling said with confidence. But Lin Wuyu was at a loss for words and didn't know how to answer for a moment. This couple is truly the best actors. One pretends to be ignorant while knowing the truth, and the other pretends to be clear while knowing the truth. This is so funny. From now on, I will keep a little secret from my husband and tell him that I can't cook. Huh? This is so funny. I will keep this a secret from my husband from now on. On the surface, I like him very much, but in fact, I like all handsome guys. Huh? Where did this hermaphrodite come from? Honey, I'm going to work. After finishing the plain noodles on the table, Su Yueling put on her small bag and prepared to leave. The main purpose today is to get Lin Wuyu's chef certificate. Now that it is in the backpack, it must be delivered to the program crew as soon as possible. I heard that someone who was once a special guest chef for a state banquet is also on the show's set and should be able to prove Lin Wuyu's identity. As Lin Wuyu's wife, Su Yueling believes that Lin Wuyu's cooking skills are definitely those of the top national chefs. So many people said that Lin Wuyu's cooking skills were fake. Of course, she felt very unconvinced. Be careful on the road. Go slowly. Lin Wuyu, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, shouted at Su Yueling's back. Once they were sure that Su Yueling had disappeared, they immediately started cheering. He quickly washed the 2 dirty dishes, sat down on the sofa, took out a game console from the small cabinet, and started playing the game happily. My wife is not at home. Passionate games. Online Didi. Humming an incoherent slogan, Lin Wuyu suddenly opened the King of Fighters interface. Ha! King of Fighters, this game is simply my childhood. My wife is not at home. passionate entertainment, online DD. Damn, Lin Wuyu is so naughty. Men like this are really interesting. The production crew, please move the camera forward quickly so that we can see Lin Wuyu's skills. This live broadcast program is mainly for middle-aged people, most of whom have played the game King of Fighters in their childhood. In those days, game halls were filled with arcade games, and the King of Fighters was one of the best. It is a man's pleasure to pound the arcade machine madly and turn the handle vigorously. This is the main reason why arcade machines break down so quickly. It was not easy to find a good machine at that time. As time goes by and various entertainment activities emerge, people are no longer interested in single-player King of Fighters entertainment. Children watch cartoons while secretly opening games and play them for the whole day. This is exactly how the primary school students became interested in online games. In the picture, Lin Wuyu's hand speed was extremely fast, and he defeated his opponent with just a few combos. He had been practicing for a long time and had won consecutive games, which made him feel very bored. It's so lonely to be invincible. It would be great if there was an opponent to defeat me. The KO icon appeared on the game console. Lin Wuyu raised his head with melancholy, not to mention how showy he was. Can you tolerate this? I can't stand this. The box Street Fighter King requests a fight. Along the streets, ask who's the boss. Stop kidding. Lin Wuyu's skills are very good. This level is enough to beat me. You know what? This move is connected very well. It looks like you've practiced it many times. It seems that Lin Wuyu is also a senior game enthusiast. Why do you guys like games so much? The characters are so ugly, not fun at all. Men's pleasures are simple. How can you women understand them? Yes, but unfortunately the passion of youth is gone. Now I am the father of 3 children. Chapter 0035. Dig out the proof again. It seems that it is because of the King of Fighters game that many people have thought about the past. Who hasn't had a youth? Who hasn't had that passionate time? But he will eventually be defeated by reality. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation occupy a large part of his life. With the worry about survival and family, there is no longer any youth left. After finishing a game, Lin Wuyu turned around and sat in front of the computer. Everyone originally thought that he was going to start working and write a novel. Even the program crew thought it was a good opportunity to prove Lin Wuyu's talent as the author. So they pulled the camera to the front and magnified it many times. However, Lin Wuyu opened a folder on the desktop, which had resources written on it. I understood it instantly. The show is getting unserious now. Lin Wuyu is driving us. It turns out that Lin Wuyu is also into this. I look forward to seeing the resources. What do resources mean? Resources are learning materials. I don't know if this resource is the same as mine, smirk. The file opens. The result was beyond everyone's imagination. It turned out to be a huge pile of games, with a lot of surface settings, requiring 7 or 8 folders to be opened in succession. There are a lot of game files such as Legend, Blade Soul, CF, and so on. They are all PC games that were very popular on the internet in the early years. Let's just play Legend. I haven't logged in to check it out for a long time. With a mutter, Lin Wuyu opened the interface of the legendary game. Those seemingly inferior graphics cannot be compared with current games, but they are the memories of a generation. After opening his personal panel, Lin Wuyu found that he had received many private messages, all of which were sent by people in the past few years. Fuck! When the data of the personal panel was presented in the live broadcast room, everyone who had played Legend was shocked. Even the staff members of the program team were shaking their hands. Lin Wuyu's name is Wuyu God of War. The maximum level is 999. Luxurious equipment. Well-deserved equipment for the rich. All attributes have reached the top level, and it belongs to the ancient players. War God Wuyu. Why am I not familiar with this ID? Looking at this level, even the 8L back then was about the same level, right? The ID 8L, as well as players like Hunshuwu and Xiaoxiami, are all legends in the hearts of the older generation of legendary players. Soul 15 fought against 50 people alone and did not lose the upper hand. The player Xiao Xiami became famous in siege battles. The phrase "legend will never fall" and "the past will never fall" has become Xiao Xiami's slogan. He has strong leadership skills and holds a high level in the team. There is also Prince Dan, who was a prominent figure of the same period as the fiery Emperor Qianlong. When he was holding the Dragon Slayer and wearing the God of War suit, he shouted, "The Dragon Slayer is in my hand. The world is mine. I command the world, and no one dares to disobey." It has become a noun for its domineering nature. As for 8L, almost all players who play Legend have heard of this ID. He is undoubtedly a big spender who uses money to pile up levels and even asks the game officials to actively increase the levels. The sentence, "Don't use your annual salary to challenge my pocket money," proves the tyranny of the rich who spend money on Krypton. But no one has ever heard of the ID, Wuyu War God. Just when everyone was curious, Lin Wuyu opened the message panel. Suddenly, all kinds of private messages appeared before my eyes. Xiao Shumi, Master, when will you come to our family? 8L, Moonless God of War, can we meet in private and teach me some legendary techniques? Soul 15, I am really convinced this time. Great Master, please teach me. I can only fight 50 people by myself now. I can't fight more than that. How do you manage to fight 100 people? The representatives of various legends actually all knew Lin Wuyu. I have nothing to say. One man against 100? Could it be that Lin Wuyu was the one who did what happened back then? Look at this equipment. Lin Wuyu must have spent a lot of money on it. At least 10 million. Fuck 10 million to top up the game? Isn't that crazy? What's 10 million? Back then, 8L topped up at least 30 million. Maybe 8L is a legendary partner. He recharged so much but actually didn't use much of the money. You underestimate the world of the rich. Never use your annual salary to challenge the pocket money of the rich. No way. Is the ID Wu Yu Zhanshun so powerful? So many legendary gods have contact with him, and some are even begging him on their knees. Everyone was confused. They are all veteran players of Legend, and they remember the names of the main masters, but they are unaware of the existence of the Moonless God of War. But could this person who impressed so many big guys be an ordinary player? I remember now. The Moonless War God is the one who led a family to challenge the 10 major families. If the Moonless War God didn't exist, we would definitely not win. Now that you mention it, I seem to remember an incident that was widely rumored back then. The great gods like Soul 15 found a person to fight one-on-one, but ended up getting beaten so badly that their equipment exploded. Even they themselves said that this person existed. Fuck, this person is Lin Wuyu. In an instant, it was confirmed. Everyone suddenly felt that Lin Wuyu had become terrifying. They did not expect that he was actually a legendary boss. As we all know, the most popular era of Legend was 2001. But by 2007, it had gradually lost its former popularity. Now it has been nearly 20 years, and the accumulated recharge of 10 million is not a lot. But the one who can spend so much money on Legend is definitely not an ordinary player. You can figure it out just by thinking with your, but it's good enough for ordinary people to recharge tens of thousands of yuan, but those who recharge tens of millions are still ordinary players. But it's normal when you think about it. Lin Wuyu is the specially invited chef for the state banquet. His cooking skills must have been extraordinary in his early years, so it is normal for him to have so much money. Besides, he had the experience of giving away hundreds of millions of shares to others. When he thought about recharging 10 million in Legend, it didn't seem so exaggerated. If I sell this game account, I can at least get a car in return, right? I don't dare to recharge so much money. As for what we did before, those who recharge so much money now are basically wealthy people with a lot of wealth. In 2001, Lin Wuyu was only a few years old, right? He started playing Legend at that time, and he was so good at it. You reminded me. Gradually, everyone discovered a strange place. If Lin Wuyu was really an ancient god, then he must have been very young when he played the game. How can you have so much money to top up at such a young age? It seems a bit strange. This shows that Lin Wuyu's family might be very rich. It's a pity that Su Yueling is not here yet, otherwise Bing Bing would definitely give them an answer. Chapter 0036 Chef Lin Story. 10 o'clock in the morning. The number of online viewers for the live broadcast of Understanding reached more than 2 million. The number of trees of online viewers is exactly what the program team wants. Now that Miss Su has arrived at the show, we will immediately invite the chef for the state banquet to show up. Bing Bing's expression became much more serious. They have to prove the authenticity of the program team and also prove Lin Wuyu's identity. Su Yueling on the side looked at the stage curiously. After Bing Bing said, "Please come forward," a chef in his 60s walked up from the seats below. Why do you say he is a chef? He was wearing chef's clothes and looked a little bloated, so it was hard not to mistake him for a chef. "Hello, Chef Jiang. Before we start the proof, could you please introduce yourself?" Bing Bing came to the chef holding the microphone, and a sweet smile finally appeared on her face. "Okay." Chef Jiang nodded and introduced himself solemnly. My name is Jiang Guangwei. 3 generations of my family have been chefs. My father is a chef at the state banquet. I also inherited my father's skills and have been working as a chef at the state banquet for nearly 10 years. I wouldn't say I know all the chefs at the state banquet, but I definitely know the head chef. This is my proof. After saying that, Chef Jiang looked behind him and saw many pictures appearing on the screen. The first picture shows a photo of Jiang Guangwei and the country's top 2 leaders. The second photo is a group photo of many chefs. And the seventh one on the right is Jiang Guangwei. The third photo is filled with certificates of various honors, as well as the certificate of being the special chef for the state banquet. If we say what is the most powerful proof, then the certificate of honor in this picture is the best interpretation, because no one dares to steal the country's medal once discovered. It is illegal. How dares such a big production team to fake things in front of so many people? He's really a great chef. The production team is awesome. They directly invited the chef of the state banquet. This chef has been here for 10 years. You should know about Lin Wuyu, right? Of course. If you don't know Lin Wuyu, it means that Lin Wuyu is really not the chef of the state banquet. Look at those photos. Damn, they're all great chefs. Why is the chef in the middle wearing a mask? The others have taken off their masks. He looks slim and looks like a young man. Could that person be Lin Wuyu? I haven't seen any photo of Lin Wuyu among the others. Listen to what Chef Jiang has to say. As soon as the photo was taken out, most people believed Jiang Guangwei's identity, and only a few people who still insisted did not change their minds. It only proves Jiang Guangwei's identity, but there is no definite statement as to whether Lin Wuyu is the chef of the state banquet. Master Jiang. Have you ever heard of Lin Wuyu? Bingbing knew the audience's curiosity and politely asked Jiang Guangwei. This chef is a national-level veteran chef and has very powerful connections behind him. The reason why the Understanding program team was able to invite Jiang Guangwei this time was because their boss behind them made the effort to invite him. Beforehand, Jiang Guangwei had no idea who he was going to prove, nor did he know Lin Wuyu's real name. Lin Wuyu. Hearing this name, Chef Jiang was stunned. How do you know this person? Is there really a story? Judging from Chef Jiang's reaction, he must know Lin Wuyu. Acquaintances can be divided into several types. Maybe Lin Wuyu secretly learned some skills from him, but are all bad relationships. Of course, we met through the show. Chef Jiang, are you here to tease us? Chef Jiang. Young people, take care of yourself. Chef Jiang. Are you polite? Not to mention that the audience in the live broadcast room became interested. Bingbing and Su Yueling became nervous, fearing that Lin Wuyu really did not have a good relationship with Chef Jiang. This is Lin Wuyu's wife. Lin Wuyu is a guest of our program. Bingbing explained reluctantly. The Understanding program has been established for such a long time. Master Jiang should know the main content of their program team. As expected, Chef Jiang's eyes widened, and he looked at Su Yueling beside him in disbelief, his voice trembling a little. So you are Chef Lin's wife? I'm so sorry. Live broadcast room audience? Bingbing. Program team? What happened? No, it's okay. Su Yueling was at a loss, not understanding why this national-level chef was so polite to her. Could it be that Chef Lin may not have told you, so you don't know me? Jiang Guangwei's eyes turned red in an instant, and he told an experience in front of the camera. It is true that he is a national-level chef, but he is not a great chef among the chefs at state banquets. He has always been an assistant to the chefs who cook, not the head chef. There is usually one head chef for a state banquet, and under him are 2 or 3 chefs who are mainly responsible for cooking. The other dozen or so chefs were all helpers. At that time, Jiang Guangwei helped the chef behind the state banquet for a long time, but he never grasped the essence of cooking and was never able to fulfill his father's wish. Just when he was completely desperate, a new chef came to the backstage. The new chef was a young man in his 20s. Apart from his good looks, there was nothing else that other chefs liked about him. They couldn't understand why such young people were allowed to participate in a national banquet. You have to know that all the chefs for state banquets are in their 40s or 30s, and they have gone through thousands of training sessions to achieve what they have today. However, the young man proved his strength that day, and his knife skills and mastery of ingredients far surpassed theirs. After that, all the chefs began to discover the strengths of the young man, his excellent management skills, his willingness to help others, and his frequent pointers on key issues. Once, when entertaining an important foreign ally of the country, there was a mistake in the work of the chef backstage, And the creator of this mistake was Jiang Guanghui. He accidentally forgot that the ingredients were still on the fire, causing the dompa pork elbow to become burnt. He originally thought that his career as a national chef would never be possible, but he didn't expect Lin Wuyu to plead for him and made dompa pork elbow into another dish, which was well received by his allies. After that, Jiang Guanghui often went to the young man's room to learn and ask for advice on cooking. That young chef was Chef Lin. He only stayed at the national chef for 2 years and then resigned. I've been looking for Chef Lin's contact information and want to thank him in person. Without him, I would never have been a national chef. Chapter 0037, Connecting with That Gentleman. He spoke a lot of words in a very eloquent manner. Chef Jiang suddenly closed his mouth, and his body began to tremble quietly. He buried his head hard, but everyone still saw tears dripping from the corners of his eyes. Everyone looked confused. What kind of great favor must it be to make the 60-year-old Chef Jiang cry in front of everyone? It's really shocking. So, Lin Wuyu's identity can be confirmed. Fuck, this guy is not worthy of being a national chef. Who else is worthy of being a national chef? Even the chefs of the national chefs aren't so arrogant, right? What is arrogance? That's the confidence in strength. Everyone had a heated discussion for a while, wanting to find the black fans to attack, but they found that all the black fans disappeared in an instant. Sure enough, as soon as they saw the state banquet chef appear, all the black fans disappeared. I didn't expect that Lin Wuyu had such a history. Bing Bing recovered from her shock and said with emotion, "It's fate." After many twists and turns, Master John's benefactor Lin Wuyu is now a guest of our program team. After saying that, the director tactfully switched the screen to Lin Wuyu's home. At this moment, Lin Wuyu finally sat in front of the computer. After playing the game for an hour or so, the latter found it very boring. Why are the people playing these games getting more and more rubbish? It's boring and uninteresting. Humming, how lonely it is to be invincible. Lin Wuyu exited the legendary interface and switched to writing a novel document. Chapter 39. As soon as the title was entered, the hands suddenly leaped across the keyboard at an extremely fast speed, leaving several afterimages on the screen. I saw the word count next to it rising wildly. 100 words, 300 words, 2,000 words. In just about 10 minutes, a chapter was completed quickly. Fuck, isn't this hand speed too fast? Who said that writing novels requires inspiration and material? Why doesn't Lin Wuyu need it? You authors are just lazy. Isn't the author of the novel I'm reading like this too? He updates 2 chapters a day, and it only takes 20 minutes? So writing a novel is easy. Huh? See that afterimage? This is the key. Even if we write novels, we can't do it this fast. I never expected that Lin Wuyu could write a novel without any thinking, and he finished 2,000 words in no time. No wonder he works so little every day. It turns out he can finish a day's update very quickly. Those readers who have become obsessed with a little healing trick every day are even more powerless to complain. It turns out that you can update 1 chapter in 10 minutes, and it only takes half an hour to update 3 chapters a day. Fortunately, they think the quality of this novel is very good. If they want to write it out, they will probably rack their brains to make many deletions and revisions. As a result, the facts before them completely overturned their cognition. After much thought, I realized that it would be impossible to write 6,000 words after deleting and revising. If I can finish writing 6,000 words by the time of the last update, this is the most likely possibility. They were all fooled by Lin Wuyu. If I hadn't watched the live broadcast, I would still think it was the same as I imagined. Phew, it's done in 2 chapters. Let's put it up for the readers first. After finishing the contents of 2 chapters quickly, Lin Wuyu stretched lazily. Today's novel only needs to be written up to these 2 chapters, because the healing tips will be on the shelves at 12 o'clock tonight. Before that, Lin Wuyu still needs to save 4 or 5 chapters of manuscripts. Otherwise, he will be criticized by readers for updating too little. After sending out the 2 chapters swiftly, Lin Wuyu did not even glance at the book review section and continued to write his remarks for the book on the computer. This is a bit of a headache to write. He took a sip of strong tea with melancholy, tapping his fingers on the keyboard, but failed to write a single word for a long time. Chef Jiang, take a look and see if this is the Lin Wuyu you know. At the program set, Bing Bing looked at Chef Jiang beside her with curiosity. The next step is to confirm that Lin Wuyu is the chef of the state banquet, and those remarks that are unfavorable to the program team will naturally be refuted. It's him, our chef, Lin Wuyu. Chef Jiang nodded excitedly. He couldn't forget that face at all. A few years passed, and Lin Wuyu became much more mature. His appearance was still the same as before. The only difference was the details. And Chef Jiang also felt that Lin Wuyu seemed to have changed a lot. He was not so funny before. Could it be that he had experienced a lot in the past few years and changed from a domineering person to a house cook who cared for his family? Miss Su, can I come to your house for a while? I really want to visit Chef Lin. Turning to look at Sui Welling, Chef Jiang asked politely, because the person standing in front of him was not an ordinary passerby, but the wife of the benefactor who had helped him in the past. In other words, Sui Welling is his benefactor? My husband never mentioned anything about a chef, and he always said he couldn't cook at home. Sui Welling smiled awkwardly, with some embarrassment in her words. What? Sure enough, when Chef Jiang heard Lin Wuyu say that she couldn't cook and didn't mention the state banquet chef, his face was full of disbelief. In a blink of an eye, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. That's right, people like Chef Lin have mastered cooking skills to a terrifying level. When a person reaches the pinnacle, he will naturally lose the fun. Forget it. Since he doesn't mention what happened in the past and chooses to be peaceful, I won't bother him anymore. Zhang Guangwei's self-talk and emotion left the audience in the live broadcast room speechless. I also talked to the second-in-command about the situation. He has been thinking about the meals made by Chef Lin over the years and often asked me to contact Chef Lin. Looking up, a bitter smile appeared on Zhang Guangwei's face. I meant to say this in a joking tone, but it ended up coming out a little bitter. Second-in-command? Bing Bing's eyes widened. Does the second-in-command also know Chef Lin? Who among those present didn't know the second-in-command? He was a top-level existence, and they had no chance of touching him at all. Yes, Mr. Li and Chef Lin have a good relationship. I often see them sitting together and chatting. Zhang Guangwei nodded calmly, and then made the call in front of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room. For a moment, everyone held their breath, fearing that any heavy breathing would affect the subsequent conversation. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 rings, the phone was connected and a gentle yet majestic voice came out. It was the voice of the second-in-command. Master Jiang? What's the matter? WCCC. Really, Mr. Li? How could Mr. Li know Lin Wuyu? Please don't scare me. Isn't this an obvious fact? Lin Wuyu and Mr. Li know each other. Didn't Master Jiang tell you that Lin Wuyu and Mr. Li have a very good relationship and they often chat in private? This information is a bit scary. Mr. Li, I found Chef Lin's whereabouts, but he has already started his own family. It seems that he intends to quit the chef industry and hide his past. Master Jiang spoke hesitantly and told what he had learned. He knew how much Mr. Li valued Lin Wuyu, and their relationship was like that of friends. I understand. No matter where he is or what job he does, as long as he doesn't do anything illegal, that's fine. If you have a chance, tell him to come and have tea with me. He left for a few years without saying a word. Do you still take me? Old Li, seriously? Mr. Li hung up the phone, seemingly angry. Until the busy tone echoed for a long time, there was no noise at the scene. After a while, the comment section suddenly exploded. Is there something wrong with my ears? Brothers, wake me up quickly. At this moment, there are 1,000 fucking things going on in my heart. This is so awesome. Why do I feel like Mr. Li is as cute as an angry child? Their relationship must be special. So this conversation should be enough to prove Lin Wuyu's identity, right? Hi Z, come out. I want to fight you for 300 rounds. On the stage, Bing Bing's mouth twitched. Ms. Su, I didn't expect your husband to have such a relationship. I really admire him. I just found out about this too, Su Yueling said innocently. Besides, he and Mr. Li are just friends, and he won't use this relationship for anything. Understood. Bing Bing nodded, showing that she understood. Chapter 0038. You still dare to frame me? Are you really that bold? Magic City. In the Jiangpan community. Zhang Ziang, full of confidence, turned on the screen projection. I want to see the miserable situation of the Understanding program crew. This time, he joined forces with several media companies to expose the hypocrisy of the Understanding program. Whether it is written and performed by Lin Wuyu or written and performed by the Understanding program team. As long as someone on either side makes a mistake, it will be good for these media companies. It is said that colleagues are enemies. As enemies, of course, they all want to damage the interests of the other party. Even if they do not benefit themselves, they will feel much more comfortable as long as their colleagues suffer losses. What's going on? After entering the live broadcast room, Looking at the more than 3 million online viewers and the hot comment section, Zhang Ziang was completely dumbfounded. This was not the result he wanted to see. What about the coldness after being exposed? What about the abuse? The show Understanding is really good. I've been following it for a while now. If you are brainless, you will blacken the whole family. Everyone, don't pay attention to that kind of black fans. Hee hee, Bing Bing speaks so nicely. The audience in the live broadcast room is so interesting. And there is also the funny couple Lin Wu Yu and Su Yu Ling. These are things that other variety shows don't have. Brothers, give 666 and support Lin Wu Yu. Various positive comments appeared, making Zhang Ziang wonder if he was blind. He looked at the screen and saw a man in chef's clothes crying while holding a cell phone. Next second, Zhang Ziang's phone rang, and it was the assistant in charge of this work. Boss, the situation is not optimistic. It is somewhat different from what we imagined. As soon as the call was connected, the assistant's voice came out with a little anxiety. Is this a small difference? Zhang Ziang's face turned purple, and he felt like cursing. In the end, he endured it. As the executive director of Hope Media, he needed to maintain a good mental quality. We may have made a mistake. This Lin Wu Yu is really the national chef. Even that person praised Lin Wu Yu highly, as if he had some respect for him. The assistant's Adam's apple rolled, as if he was swallowing saliva. He witnessed the show on site with his own eyes. When that person called, my legs started to tremble. Getting news about that person on the internet is completely different from actually having him or her by your side. It was like a thief meeting a policeman. As a media worker, he also had a lot of negative information about himself, and he was worried about being dealt with by that person. It was a natural fear. Are you serious? Hearing this, Zhang Ziang's expression suddenly became serious. Things seemed a little beyond his expectations. Lin Wu Yu was not only the head chef for a state banquet, but also received high praise from that person. Such a person seems a bit dangerous. Immediately withdraw all strategies and stop joining the collaboration. After calming down for a moment, Zhang Ziang issued instructions in an orderly manner and did not dare to continue to participate in this action. Having been in the business circle for many years, he smelled something unusual. It's not that the Understanding program crew is so powerful, but he is worried that they will be implicated because of Lin Wu Yu. They are all businessmen. They are afraid of offending the officials. And they are even more afraid of offending the official. Boss, if we withdraw now, we are estimated to lose more than 200,000. The assistant was stunned and was a little unwilling to waste the hundreds of thousands. Their current operations have reached the most critical step. The next step is to spread rumors and take action against Lin Wu Yu. No matter what the final result is, their losses can be reduced and will not reach hundreds of thousands. Everyone invested 300,000 yuan each, and the loss from withdrawing the investment was too great. Zhang Ziang said without hesitation, just do as I say. Their next actions have nothing to do with us. 300,000 did make Zhang Ziang a little hesitant. After thinking it over, he finally felt that the company was more important. Their media company is not that powerful, and its annual net profit is only a few million. The direct loss of 300,000 is equivalent to losing 1/10 of their income. However, if the company exists, these millions of dollars in revenue will be long-term. If the company no longer exists, it will be equivalent to cutting off future financial resources. After thinking it over, Zhang Ziang still felt that stability was the most important thing. If I had known, I would not have gotten involved. Zhang Ziang felt a headache when he thought of the relationship between Lin Wu Yu and that person. Even ordinary state banquet chefs are fine. They are not so scared when taking action. But since Lin Wu Yu knows that person, Zhang Ziang needs to think carefully. They can't touch this person. If you decide to try it, be prepared to lose everything. The other side. Several media company bosses from Guangdu were sitting together. When discussing things, these people prefer to communicate on the spot, which makes it more convenient for them to talk and cooperate. Many people sat together and discussed how to solve the problems of the Understanding program team. We are ready for the relevant operations. If they do anything, Understanding will definitely suffer a heavy blow, with losses of at least millions. But among the people we are working with today, it seems that one person is absent. The person sitting in the first seat is the largest media company in Guangdu, which has many artists under its banner. They have designed and participated in several of the currently popular variety shows. However, the appearance of the Understanding program team took away a lot of their traffic, and the losses gradually became larger. These media companies then contacted each other and discussed taking action against the Understanding program team. This man had a dignified appearance, probably in his 40s, and spoke with a righteous and majestic voice. It seems that Zhang Ziang is guilty. The news that came out today is that Lin Wuyu is really the national chef, and he has some relationship with that person. Someone who knew the situation spoke up and expressed some concerns. Which one? Second, no way. How could the second-in-command know a cook? There were 4 media company CEOs present, and 2 of them looked shocked. They all follow the lead of their top companies and don't pay too much attention. Then let's stop right away, just in case. Upon hearing this, the 2 small companies were the first to propose withdrawing, and they were both afraid of the majesty of that person. What are you afraid of? You are just timid. That's why your business is not big. Think about it carefully. What kind of relationship could there be between the second-in-command and the chef? Is there any chance of action? The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Obviously, he had done a lot of bad things in his early years. Chapter 0039. Healing tips coming soon. But there were others who wanted to speak. But after looking at the middle-aged man's expression, they kept all the words they wanted to say to themselves. If I open my mouth now, I will definitely be targeted, so it's better to just keep quiet. All right, Zhang Ziang is a coward, but you are all Guangdu's media company. You can't embarrass Guangdu Enterprises. With these harsh words, the middle-aged man directly cut off the thoughts of those who were still thinking of quitting. Their cooperation project is about to reach the most critical step. If they give up, it would be tantamount to tacitly approving the actions of Understanding and the companies behind it. At that time, they will not only lose hundreds of thousands of dollars, but the consequences will be even more serious. A party ended in a bad mood. When the restaurant waiter walked into the private room, all the dishes on the table were untouched. They carried their plates into the kitchen as if they were used to it, and after heating them up a bit, they had a hearty lunch. Many bosses go to restaurants to eat, not actually to eat, but to find a place to have a conversation. After they finish talking about what they want to talk about, the food is cold, so they have no mood to eat. At worst, we can just go to other entertainment venues and celebrate properly. Of course, there are also those who leave in despair because the cooperation is not successfully concluded. The program crew is on site. Master Jiang has already left the podium. He also needs to rush back to Kyoto, as there is an important reception that needs to be arranged in the near future, and he cannot delay too long. Sitting on the high-speed train back to Kyoto, Master Jiang entered the live broadcast room according to the link provided by the program team. Register an account for Jiang Guangwei, and then stare at Lin Wuyu in the screen in a trance. Miss Su, why did Lin Wuyu choose to quit as the state banquet chef? On the stage, Bing Bing couldn't help but ask. She couldn't understand why Lin Wuyu would give up such a bright future and not pursue it, which would have been one of the ways to get to the top. I guess. Su Yueling crossed her fingers in front of her belly and said, in fact, I may know that he quit the national chef and gave away his shares when we just met. Maybe he wanted to give me a stable family and accompany me well, so he gave up these things. Never stop until your words shock people. Bing Bing opened her mouth wide and finally could only sigh. Lin Wuyu is really a good husband. Isn't he a good husband? Between career and companionship, Lin Wuyu surprisingly chose the latter, abandoning hundreds of millions of shares and the identity of a national chef. I'm really touched. Is it because Lin Wuyu hid his identity so that Su Yuling would not have any psychological burden? How many men in the live studio are willing to give up everything just to be with the one they love? I'm obsessed with this couple. CP? How could you say such disgusting words at such a touching moment? Isn't CP the grass one? There's something wrong with you. You seem to have overlooked an important piece of information. That is, Lin Wuyu is also a great author. It was not until someone reminded them that everyone suddenly realized what was going on. He gave up hundreds of millions of shares and his status as a national chef. That's because Lin Wuyu also has the skill of writing books. This book, A Healing Tip Every Day, will be on the shelves soon. The subscription will definitely be very high by then. The number of fans alone has reached millions. As long as the subscription ratio is not a few hundredths of the worst, Lin Wuyu can make a lot of money. If you update 3 chapters a day easily, you can earn tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Isn't this kind of life wonderful? It would be great if we were all as talented as Lin Wuyu and learned many skills. Bing Bing was extremely envious. Such a perfect man is the dream of many girls. But Su Yueling is not bad either. She is already a strong woman to have achieved what she has today. She is also very sensible and polite, and is very good to Lin Wuyu. I can only say that they are a perfect match. Ms. Sue, may I ask, when did Lin will you start writing novels? 3 years or 5 years? Does it take that long to write a novel? Su Yueling looked at Bing Bing with a strange expression. He just started writing a few months ago. This is his first novel. By the way, he seemed to have said that he wrote a novel a long time ago, but he felt it was uninteresting, so he left it unfinished. The live broadcast room was completely silent. It took only a few months to write a masterpiece. How talented is this? How many authors have been working for several years, but are still unsuccessful, and are very satisfied just to earn a few thousand yuan a month? There are only a few thousand authors on the entire internet who can receive over 10,000 yuan in royalties. This is a number accumulated by hundreds of thousands or even millions of authors. I am really convinced this time. Compared to that, I am just a waste. I've been writing for 7 or 8 years, and I am still a failure. I know you upstairs. You are the author Chan Shi who is in the top 3 of the bestseller list, right? You great authors are pretending to be defeated. Are you going to give us authors a chance to survive? Chapter 0040, 6,000 words a day, updated every half an hour. In the luxurious study, Chinchi looked at the live broadcast room with a smile on his face. He is now nearly 50 years old, and as he gets older, he can no longer hold out for too much work in one day. If you type for a long time without exercising, you are prone to various diseases. Most writers have irregular working hours. Sometimes they write until late at night and wake up at noon the next day. Over time, this forms a biological clock. The biological clock is disrupted, and naturally the time of eating also changes. Therefore, various gastrointestinal and heart problems occur frequently. Some writers will smoke while typing. Sometimes they can smoke a pack of cigarettes when they are stuck in a plot, and then they can figure out the right plot and continue writing. When he was young, Chinchi was a master at updating, but now he is no longer like that. Completing 2 chapters a day is the normal standard. However, the benefits are proportional to the effort. By writing books, Chinchi's total income reached over 100 million. One book can eat away at the end of your life. I'm sharing a live broadcast with you all. In it, Lin Wuyu is the one who falls to the ground every month. Opening the group chat of great authors, Chinchi sent the link of the understanding program to them. Old Chin, why did your hobbies change? Do you also like watching the live broadcast of these beauties? I almost believed you. The writing style and plot of Yu Epug are definitely not something that a young man in his 20s could write. As soon as I walked in, I saw a beautiful woman. Old Chin knows me very well. The relationships among the great authors in the group are generally good. Occasionally, there are 2 people who have conflicts, but since everyone is an adult, they don't show it. Especially this guy, Chin Shi. He basically has a good relationship with everyone he knows, and every time he writes a new book, he will reward the leader. What are you talking about? I, Old Chun, am a man of integrity, standing tall in the world. I will not accept your doubts. Read on, and you'll see what I said is right. Lao Chen replied very quickly, typing seriously with both hands to prove his innocence. He is a very serious person and will never accept such slander. What's more, my wife would occasionally check the group chat messages, and if she saw it, it would be the end. This is the main reason. Is it really that weird? I'd like to go and see for myself. Anyway, I'm bored, so I'll see if Yiye is the young man. You know what? This show is quite interesting. One by one, the free great authors opened the link curiously and watched the live broadcast with great interest. The audience in the live broadcast room, who was driving, suddenly found many familiar IDs appeared in the common area. The newspaper seller, you are a great driver. And I, who call myself an experienced driver, feel ashamed of myself. Air conditioner repairman, damn, this paragraph creates a perfect atmosphere. If I use it in my novel, it will be a nightmare. Tomato eater, what a grand description. It instantly depicts the vastness of the world. Shinji is not a god. Is this a new school? It seems that Lin Wuyu is also a person who likes to create a new school. I will think about it and give it a try. Colorful potato. In terms of raising expectations, I am not as good as Lin Wuyu in using routines, but when it comes to starting off, I am still confident. The appearance of 5 strange IDs in a row, all of which were online writers, made some people begin to doubt. They conducted a deeper investigation and were ultimately shocked. These 5 people are all great authors. Hey, aren't you selling newspapers? You said yesterday that you were sick and couldn't write. So why are you chatting in the live broadcast room again? How many great authors has Lin Wuyu attracted? My moon goddess is awesome. Let me see who is the unknown one. You only update 3 chapters in a week. How lame. All the great gods have left. I guess they are afraid after all. Isn't it passionate readers, urging for more updates online? If it were me, I would just quietly join the group. Everyone, please pay attention. These great players may switch to their Smurf account soon. We will expose them when the time comes. Some people who have read the novel are discussing it. Nowadays, a lot of people read novels, and famous authors are basically well known among readers. The other side. Lin Wu pondered for a long time and finally figured out how to write the thank you note for the product being put on the shelves. It's very simple to play the victim. In order to write this book, Union spent about 2 or 3 years investigating and collecting materials. After I started writing, I would delete and revise the story, racking my brains every day to write a plot for the readers. Then, I hope everyone will give a subscription. I will maintain the current status in the future and work hard to give the work a perfect ending. I would like to thank the readers for their companionship along the way. It is their persistence that has made Healing Tips what it is today. The remarks for the release of the book were about 500 words long, because Lin Wu really couldn't think of anything to say. It's easier to write a novel, but writing a thank you note for publishing it is a waste of time. After letting out a long breath, Lin Wu switched to the movie watching software with a relieved look on his face. After watching for about 30 minutes, he immediately switched back to Word and started working. In just a few hours, I wrote 10 chapters of updates, which were scheduled to be published at 8 o'clock in the evening. The reason why we chose 8 o'clock in the evening is because we are cooperating with the official activities and will carry out the first order activity for Lin Wu's novel. The novel that failed every month is about to be put on the shelves. I don't believe you. You said you spent 3 years thinking about it, but it was only a month at most. You EPG, you're a little dishonest. I think with your hand speed, it shouldn't be a problem to write 6 chapters in an hour, right? As long as you update for 2 hours a day and keep it at 12 chapters, I will subscribe to this book until I die. In the chapter comments, a lot of readers commented that they were very dissatisfied with Ye's lie. They hope that the cows in the production team can be more powerful, not be passive and lazy every day, and meet their own requirements. At least I can work for 2 hours and write a chapter of more than 10 chapters, right? Miss Sue, I believe your husband's book will achieve great results. Congratulations in advance. At the program set, Bing Bing handed over something in a file bag with a smile on her face. Su Yueling took it in surprise. Judging from the thickness of the file bag, it definitely didn't contain a thank you letter. It must be money. She just didn't quite understand why Bing Bing gave her money. After returning the envelope to Bing Bing, Su Yueling thought it would be better to clarify things first. Bing Bing didn't reach out to take the file bag back, but bent down and bowed, saying sincerely, "There is compensation from me, and there is also remuneration from the program team. I am very sorry, Miss Sue. I accidentally broke your cup. I am really sorry." Chapter 0041 The Vest is exposed. Lin Wu is the moon god. Cup. Su Yueling was stunned for a moment, then remembered the khaki cup at home. Isn't it just a street stall item, worth $10 at most? But looking at the money in this folder, it's at least tens of thousands of yuan. Miss Sue, please accept it, otherwise I will keep saying sorry. Seeing that Su Yueling was a little hesitant, Bing Bing immediately played the sympathy card and said, "Miss Sue, I'm sorry, Miss Sue. I'm sorry, Miss Sue. I'm sorry." In front of a large audience, and with millions of viewers watching in the live broadcast room, Su Yueling couldn't bear not to accept it. Okay, I'll take it. You hurry up and get up. Thank you, Miss Sue, for your understanding." Bing Bing smiled, and the tension in her heart finally eased. But Su Yueling suddenly changed the subject and said firmly, "If this is not the money I should take, I will definitely pay you back after I figure it out." Blinking her eyes, Bing Bing nodded a little shocked. It turns out that people are not of the same kind, and they are from the same family. Su Yueling and Lin Wu are both excellent. Miss Su is still a very principled person. This is good. If you are greedy for small gains and only see the immediate benefits and lose yourself, you will definitely suffer a great loss in the future. Yes, no wonder Miss Su is a senior executive in the company. It turns out she is so principled. It's pretty good. I feel that Lin Wu and Su Yuling are a good match. They're already married. How can you say they're not a good match? Isn't that a mouthful? Haha, that makes sense. Seeing Su Yueling's dignified and resolute look, the audience in the live broadcast room felt that they had learned a new trick. The live broadcast will continue until 5 p.m. It was just the time for Su Yueling to get off work. After saying goodbye to Bing Bing, She took the program crew's special car to go home. Apart from writing novels, Lin Wuyu has been playing games, but the audience's enthusiasm is not very high. But by 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire live broadcast room suddenly became lively. It's on the shelves. It's on the shelves. Brothers, go, go, go. I must be one of the first orders. Although the author deceived my feelings, I would rather let him deceive me. The work is good, the author is a good author, and it would be even more satisfying if I could work 2 hours a day. Brothers and sisters, 2 hours is already a luxury. I only hope to get an update for 1 hour a day. Just 1 hour. The readers were speechless. If they had an hour, they could read 6 chapters a day, which was already very satisfying. As for updating every 2 hours, forget it. Maybe it will happen in dreams. Didn't you see how busy Lin Wuyu is at work? They are all adult readers and should learn to be self-satisfied. 7 o'clock in the evening. After get off work, Su Yueling did not mention the incident of leaking the program crew and quietly put the chef's certificate in the storage room. Honey, are you tired from work today? I have washed the fruit. Come and eat it. Lin Wuyu, who was kept in the dark, happily carried the watermelon to the coffee table. As he sat down, he praised his hard work today. I have been writing all day, and the novel will be available tonight. The profit should be good. Thank you for your hard work, husband. I'll feed you a bite of watermelon. Su Yueling picked up a piece of watermelon with a toothpick and fed it into Lin Wuyu's mouth with a smile on her face. Hey, is this your company's document? As he was talking, Lin Wuyu noticed the folder on the coffee table and asked curiously. In fact, he saw the folder at the beginning, but he just didn't say it. No. Su Yueling shook her head, having already thought of an explanation. This is the money Bing Bing paid back for our cups, and the reward from the company. Money for the cup? Lin Wuyu was stunned for a moment, then opened the folder and took a look. Wow, there were about 8 bundles of $100 bills in it, which is 80,000 yuan, and there was also a bank card. I don't know the exact amount. Could it be that Bing Bing knew the price of the cup? That shouldn't be the case. Anyone who doesn't collect antiques would basically not know the price of the cup. And judging from Bing Bing's expression that day, she definitely didn't know the price of the cup. It was only after I asked that I found out that the ugly cup in our house was so valuable. Su Yueling sighed and tactfully did not continue speaking. He wanted to wait for Lin Wuyu to explain himself and find out more about Lin Wuyu. Well, after knowing the price of the cup, Lin Wuyu was a little flustered, but she quickly thought of an explanation. It was given to me by some of my former friends. They just like to give gifts, but they don't know how to give some real money. Finally, Lin Wuyu added, they are Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhang, and Xiao Li who helped us move things when we moved. The 3 of them? When it comes to moving, Su Yueling starts to reminisce. They bought the house after they got married, and when they were moving and renovating the house, they called some friends to help. The main reason is that Lin Wuyu has many friends, but after getting married, she has very few friends. Contacted. I never expected that the friend who worked so hard on the move that day turned out to be the head of a large investment company. What do these 3 do for a living? Why did they give you such an expensive cup? As for them, Xiao Wang is the owner of a grocery store. When his business went bankrupt, he opened an investment company. Xiao Zhang is the owner of a sex toy store. That business is now overcrowded and few people go to buy things in the store. So after the store went bankrupt, he also joined the investment company field. And Xiao Li, this guy is quite capable. He started an investment company after dropping out of school. Lin Wuyu narrated the experiences of the 3 people in great detail. After listening to them, Su Yueling didn't hear many stories of painstaking efforts. It seems that the 3 of them are from wealthy families and can afford to open investment companies. What money do they have? They're all depressed and frustrated people. If not 4, Lin Wuyu answered casually but suddenly paused. If it weren't for my little share, they really wouldn't be able to achieve what they have today. So it's normal for them to give me a little cup. Su Yueling covered her head in silence. In the end, it all came back to those hundreds of millions of shares. It is no wonder that the 3 investment companies were so willing to help Lin Wuyu, because they were originally friends. If Lin Wuyu had not given them shares of Wuyu Investment, they would not have developed so rapidly. It seems that the things those people gave are all very valuable. The kimchi jar, kitchen knife, and cup all need to be kept well. In case you encounter financial difficulties in the future, you can use it for emergency. Tell me honestly how much the things they gave you are worth. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy using them. Su Yueling couldn't help but sigh when she thought about how she didn't care about those things at all. Fortunately, although I was a little careless at the time, the things were still preserved relatively well. If she had known that each cup was worth 70,000 or 80,000 yuan, how could she have dared to use it as a daily cup? It must be carefully kept in a box. It's easy to lose 70,000 or 80,000 yuan if you're not careful. It's really painful. I remember the cups were 77,000 each. The jar and knife were handed down from some dynasty. I think the whole set would cost around 1 million. Lin Wuyu thought for a long time before speaking uncertainly. The main reason is that too much time has passed, and he can't remember things that happened a few years ago very clearly, but the main numbers are correct. Million. Even though Su Yueling was mentally prepared, she was still frightened by the number Lin Wuyu said. Their house is in a second-tier city, and the renovation cost just over 1 million yuan, but some household items cost another 1 million yuan. The production team was really something. In order to prevent her from revealing the production team's information, they didn't even tell her the specific price. If Bing Bing hadn't paid 80,000 yuan for the cup as compensation, she would still not know about it. Then we have lost 1 million, right? Su Yueling stood up nervously. The vegetable jar didn't change much, but the surface texture of the kitchen knife had disappeared due to long-term use. Lin Wuyu smiled and said, "Why is my wife so worried? We are not short of money." "How can you not be short of money? Your children will need money for their education, you will need money for marrying a wife, and your elderly family members will also need money if they get sick. No one likes money, but you can't live without money." Su Yueling answered seriously. Chapter 0042. First Order breaks the record. This sentence made Lin Wuyu stunned, as if it was a little beyond his expectations. In his heart, he always thought that the current situation was very good. My wife earns tens of thousands of yuan a month from her job, and the novels I write are also doing well. If the copyrights are sold later, I might be able to get tens of millions. There are various other sources of income, and when added together, a single book can earn around 100 million yuan. Even if it doesn't reach hundreds of millions, it's at least 50 million. If I had known that you were so short of money, I would have made the best use of my time to write a book. Lin Wuyu hugged Su Yueling, already having a vague plan in mind. It's not that I'm short of money. I'm just worried about our future. I want to make more money while I'm still young. Su Yueling explained, realizing that her words were a bit extreme. In fact, their current living conditions are very good. They can save tens of thousands of yuan every month, which adds up to more than 100,000 yuan a year. As long as there are no serious problems, there will be no economic crisis. Over the past few years, they have saved nearly $300,000, achieving the legendary financial freedom. With one more car, life would become much more perfect. That's good, but we're going to have money soon. The novel I wrote will be on the shelves soon, and the results will be announced tonight. Okay, honey, I'm going to work for an hour. After learning about Su Yueling's concerns about money, Lin Wuyu felt that he should not be so casual anymore. Let's start by updating the novel. I will continue updating for an hour today to make my readers happy. Netizens in the live broadcast room. I didn't expect Miss Su's words to be so effective. I should have told Miss Su earlier. Why are you looking for Lin Wuyu? Damn it, brothers. I seem to have found a good way to urge Lin Wuyu to update. Damn, it wasn't easy. I finally managed to increase my workload for the day. Great joy. Great news. Everyone is happy. Sing and dance. Readers who are following the novel can't help but get excited. The slow update of the novel that they love so much makes them extremely anxious. Now I finally heard the good news that Lin Wuyu will increase the update rate of the novel to more than 1 hour per day. 10 minutes is equivalent to 1 chapter, and more than an hour is equivalent to 6 or 7 chapters. In an instant, 3 or 4 chapters of content were added, which was simply perfect. You people who read novels are so miserable. Fortunately, I don't read novels, so I can't experience your excitement. There are some things you can't experience unless you're in the moment. The leaves fall. Is it because the wind pursues them, or is it because the tree does not want to keep them? The bright moon, fresh breeze, lush grass, and flying orioles should be on the shoulders of young people. The style of the live broadcast room suddenly became literary. But he was soon interrupted because he couldn't think of the next words to say, so he could only say, fuck. 8 o'clock in the evening. A healing tip every day is on the shelves on time. There is no grandeur or anticipation in the title, but the number of fans has reached more than 1 million. This novel has been at the top of the monthly ticket list since it reached 100,000 words, and the statistics have always been very good. To have such data of more than 200,000, even the top masters may not be able to achieve such data when opening a book. Now the gap is even bigger. Some authors estimate that the first orders of their novels that fail every month could reach more than 100,000, surpassing the subscription history of the entire website. The current highest first order record is Chun. She's more than 80,000 first orders. And many readers came back from pirated areas to give their support, or loyal readers spontaneously asked others to participate in the subscription. Piracy is very common in online literature. The problem is even more serious for novel websites that do not have anti-theft settings. When Lin Wuyu first entered the online literature industry, he heard that official websites and pirated websites actually cooperated, which could help the works gain more fame. Lin Wuyu once had the urge to curse at such words. What does it mean to help a work gain more fame? You have to know that most people would rather not spend money if possible. Only a small number of people with good financial conditions and who really like the author's work will insist on reading the original version. The idea of piracy is really deeply rooted. What's even worse is that some readers read the pirated version and came back to comment on the subsequent chapters of the novel. It's on the shelves in the room. Su Yueling stared at the computer screen nervously. Although she didn't know how much the first order was required to qualify, she knew that the higher the number, the better. You can also see the daily income and understand how much money Lin Wuyu earns in a day. 8.5. Due to a delay in the novel's listing on the website, it took more than 5 minutes for the VIP chapter to appear in the list. The first orders immediately started to soar. 1,000, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000, 38,000, 99,000. In just 3 hours, the first order surpassed the current subscription record. The popularity of a healing tip every day is increasing rapidly, and the speed is super scary. Chapter 0043. If I have money, I want to buy a house. The healing trick broke the website record, with the first order reaching 88,000. There were people in the live broadcast room reporting the situation and providing scientific information to many people. Because many people think that with so many readers reading novels, Lin Wuyu can only get more than 80,000 subscriptions, which feels very lame. Then, the great online writer ID appeared in the live broadcast room again. Red-haired monster. Currently, the highest first order on the website is over 80,000. The number of online readers exceeds 10 million, but the actual number of people who pay to read and subscribe is only a few 100,000. Excluding some people who don't like novels, it's incredible to get this number of subscriptions. Isn't that an exaggeration? The red-haired monster is Chun Shi's ID. As he is now middle-aged and updates his posts slowly, he has been given this nickname by his readers and colleagues. The details of Emperor Chinxi's later years are unknown, and his body was covered with red hair. Chun Shi found it quite interesting and used this nickname as his ID. The reason why Lin Wuyu's novel subscriptions are exaggerated is that this is a new work and does not have his fan base, but it surpassed his subscriptions in just a few hours, which is indeed terrifying. No newcomer's work has ever achieved such results. The highest subscription record of his website is the result of his long-term fan base, so it can have more than 80,000 subscriptions when it is put online. Lin Wuyu's first order has shocked the entire author circle. Countless authors are discussing his explosive achievements in group chats, and they are extremely envious. The newspaper seller. Emma, when can I achieve this kind of success? Old Chen, guess how much Lin Wuyu's first subscription was? Air conditioner repairman. Based on the current trend, the first order must be at least 100,000, right? If I'm wrong, just pretend I didn't say that. Too dough. It's Lin Wuyu's ability to have this, but this guy updates too slowly. I wonder what's going on in his head. Isn't he stuck? Laughing and crying. Shinji. It's painful for me to write 10,000 words a day. This guy's speed is even more terrifying than an eagle. Speaking of eagle, he is a model worker in the online literature community, updating his works at a rate of 20,000 words a day. Although the popularity of his works is somewhat lower than that of the great writers present here, the amount of updates is truly unmatched by any of the great writers. Lin Wuyu's speed is even more terrifying. If he spends 3 hours a day working, he can easily write 30,000 to 40,000 words a day. Others are producing at high quality, but Lin Wuyu is producing at high quality, which is really speechless. Even the top online writers are so afraid, let alone those middle and lower level writers. I also want to write a little healing tip. This is really popular and is being promoted on multiple platforms. Healing Tips is the best book in my mind, and I envy the speed at which Moon Goddess types. I hate this guy who only writes 6,000 words a day. I'm going to follow the great god's rhythm, guys. I feel like I'm going to be famous. You're a little late. I wrote the beginning and published it yesterday. It received tens of thousands of collections and thousands of review votes on the first day. It's very promising. Many authors have discovered ways to make money and are looking to capitalize on the popularity of healing tips. There are some things to be aware of when it comes to riding on someone else's popularity. You can ride on someone else's popularity in the online literature circle, but if you want to plagiarize, you'll be out of luck. The consequences are serious, and we may not be able to afford them when the time comes. But most authors just want to take advantage of the popularity and make their novels popular. But they don't want to be defined as plagiarizing. 12 o'clock at night. Wife, the subscription has reached 100,000. Lin Wuyu in the room was allowed to drink Erguo 2 and stare at the computer screen. 100,000 subscriptions just reached the bottom line he needed, and after that he had no interest in watching anymore. How much is 100,000 subscriptions worth? 100,000 yuan. Su Yueling didn't understand, but judging from the comments of netizens, it seemed that the revenue of the novel was very high. People who don't know much about the online literature circle have the impression that these writers are the kind who can't even afford to eat. In fact, as long as you're willing to learn and work hard, online writing is also a good career path. With an average subscription of 100,000, the daily income is about 40,000, which is more than 1 million a month. Lin Wuyu replied calmly. More than 1 million? Is writing novels so profitable? This surprised Su Yueling. She could earn more than 1 million yuan a month. Was writing novels so profitable? She saw from the live broadcast that Lin Wuyu simply wrote for a few hours every day and thought that he didn't make any money. Writing novels for subscription isn't the most profitable thing. There's also copyright. Lin Wuyu explained. There is a person named Chun Shi whose copyright was sold for tens of millions, and it's a novel. Chun Shi? For some reason, Su Yueling felt that this name sounded familiar. Isn't this a name that appeared in the live broadcast room? At that time, many netizens said that it was a great god. I didn't expect this great writer could earn tens of millions from just one book. What was even more unexpected was that Chunshi also praised Lin Wuyu's work in the live broadcast room. It seems that Lin Wuyu's talent for writing books is indeed very high. Even the great writer praised him so much. Husband, it seems that I underestimated you before. After a long pause, Su Yueling finally said slowly, I indeed underestimated Lin Wuyu's strength. I underestimated Lin Wuyu's cooking skills, underestimated the power of Lin Wuyu's money-giving boy, and I also underestimated the achievements of Lin Wuyu's works. Earning millions a month. Doesn't that mean they can buy a house in 2 months? One house every 2 months, 12 months in a year. That's 6 houses. Lin Wuyu is still very young now, so it should be possible for him to write for 10 years, which would be 72 houses. This is a building. The rent alone could make them incredibly wealthy. The monthly rent for a house is 2,000 yuan, which is 24,000 yuan a year. 72 sets. Su Yueling didn't dare to count anymore. It was all money. Lin Wuyu didn't know that Su Yueling had thought so much. She rubbed her nose confidently and replied proudly, Of course, don't underestimate my ability to make money. Believe me, I made a lot of money from this project. I have 200,000 in my bank card. Add the 80,000 from the cup, and our savings will be over 600,000. Su Yueling's eyes narrowed into slits, a complete money grubber. Wife, what do you want to do when you have money? Of course I'd buy a house. It's more valuable. Buy a house. Lin Wuyu was stunned. Wouldn't it be good enough to have one house? The best way to preserve value is to keep it in your own hands, so you will never lose it. Buying a house is also an investment. An investment involves risks. Besides, they have no shortage of houses. Chapter 004 for the hottest masterpiece of the year. I understand. Lin Wuyu nodded and understood what his wife meant. Anyway, their lives will get better and better, and they will make progress together and move towards a better future. Hubby, I also want to travel, take my family with me, eat all kinds of delicious food, and see the most beautiful scenery. Su Yueling on the side was still in fantasy. This is what most people think, hoping that life will get better and better. Su Yueling has a family, and her hometown is not in this city, but in a small county town. She has a younger brother who is only 19 years old and is attending college. Every Chinese New Year, the two would return to Su Yueling's home to visit the old lady together. To say how wealthy their family was, they only lived in a small county town and owned a house and a shop. To say that they are not rich, such wealth has already surpassed many people. And those who live in small towns and villages and study hard to leave the mountains and villages cannot have it. It can be considered a well-off family. In comparison, Lin Wuyu's life experience is much more miserable. He has no father or mother, and he has no relatives in the world. Okay, go to bed. You have to go to work tomorrow. Su Yueling, lying on the bed, yawned, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue came over her, and her double eyelids became much heavier. She goes to bed around 11 o'clock every day, and today she went to bed more than an hour later. Good night, my wife. Lin Wuyu got up, turned off the computer, kissed Su Yueling's cherry lips, and fell asleep while hugging her. Early the next morning, Su Yueling got up from the bed with dark circles under her eyes and walked straight to the kitchen. 2 poached eggs, 2 pieces of bread, and a glass of milk. The whole cooking process only takes a few minutes. It's time to eat. She called Lin Wuyu to have breakfast together, because Lin Wuyu had promised her last night that he would update 10 chapters every day. In the past, Lin Wuyu said that 3 chapters and 6,000 words a day was his limit. But ever since Su Yueling watched the live broadcast, she no longer believed Lin Wuyu's nonsense. Is that the limit for the day? The limit is clearly half an hour. Lin Wuyu had no choice but to open the typing software and was caught red-handed. The typing software will leave traces of the user and count how many words the user can type in 1 minute. Lin Wuyu's data is more than 200 words per minute, which means more than 12,000 words per hour. Even though he argued that his hands were too fast for his brain, Su Yueling still forced him to update 10 chapters a day. I'm so sleepy. It's only 7 in the morning. Lin Wuyu came out in a sleepy state, and after washing up, she started to eat. He hasn't gotten up at 7 in the morning for a long time. If he had known, he shouldn't have said those things yesterday and would have just quietly earned some money for his wife. But there is no regret medicine in the world. If you gain something, you must lose something. Eat quickly, husband. After you finish eating, I will watch you work for an hour, and then I will go to work. Su Yueling, sitting opposite the dining table, had a smile on her face. The morning sunlight shone through the balcony window onto her face. On ordinary days, Lin Wuyu would think that this scene was the most beautiful scenery in the world. But now, Lin Wuyu only felt tired. I'm really sleepy. Su Yueling was still planning the sudden funds, moving her beautiful fingers and muttering. We will spend tens of thousands of dollars to renovate the room. We can fix up the storage room and turn it into your favorite study room. How about I take today off so we can move our things out together? Don't! Hearing Su Yueling's words, Lin Wuyu instantly came to his senses. Just kidding. Once my wife sees the things in the storage room, all will be over. What's wrong? Su Yueling tilted her head and looked at Lin Wuyu in confusion. However, he laughed heartily in his heart, for he had known that Lin Wuyu had kept the chef's certificate in the storage room. Decorating a study room is a real idea. One cannot always work in the living room. If an outsider comes, he will be disturbed, which is not conducive to Lin Wuyu's writing. Su Yueling also plans to buy the latest computer for Lin Wuyu. According to the computer manufacturer, the screen can protect the eyes very well. And the keyboard is great. Let's put the study aside for now. Our house is so small. If we decorate a study, what will we do when guests come over in the future? Simply putting down the chopsticks in his hand, Lin Wuyu spoke earnestly and made plans for the long term. Oh, that's a bit inconvenient. Su Yueling nodded in sudden realization and suddenly pointed to another bedroom. But doesn't it seem that no one comes to our house? Even if my parents come, there is still a bedroom for them to stay in. Their house has 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a balcony. Of the 2 extra bedrooms, one is used by 2 people to store miscellaneous items. So generally there are 2 bedrooms left, which is more than enough. There's no need to rush today. We can do it tomorrow. Lin Wuyu said, the study room and the like are not important. What's important is that we move things today. And Su Yueling is here. This is the key. Seeing that Lin Wuyu was so insistent, Su Yueling did not continue to suggest moving things and hiring someone to do the renovation today. With her eyebrows slightly raised, she pointed at the milk on the table and said, then we can move it tomorrow. Eat quickly and go to work. Okay. Faced with moving things and working, Lin Wuyu chose the latter without hesitation. He finished the milk in the cup in 2 gulps and ran to the computer to work. Look back occasionally. When I noticed that Su Yueling was watching the live broadcast with a smile on her face, I slowed down my typing. Why is the sound gone? Are you stuck? As soon as it stopped, Su Yueling, who was watching the live broadcast, raised her head and looked at Lin Wuyu curiously. No, I'll think about it. I turned around quickly and heard Lin Wuyu's typing sound again. This scene made the netizens in the live broadcast room smile like an ant. It looks like I can read more chapters today. Wow, a new chapter was updated in just a few minutes? The cows in the production team are finally working hard, and the output is catching up immediately. Only the moon goddess can write something of this quality and flavor. By the way, have you seen the announcement on the website? They are promoting Healing Tips as the most influential online work of the year. Damn, so exaggerated? The most influential work of the year. This is an inevitable operation for big IP. As long as your name is on the list, you can basically sell the copyright. Completely out of the circle. This is the plan that the website manager came up with after half an hour of thinking. Healing Tips can definitely be ranked first. It is worth mentioning that this event is not only held by this website. There are many novel websites in the online literature circle, and the 3 or 4 most famous ones are. This event is an awards ceremony organized by several major websites. Chapter 00, 4 or 5 invitations from various families. The first place winner will get an increased share of the profits. We also reward exposure channels on several major websites, with the profits split 70% to 30%. When works from external sites are posted on channel websites, there will naturally be some fees. Generally, the channel charges some fees, and then charges some more when the works arrive at our site. The author's reward was cut in half. But this is the current situation, and online writers are used to it. After all, it is a website created by someone else, and you can get a share of the profits by going there, which is already very good. The 30% to 70% profit sharing of this event is a little different. It is distributed directly by the channel party, and the author enjoys 70% of the profits. There is only one spot available, but the competition among works from several major websites is extremely fierce. The selection is based on subscriptions. The higher the subscription of a book, the more likely it is to get a ranking. Lin Wuyu didn't pay attention to these things. He just wrote 1 chapter and uploaded it. An hour later, all 6 chapters were completed. Only then did he click on the background message to check how many subscriptions he had reached. You don't know until you see it. When you see it, you will be shocked. Lin Wuyu was also shocked by the total number of subscriptions in front of him, and blurted out the number, 150,000. That's right. In less than 24 hours, the first chapter's first order had already reached 150,000, immediately surpassing twice the website's first subscription record. This generation of readers is really scary. When writing the novel, Lin Wuyu had already done the statistics and thought that the maximum number would be 100,000. It's not that the quality of his work is bad, but that there are only so many paying readers of the website and paying readers who like this subject matter, and it is impossible to reach the number of subscribers of the entire website. According to Lin Wuyu's estimation, the total number of subscribers to their website may be hundreds of thousands, of which at most 100,000 like this subject matter, and most of the rest go to watch pirated copies. It is enough to maintain the average subscription at 80,000. But the feedback from readers was beyond Lin Wuyu's imagination. What's wrong, husband? What is 15,000? Su Yueling, who was sitting on the sofa to rest, heard the voice. She suddenly opened her eyes, which were about to close, and walked towards Lin Wuyu while asking. The number of subscriptions has exceeded 150,000. This year's readers are really awesome. Lin Wuyu said with a smile, turning back. This is all your own hard work. After learning the reason, Su Yueling also felt happy for Lin Wuyu. When people prove themselves, they like to hear words of praise from others. By the way, I feel a little sorry for my fans because I haven't read a single comment or communicated with them. Thinking of this, Lin Wuyu suddenly felt that his fans were homeless. Even if other novel authors rarely appear, they do appear anyway. In his place, the author simply becomes a tool, and nothing else matters except completing the daily update task. Let the readers let themselves go. Emma, you are more than sorry. If I didn't appreciate your work, I would have killed you with a knife long ago. The guy upstairs is not right. If you hurt someone with a blade, you will go to jail. I advise you not to do such a thing. No way, there is an honest man here? He must be pretending. There are no honest people in the Understand live broadcast room. From what Moon Goddess said, are you going to check out the comment section? Then I think it's necessary to change your position. I'll go too. Let the moon god hear my voice. The live broadcast room, which originally had more than 1 million viewers, suddenly lost more than 100,000 viewers. The production crew was not in a hurry. Bing Bing even broadcast live for the viewers who did not leave to see what comments the netizens had sent. Netizens in the comments section also knew the existence of the Hidden Understanding program. Otherwise, once they expose the program crew, the show will lose all its meaning. Wow, 6 chapters were updated today. Could it be that the author wrote them in an hour? Yu Shinyo, did you spend 2 months thinking about this novel? This writing style is so good that even a great god like me would be ashamed of myself. If the moon goddess were a young man, I would be even more ashamed. Bah! I guess moon goddess is definitely a married person. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to write a novel like this. How did you know that? How else can we know? Everyone is just guessing. I thought that the moon god was a handsome young man, and his writing is as handsome as me. Various latest comments appeared, causing Lin Wuyu's fingers to tremble slightly as he moved the mouse. The camera clearly captured his facial expression and found that his pupils contracted slightly. Fuck, do all the readers of this year have precognition? The feeling of being seen through filled the air, making Lin Wuyu feel uneasy. He walked to the balcony and looked outside. The world was peaceful, and everyone in the community was living their own lives. No one was peeping or monitoring him. This made Lin Wuyu confused. Is it really just speculation? But is it really that accurate? I feel like every point hits the mark, which is really frightening. Forget it. I guess I'm just overthinking it. Unable to figure it out, Lin Wuyu simply didn't bother to think about it anymore and thought it was just a coincidence. With so many netizens commenting, it's normal to say something that matches your own information. Haha, you've completely deceived our moon god. Moon goddess. Recently, I always feel like someone is spying on me. Fuck, all the readers this year have precognition. I really want to tell Yushin the truth, but I can't bear not being able to watch Yushin's live broadcast in the future. Maybe Yushin is hiding some vest. Smirk, then slowly take off your vests. I believe in your abilities. Let me first talk about a point of view that is currently suspected but not yet confirmed. 1. The moon god is the moon god. She is also the author of that divine book. 2. The moon god is hiding other secrets. Kaka, let me add a little secret that has been discovered about the moon goddess. She gave away hundreds of millions of shares to others, and in return she received something worth about 1 million. She is the special guest chef for the state banquet, and she gets along very well with that person. They have a special relationship. She is a great online writer and is very likely the author of an old book. Is the person upstairs performing crosstalk? Why does he even have his own opening sound effects? Lin Wuyu was walking around the room, which made Suyu Ling, who had just packed up her things and walked out of the bedroom, stunned. Husband, what are you doing? It's okay, you go to work first, wife. Lin Wuyu waved his hand indifferently, having made sure that no one around was spying on their lives. He also carefully checked every corner of the room and found no surveillance cameras. Little did he know, the cameras provided by the program team were more hidden than he imagined. Even the top anti-detection masters cannot identify it without professional tools. Chapter 0046 Questioning Media. Some are happy and some are sad. This is the most common phenomenon in the world. Mr. Zhou once said that human beings' sorrows and joys are not the same. Now, the media company bosses in Guangdu are in a state of panic. If they knew that Lin Wuyu was a real national chef and knew the second-in-command, they would never get involved in destroying understanding. Isn't this equivalent to asking for death? It's just like seeking death. But everyone knows that there is a high probability of loss, but still wants to take a chance on that 10% possibility. Because they invested money and want to see some results. More importantly, they have already joined President Chui's plan, and leaving would be tantamount to offending President Chui in the Guangdu media industry. His media company is one of the best in the whole of Guangdu, and all of these bosses make a living by following Chui Ruyang. If the relationship goes bad, their media company is likely to suffer serious losses, and they can only survive if they leave this area. But for the media companies that have taken root here, most of their clients are Guangdu, and if they leave them, they will have to start all over again. We have all come to our current position from nothing, and we all know how difficult it is to start over again. Opportunity, capital, and strength are all indispensable. The most difficult thing is opportunity. It can cost a person's life. There's no other choice but to grit my teeth and go on. I'm fully prepared. I bought out many channels, and there are some internet celebrities who will help us act together. I have always had my navy. All you have to do is start taking action. Where's President Chui? Has he taken any action? Everyone in the video conference reported to each other that the preparations were complete, but suddenly they discovered that Chui Ruyang had wiped out the operation completely, as if he had not participated in it at all. Damn it, we're all being used as guns. Some smart people understood instantly and realized that Chui Ruyang wanted to use them to test Lin Wuyu's true identity and the background of understanding. This made them feel disheartened, and they wanted to quit even more strongly. It is very likely that Shui Yang received some information in advance, so he will not participate in the plan for the time being. If something happens, he can just wipe the slate clean and admit that he had no involvement. What a vicious method. Everyone, don't act yet. Although we need Shui Ruyang, this isn't his gun. It's impossible for us to take the risk. Wait a moment and see what arrangements President Shui has made. I have some problems here that need to be dealt with. Since President Shui has not yet received any news, let's wait. I also have to go take care of the company's affairs. One by one, the bosses of media companies dropped out of the video chat. They didn't dare to say inappropriate words directly during the video conference, as it was inevitable that the boss of the media company would contact Mr. Chui and secretly tell Chui Ruyang the content of their conversation. So, they all chose to leave tactfully, even though the excuses were somewhat obvious. Sure enough, the cunning crowd was not wrong in their judgment. After the meeting, someone quietly contacted Chui Ruyang and recorded the video conference directly by screen recording. Including the content of their conversation, there was not a single mistake. Interesting. In the luxurious villa, Chui Ruyang and his kept lover lay on the big bed, watching the video conference with relish. It didn't take long, just 5 minutes, which was about the same time as his previous battle. When you reach middle age, you feel powerless? Dad Chui, can I give you a massage? Next to her, a female artist who was wearing sexy clothes, exposing a large area of white skin and only covering a few important parts, was touching Chui Ruyang's chest in a teasing manner. She looks to be in her 20s, but she actually calls Chui Ruyang, who is in his 30s, Dad. Those who understand naturally understand. They are all experienced drivers. Go ahead. Chui Ruyang opened a cup, revealing the disgusting body. He took out a thick stack of money from his bag, which was estimated to be tens of thousands of yuan. Be frugal this month. If you continue to behave like before, be careful that your father won't want you anymore. Chui Ruyang threw the money directly on the woman's body and walked away. He bought this house specifically, and the name on the property certificate does not belong to the female artist. Looking at Chui Ruyang's leaving back, the woman's face also showed an expression of disgust, and she spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto the ground. Damn you, damn toothpick. You are incompetent and stingy, yet you pretend to be so awesome. After a few satisfied complaints, the woman took out her phone and started contacting her friends. If she couldn't get what she wanted, someone else would naturally satisfy her, and she could even get a few small ATMs. Let's talk about the program team. The silence during this period made them think that the matter was over. Those media outlets that wanted to target them couldn't find a place to start and had to give up. The director and partners are in a good mood. They have seen the program's effects getting better and better, with more viewers watching online. The more people watch, the more money they make. In this era, traffic is money. Mr. Ye's move is different. All those media companies have stopped taking any action. In the room on the top floor of the program group, the director was leisurely drinking tea, watching the data of online viewers and sighing. Mr. Yi is the behind-the-scenes boss with the largest investment in their program group. It is mainly because of Mr. Ye's investment that the program group can be implemented. This guy is a big boss and the president of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The Longming Chamber of Commerce is a chamber of commerce that was established recently. There are 2 or 3 companies in it that are worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Of course, don't you see Mr. Ye's wealth? Wouldn't those media companies be scared if he just opened his mouth? The director's assistant smiled and continued. If you hadn't called Mr. Yi, the show might have been ruined by those people. This is a very good flattery, implying that the director deserves a lot of credit for this matter. The director saved the entire understanding program. The behavior was elevated instantly. Chapter 0047. Media? Chaos bugs. That day, a storm about understanding is brewing again. Someone was behind the scenes, creating a huge ship on the internet. The fun of the 3rd episode of Understanding has been watched by many netizens, and Lin Wuyu has appeared in many discussions. A seemingly ordinary man who can't cook is actually a cooking god. Such news always attracts a lot of people's attention. In addition, Lin Wuyu's talent for online writing was discovered, and his every work was a god-level work, which attracted more and more people to pay attention to him. So, When many anchors and big versus on the internet posted Lin will use anti-counterfeiting videos. Related posts and reports also appeared on those websites. More and more people are curious about Lin Wuyu. The angle they chose was showmanship, and some even went so far as to say that understanding was playing with people's desires. The news about Lin Wuyu quickly gained popularity and ranked 10th among today's hot topics. Without using any purchase traffic, the trending search was made. If Lin Wuyu knew that she was on the trending search, because of this, I wonder what she would think. Who is this Lin Wuyu? How come I have never heard of him? It seems to be a very popular show recently called something like Understanding. That's understanding, not comprehension. Remember this next time, brother? A chef? And he's also an internet writer. This is a bit too much of a show. The plot in the movie is different from reality. Sometimes what happens in real life is even more exaggerated than what happens in the movies. I'm a viewer of the show, Understanding. Everything about Lin Wuyu is true. We saw it with our own eyes. Why are those black fans coming out to stir up trouble again? Young man, sometimes what you see is not necessarily the truth. Eyes can be deceiving. No matter how many people are trying to prove the authenticity of Lin Wuyu's identity, there are always people who come out to express their opinions and question Lin Wuyu. It is not easy for a person to do one thing perfectly in his life. In addition to being a cooking god, Lin Wuyu is also a great writer on the internet. The authenticity of this rumor is questionable. Besides, Lin Wuyu is not that rich. In their impression, anyone who can achieve perfection in one field must be very rich. Even if you have no money, you can still be famous, but Lin Wuyu has nothing. Understanding program team. The director and all the staff were once again caught in a tense atmosphere. They finally got rid of the influence of the last rumor monger, but now someone is targeting their program again. This is naked jealousy, and they bully them because they don't have a strong background. Director, do you still need to look for Mr. Yi? The assistant at the side asked cautiously, feeling a bit embarrassed by the director. Originally, the director thought he had handled the matter perfectly on his own, but the other party continued to act as if it had no effect at all. The director's face turned pale and blue, and he secretly dug his fingernails into his palms, leaving several purple-red finger marks. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out words one by one. The program will continue. I will contact Mr. Yi. The program crew cannot stop, because once it is closed, it means the loss of fans. Besides, Su Yueling has already come to the program crew. Every day of suspension is a day of loss, and they lose a lot of money. Bing bing, you guys continue to work, that's all. Loosening his clenched hands, the director walked towards the office upstairs alone. The assistant originally wanted to follow and help, but was frightened by the director's look and stopped immediately. What the hell? It's not like I want to set up a show. The assistant returned to the program crew innocently and went to work honestly. It's a troubled time. On the podium, Bing Bing changed into the host's attire and walked onto the podium with a smile on her face. But in my heart, I was always worried about the program crew. She relied on the program Understanding to gradually reach a higher level. If there were problems with the Understanding program team, her career would also be affected. Bing Bing, what happened? Su Yueling, who was sitting at the hosting desk, took advantage of the time when the machine was being debugged to quietly approach Bing Bing and ask. She arrived at the program set 4 or 5 minutes in advance and found that the atmosphere in the entire set was very solemn. It was obvious something had happened. It's okay. There were some mistakes in the work, and they will be solved soon. Bing Bing replied with a smile, and did not tell Su Yueling about the difficulties encountered by the program team. What's the point of telling you? The wheels and manipulators of public opinion are the media companies and the rich and powerful. Although Su Yueling and Lin Wuyu have some talents and are very outstanding, they are insignificant in the face of power and money. Seeing that Bing Bing was not going to say anything, Su Yueling did not continue to ask. Okay, if you need anything, just tell me, and I will help if I can. Thank you. We appreciate your kindness. Nodding, Bing Bing officially began hosting. Lin Wuyu's figure appeared in the screen again. He was fiddling with his mobile phone and laughing from time to time. Ms. Su, will Lin Wuyu be at home watching some hot topics and news? Seeing that Lin Wuyu was playing with his mobile phone, Bing Bing subconsciously began to worry about what would be exposed by the program crew. This is the first time that their program has become so popular and known by many people. Lin Wuyu's name is on the hot search list, and it would be a disaster if he was seen. My husband doesn't have any news apps on his phone, and he doesn't have Weibo or Hot Topics. Su Yueling shook her head. hesitated for a second, and said, "He said that the media are all pests that affect people's emotions." This, Bing Bing was speechless because Lin Wuyue was telling the truth. It's hard not to support. Lin Wuyue is right. The media is indeed mostly full of idiots, which often causes problems on the internet. A few years ago, someone was forced to death by media opinion. A murderer who uses public opinion to kill others is also a murderer. It's probably because of the reasons of most netizens themselves. Some people use a knife to cook, and some people use it to slaughter. Is slaughter the sin of the knife? Fuck, I told you not to make such profound remarks. Are you taking advantage of me because I haven't been to school? Hee hee. I just like to see you looking down on me, but unable to get rid of me. The audience in the live broadcast room gave thumbs up one after another. They are all loyal fans of the show, understanding. But because of the influence of public opinion, many of the more than 2 million people online are black fans, constantly attacking the program team and Lin Wuyue. At first, these people were able to join in the curse for a while, but later they just left in frustration. Chapter 0048: The Power Behind Lin Wuyue. At home, Lin Wuyue did not watch the news. He is working on a game, a silly game with a name you would never guess. The way to break through each level is hilarious. If I continue playing like this, I feel like I'm going to become abnormal. After exiting the interface of the minigame, Lin Wuyue looked towards the storage room where many things were piled up. We have to move things tomorrow, and we must transfer the contents. He stood up and walked to the door. After making sure it was locked, he swaggered towards the storage room. "Miss Sue, what's going on?" Bing Bing looked at Lin Wuyue's actions with a puzzled look on her face. Something sneaky must have happened. I plan to renovate the storage room into a study. He should go and transfer the chef's certificate. Su Yueling smiled. It felt good to be awake and have others think she was awake. I see. Everyone in the live broadcast room suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder Lin Wuyue had locked the door backwards in advance. It turned out that he was worried that Su Yueling would suddenly come back and catch him packing things. As expected of a great writer on the internet, he is so thoughtful. Little did we know that we had already seen the chef's certificate twice. That means the moon god is still kept in the dark. Mourn for him for 3 minutes. Do you think the moon goddess might be hiding something else? There's a good chance there's more than one. Yeah, maybe there are also awards for online writing. Everyone watched the scene curiously, but Lin Wuyue still took out a box from under the bed, which turned out to be the box containing the chef's certificate. You're overthinking it. If there are other proofs to prove how powerful Lin Wuyue is, this show would be a bit fake. That's right. Because of these two things, many people left. There are still a lot of haters watching the live broadcast room. They will speak up if they find something wrong. These haters are so pissed off. My dad used to like watching this live broadcast, but because he had a fight with one of his haters, he got upset and said he would calm down for a day or two and wait until the incident was over before going back to the live broadcast room. I can't see many familiar IDs anymore. I feel so lonely. The loyal fans of the live broadcast room are full of anger towards the black fans. These people just want to get a few dollars. They don't tell the truth at all. They don't care how big the impact of the matter is and directly publish brainless remarks. It would be great if everyone's online account could be registered with real name, so no one would treat the internet as a lawless place. The staff behind the show looked at the comments in the live broadcast room, and for a moment their faces lost all expression. They didn't know what expression to use to express the sadness in their hearts. The more popular the program group is, the higher their salary will be. Besides, it will be difficult to find a job if they leave the program group. How many people want their lives to be stable? If they worry about work every day, it is difficult to devote themselves to their work seriously. I don't know what the director and Mr. Yi have discussed. Mr. Yi dealt with those people last time. This time the punishment should be more severe. Of course, Mr. Yi is the president of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The staff backstage had great confidence in Mr. Yi. The strength of the Longming Chamber of Commerce was there. If those media companies didn't know who was behind the understanding program team, they would definitely not dare to take action. The second floor of the program group. The director has been sitting in the room for 7 or 8 minutes. He had already called Mr. Yi, but the person who answered was Mr. Ye's secretary Zhong Qing, who warned him that Mr. Yi was resting and would reply when he woke up. It was an extremely urgent matter, but the director did not dare to offend Mr. Yi. After all, their program team is just here and is not that important in the eyes of big businessmen like Mr. Yi. At this time, the sun outside was hanging at its highest point, the weather was getting hotter and hotter, and the director's body was covered in sweat. In fact, there was air conditioning in the room, but sweat kept coming out of his forehead and he didn't know why. Beep, beep, beep. After waiting for nearly an hour, the phone on the table finally rang. The director, who had never taken his eyes off the phone, quickly answered the call, and Mr. Ye's young voice was heard from it. "What's going on?" The director quickly said, "Those media companies have started targeting the Understanding program again, spreading rumors all over the internet and using public opinion to try to divert our traffic. Now the live broadcast room has lost 1/3 of its online audience, and many partners have suffered losses." "Is that so?" Mr. Yi said in a long tone, pausing for a moment before saying, "There is no big media company in my Chamber of Commerce, so it is not easy for me to get involved. I'm only responsible for investment. If there is any problem, I will help if I can. I can't help with media matters." The director was stunned for a moment and wanted to speak, but found that the phone had been hung up at some point. He didn't expect Mr. Yi to hang up the phone so quickly without giving him any chance at all. "It's over. Who else can I ask for help?" The director was disheartened, as if he had foreseen the future of the Understanding program. Losses continued day by day. Partners withdrew, disintegrate, and finally disappear completely just when the director was feeling discouraged. A media company's declaration suddenly appeared on the internet. They directly stated on their official website that some media companies have framed other media and will severely resist. Several media companies involved in understanding the program suddenly became panicked. The media company that issued the announcement is not an ordinary one, but one of the leading media in the country. It would be easy to suppress them. Chui Riyang's phone was ringing nonstop. He asked many bosses of related media companies, but they all terminated any cooperation with him with a cold expression. Obviously, they offended someone they shouldn't have offended. How could it be possible? Chui Riyang looked out the window with a deathly pale face. This time he finally understood how cautious Wang Ziang, who had withdrawn first, was. Understand that the program will definitely not allow leading media companies to speak to help, and they took such drastic measures. Then it can only be Lin Wuyu, whose identity is even more terrifying than he imagined. That evening, the heads of several media companies involved were taken away, and official agencies also issued a notice. The internet will be cleaned up, and those who use the internet to do evil and spread inappropriate remarks, messages, and videos will be punished. It was also accompanied by a list of several media companies that were listed as targets for rectification. Everything happens in a flash. Chapter 0049, Boiling. Winning the annual award. Director, Mr. Yi is really amazing. He actually took care of those media companies again. The confused assistant ran to the director and praised him. I felt that the program team had really found a powerful figure this time, as they had managed to get a media company warned without any effort. That is the country's leading internet organization, and everyone in the media circle feels terrified. Mr. Yi is a very good person, indeed an outstanding young man. Bing Bing, who was getting off work nearby, nodded in praise and sincerely envied Mr. Yi. The director smiled weakly. "You guys go back and rest first. We have to continue the live broadcast tomorrow." He didn't know how to explain to his men. This matter seemed a little strange. The director, who was involved in the program, knows very well that Mr. Yi did not make any move at all. It is not Mr. Ye's fault. They are just the biggest investor of the program, and it is not their own program. Moreover, most of the companies in the Longming Chamber of Commerce are physical enterprises. Even if there are media companies, they are only rooted in the local area and do not have much prestige. But is it to help understand the show? The fact that an official agency was dispatched to speak out and all news about Lin Wuyu was instantly blocked shows that the people supporting him must be very powerful. There are connections in many places. Then we'll leave first. Goodbye, director. The assistant and Bing Bing looked at the director with strange expressions. It was obviously a good thing. So why did the director look so unhappy? Could there be some other hidden secret behind this matter? They were just a small assistant and a host who could be replaced at any time. They had no right to ask what happened. They said goodbye and left the program crew. The remaining director surrounded the staff who were still working and turned to walk upstairs. Just as I walked to the door of the room, the phone rang again, and the caller was Mr. Yi. This was the first time that Mr. Yi took the initiative to call him. Usually, he would call Mr. Yi and wait for a long time before receiving a reply. That's great. The partner of the program, Understanding, is the famous Manhwa Media. I know everything that happened today. Manhwa Media took action to understand the program team's statement. They also proposed to target Guangdu Media in the circle. I will give you severe revenge. As for the official agencies, I never expected that they would also get involved. It's amazing, really amazing. It is said that professional media need to find professional media to deal with. Xiaowang, you understand this time. Mr. Yi, on the other end of the phone ring, spoke confidently, believing that the director had contacted them from behind, and then Manhwa Media took action. Mr. Yi. The director wanted to tell the other party the real situation, but after thinking about it, he decided not to say it. Thank you for calling and caring about me. He was also shocked when he heard about the Full Moon Media. That is the largest media company in the country. It not only develops in variety shows, TV dramas, and movies, but also contracts countless businesses. The total market value of Manhwa Media was announced last year at 100 billion yuan, which has already reached the ceiling in the media company industry. It is worth mentioning, currently, the highest domestic box office records are all shot by Manhwa Company. It has raised the level of domestic entertainment to a height that has never been seen before. How could a small director like him be connected with such a behemoth? Even if you throw yourself at someone, they may not even look at you twice. It's just so cruel. Manhwa Media definitely does not look down on a small Learn and will not destroy its goodwill in the circle just because of Learn fighting with other media companies. Thank you. Although he didn't know who helped the Understanding program, the director expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. They didn't think about Lin Wuyu. A person who possesses two top talents but is limited to talents, could he be the boss of Manhwa Company? Could it be possible that the second-in-command would ask the official agency to issue a notice for Lin Wuyu? There was no possibility of this happening. It's as absurd as a sow climbing a tree or a cat eating cat meat every day. It's just ridiculous. Let's talk about Lin Wuyu. His behavior was not abnormal at all, and he even updated the chapter for readers for an extra hour. Because he found some comments from great authors in the comment section, and several great authors gave him the Golden Alliance. Don't underestimate a Golden Alliance. It's worth tens of thousands of dollars. In order to give back to the readers who gave rewards, Lin Wuyu felt it was necessary to make more updates. So he updated 12 chapters in one go. In total, I wrote 25 to 26,000 words that day alone. Dear readers, today I have a little treat for you. Thank you for your support. In order to finish writing these 12 chapters, the author has been writing since 5 in the morning. I can't do it anymore. I'm too tired. I will update later tomorrow. The one who was playing the sympathetic role was publicizing his own hard work in the author's words. Lin Wuyu cheered and took out the remote control to watch the latest TV series produced by Manhwa Media. This is a detective drama filled with many gripping cases that will get you hooked before you know it. Honey, what are you looking at? Lin Wuyu didn't even notice when Sui Welling came back from get off work. His eyes were fixed on the screen, completely immersed in the brain-burning yet logical plot. I'm watching a new TV series. It's very good. What TV show are you watching? The phone rang for a long time, and I didn't even notice it. Sui Welling picked up the phone from the table and walked to Lin Wuyu's side. Hearing the phone call, Lin Wuyu immediately paused the TV series and glanced at the incoming number. The call was from an unfamiliar number, and the call was from Kyoto. Without a few seconds of hesitation, Lin Wuyu pressed the connect button. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Wuyu? The person who spoke used a very formal customer service tone and had a sweet voice. I am. What's up? It's like this. I'm a customer service representative for an online literature platform. Your work, A Little Healing Trick Every Day, was selected as the most influential novel of the year. Congratulations to the author for winning the special prize. You can ask the editor for follow-up information, and he will answer it for you. After a long exchange of pleasantries, Lin Wuyu politely hung up the phone and continued watching the TV series. Husband, your work won the most influential award of the year. Sui Welling was dumbfounded. The most influential work of the year also won the special prize. Isn't this a very happy thing? The first place winner will receive a reward of 100,000 yuan from our website. There are various benefits, but Lin Wuyu actually acted so calm. Is this polite? Or was it too much excitement to be excited anymore? It's normal to win, but it's abnormal not to win. Lin Wuyu answered calmly, and there really wasn't much emotion in his heart. He is very confident in his work. The first orders are about to reach 200,000, so winning the award is a matter of course. The ceiling for other works is below 100,000. He got a first order of 200,000 directly, and the subsequent subscriptions did not fluctuate much. It would be abnormal if he did not win the special prize. Chapter 0050, I Feel Handsome Again.